Today, the clock starts ticking on Australia's longest race. 720 minutes, 43,200 seconds, and all of it to deliver that one dramatic moment. And gee, there's been plenty of those over the history of this race.
The young Japanese driver goes to the lead. There's contact. The top of the mountain, it's claimed another victory. That is the quickest lap by a GT3 car in 12-hour history.
But to win it lately, it seems you need just two things. Two of the best endurance racing drivers on the planet. One from Australia, Matt Campbell, and one of the best to ever land on these shores, Jules Gounon. They're the GT racing kings of the Big Hill, both drivers sharing the spoils for the past 7 years.
Oh, where is he going to get through there? Jules Gounon is remarkably happy. The fairy tale continues for this young man. Jules Gounon, 3 in a row. Matt Campbell does it again.
But there's an incredible field gathered this year, all looking for their place in the mountain's history books. But to do so, they need to last those 720 minutes, those 43,200 seconds, and they'll need to beat two of Bathurst's very best. This is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. The clock is ticking.
It is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and the race begins under lights here at Mount Panorama in New South Wales. There is nothing quite like watching sports cars roll around the mountain in the darkness with the headlights on. This is a very special time to be watching the action from Bathurst, joined by Garth Tander, who's been to Victory Lane here at Mount Panorama on so many occasions. There is nothing quite like this.
The start of this race, the first 45 minutes as the sun comes up over the back of Mount Panorama, is the most magic 45 minutes we have in Australian motorsport. It's so hard as a race car driver, but so rewarding because the track is so fast so early in the morning.
If I could describe the atmosphere to those at home right now, it would be moody. There's a real tension in the air down here in the grid. It's a packed grid, by the way. So many fans have been here this week, and the race meeting so far has been relatively quiet in terms of on-track action and drama. Although the race lap times yesterday in qualifying were so fast, have we saved all the drama for race day?
Well, I hope not, Chad, because it has. It's been a very calm lead-up, super fast in qualifying in the Pirelli pole battle Saturday afternoon. But we always say, oh, it's a 12-hour race. They're going to take it easy. They're going to play themselves into the start of the race. Track position's not important in the first couple of hours of the race. And then the race goes green, and they all go crazy. Yep. They all want to get to the front in the first hour because it is so competitive. It's such a tough race. Track position is so important, so they go to work straight away.
201s in qualifying yesterday. 9 out of the 10 cars got into the 201s. In these conditions, they are going to be flying for these first couple hours.
Yeah, second fastest lap ever in qualifying yesterday for Liqui-Moly. Put the Craft Bamboo and Mercedes on the front row. It will be fast because it's not super cold here in the morning, so the track's got no track temperature in it, but the tyres will get up to temperature easy because the ambient temperature is not as cold as we've had here in the past. There's no fear of any fog coming in and slowing down the track or getting in the way of anyone's vision. So the only thing is really just waiting for the sun to crest, and as the dawn starts to rise, the speed will too.
It was Lucas Hour yesterday, but how will that car go over 12 hours today? That is the big question. It was a rookie at the wheel yesterday, but Shea Adam is joining us on the grid here today. I think they might be going for a bit more experience in this opening stint.
Yeah, and I was talking about Maxi Goetz with that. We were saying it's sort of a double-edged sword. If you've done the start, you're more likely to get to do the start. You've driven Bathurst at night before. How magical is it before the sun comes up?
Yeah, first of all, it's very nice and a good feeling to start on pole. So I can predict the race a bit, the pace, and of course, it's all about experience here in the night. I did it already 5 times, so I have some experience. I was forced to do it in the first race, and since then, since 2018, I do the start, so it's really nice. You see the fans up there already. You see a few minutes later, after a few laps, there's the sunrise. So it's just a special feeling, and especially on this track with these competitors around, this makes it so special.
You said that normally you're a 2 espresso shot in the morning guy. This morning you only need 1 because your adrenaline gets up so quickly around the mountain. Talk us through watching the sun come up and the first few rays hitting the sky. Is it that instant sense of relief?
Yeah, in the dipper, of course, you have the sun in your eyes actually, so you need to be careful for a few laps because there's a certain angle of the sun which the drivers are not liking it. So I will close my visor as well, even if it's dark, because it's flashing you actually. So it's this kind of experience you have, and maybe you are staying 10 centimeters more away from the walls than usual, just to keep it clean and safe. And then as soon the sun is up, then I think the race starts. It's all about controlling it to have not too much risk in there, and then let's see.
We saw the pace of your Mercedes in qualifying yesterday, but the brands around us, they're not all three-pointed stars. Do you think Mercedes is going to have that little bit extra in the heat of the day to be able to take it for the win?
Yeah, I think we are good packed here in front with the Mercedes cars. I think we have a good pace. We showed it last year, but you never know here. Bathurst is special. They have their own rules, and let's see how it goes. But I think we have a good balance in the car, a good pace. I guess Ferrari and BMW and also Porsche is coming up. Ricardo's on my side. He will be super quick as well. He will go for it. So it's going to be exciting for you guys.
Time to suit up. Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
Just come down to the inside of the third ride. Chaz Mossett has just jumped aboard the Arise Racing Ferrari. We're going to have a chat to him with 10 minutes until race start. And it just shows how intense the start of this race is and how important it is. Chaz has already got himself buckled in, so we will leave him alone. But we expected this car to be, he's just whacked me with the door, so bugger it. We're going to speak to him. Chaz, probably not the speed that we thought we'd see from you in practice and qualifying, but inside of the third row, you can certainly make your way to the front now.
Yeah, GT, good morning, and good morning to everyone watching. Yeah, look, these Euro guys, you know how fast they are in these cars, but I thought it was pretty tight through practice and qualifying, and I think there's a lot of cars that have a shot today. So 12 hours of grueling racing, a lot of pit stops, a lot of driver changes, a lot of mistakes to be made. We'll just see who comes out on top. But how are you feeling in the morning, GT? A little bit early than you'd like?
I'd rather be sitting where I am than where you are right now, but it's an early start to the day. But this 45 minutes as the sun comes up, it's a magic time to drive around the mountain.
Yeah, it's really special. Really honoured to be in the first stint. It's one of the darkest racetracks you have across the top. There's not much lighting up there, but yeah, the mountain, this is like the most downforce you ever have around here. Just nice cold weather, and the engine's nice and crisp as well. So they thought they'd get the heavy driver in to start. Hopefully he could get some tyre temp a bit easier than those lighter teammates that I have. So hopefully bring it back to him, and we'll see where we end up in the day.
Cheers, Chaz. Thanks for the chat. Good luck.
Cheers, GT. Thanks, guys.
One of the fan favorite cars on the grid is because of certain drivers that we know from the number and the logo. But Charles Wirtz, there was a little bit of trepidation for your BMW yesterday in qualifying. There was an issue that actually happened that resulted in P12. A, is the car okay? And B, what did the mechanics have to fix?
Yes, well, luckily for us, they found the issue was just a water leak. So yeah, we could see temperatures going a bit too high. So therefore, as a preventive move, we decided to box, and indeed, we did well to prevent an issue with the engine. Luckily, we could do also our chip lap yesterday to make sure everything was fine with the car, which it is. So hopefully, we can have an easy race without any technical issue. I mean, it's never easy here, but at least no technical issue, and do the best we can for the race.
Not your first time to Bathurst, but first time sharing a car with Valentino Rossi and Lello, of course, two legends at the mountain. How's it been to share a BMW with them?
It's a pleasure, of course. It's a bit more mediatic attention on the car that I'm used to, but I guess it's probably for Lello's blue eyes and Vale. But it's very nice anyway. They are two very good drivers, but most of all, they are very kind and very great person. So I'm very happy to share the car with them, and hopefully we can clinch a great result together.
No, I think the fan club's for you. Good luck today.
Thank you.
Great work, Shay, and a lot of fans have come here to see the doctor here this weekend. Disappointment to not get that car inside the Pirelli pole battle yesterday. Grid is set, starting to clear, and I get the feeling we're in for a big 12 hours of action today. Let's just chat about some of the different makes that we've got. 9 different manufacturers in the race. Mercedes with their nose in front off the back of qualifying yesterday. Yeah, well, the naturally aspirated cars were very strong in the heat of the day, which was qualifying yesterday. So Mercedes on the front row with Audi, and both naturally aspirated cars, but two very different cars. Mercedes, big V8 up front engine, the Audi V10 mid-engine. So
two different characteristics of cars, but ultimately the lap time was within hundredths of a second. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see with these different conditions in the morning what the difference is between the turbo cars and the naturally aspirated ones.
You mentioned the Audi. It's on the front row. That's another second-place start for Brock Feeney, who's been there now 3 years in a row. That car has been a real sleeper in the pack, but it's been topping a lot of sessions, quickest in that second qualifying session yesterday, and was actually one of the latest, if not the last entry on the entry list.
Yeah, spoke to Steve McLaughlin, who's the car owner for that car from JMEC Racing, and he said it was within the last 10 days. They even started talking about this deal, let alone put it together. And poor Brock Feeney, he changed manufacturers and everything, and he still starts second at the start of this race. Ricardo Feller will actually take the green light at the start of this race. But yeah, I mean, the Audi and Melbourne Performance Centre have been coming to this race for so long, always had fast cars, but never been able to get the deal over the line at the end of 12 hours. They're certainly hoping they can get the job done today.
Also, we've got to think about it. We've been talking about these all-pro lineups, but there are some pro-am combinations. They're not just fighting for their own class honours. We've seen in the previous years that some am-class drivers, including Kenny Habul or Liam Talbot in that Audi, who was on the podium last year, they can really now contend for overall victory.
Well, you mentioned those two particular entries. They're running in the pro outright class with a bronze driver, and they've done that because there's a bit of a loophole in the strategy that you can exploit if it works your way, and you'll go through that a bit later in the Pirelli pit bunker. But they're in their own right. Kenny Habul, very fast around the mountain. He can do it anyway. He lives on Conrod Straight. He's got a place here. And Liam Talbot's won the Australian GT Championship a couple of times. So they know how to drive GT cars fast. Just the pro guys, the Fracty drivers that fly in for this race, they live in these cars. I mean, most of them were in Daytona last weekend doing a 24-hour race. They jump on a plane Sunday night or Monday morning out of Florida. They land in Bathurst, plug them in, they go fast at the mountain.
Worth mentioning, this is round one of the Intercontinental GT Championship as well, which goes all around the globe to some of the coolest racetracks in the world. Well, the stage is set under lights here at Mount Panorama. We'll take you up to our commentary team who are eagerly awaiting the start of this one. It's Richard Craill and John Hindhoff back in the booth.
Chad, good morning. Thank you. Nice to be here and for another edition of Australia's International Enduro. What a vibe it is at the moment as the sun slowly starts to work its way up above the Blue Mountains to our east. Good morning, John. Welcome back to you for another year. You're 11th here at the mountain and you do all the great endurance races around the world. You were in Daytona last week, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and Nürburgring coming up later on in the year. But this is something a little bit different and something a little bit special.
Look, this is the fourth of 4 weekends on the road, 24/6, 24/12, and this is what you get up early for. Part of that is actually a bit like Le Mans. The drive down to Le Mans from the ports, well, the drive up from Sydney through the Blue Mountains, and then when you first see that Mount Panorama sign on the side of the mountain.
Less French being spoken in Lithgow, but it's still an impressive thing to see as we get to Mount Panorama and this iconic bit of road. 174 metres top to bottom in elevation change, 1 in 6 gradient out of the cutting, and a fast lap here is an average speed of over 180 kilometres an hour for the 6.2 Ks, and that's on a lap with 2 corners at 60 Ks an hour. And today, if it's a fast race, they'll do that more than 300 times. The record is 323 laps, and the 2023 version of this race was, at the time, the fastest race ever held at this venue of any endurance race. It was run at an average speed of over 165 kilometres an hour. It's a crisp morning, actually, 18 degrees at the moment. A little bit of moisture in the air from a humidity point of view as well, but it's very comfortable outside. Heading for a top of 31 degrees though, and what it's been doing here is getting really hot in that afternoon stretch, especially when the sun is out, so the track will bake, the track temperature will come up, and the UV as well. But it's forecast to be a very stable day from a weather point of view as the cars get ready to be flagged off for the formation lap.
And when they do that, the clock will start. That's another one of the things here that is a little bit different. None of the drivers have had darkness practice this week. Changed a little bit when we moved the race through the year. It was a couple of years ago in the big yellow flag that slowed the whole world down for a little while. But we're back to the normal timetable this week. It's all been in the daytime, 6 practice sessions, 3 sessions of qualifying. The Alan Simonson Pole Award yesterday going to the fastest car, Mr. Jackie Ickx, and Mr. Le Mans until Tom Christensen came around. So much a part of my motorsport childhood. He and Derek Bell seemed to be getting mentioned every June when I was listening in on the BBC radio from the northeast of England. He's here representing Genesis this weekend with that beautiful
safety car
Berlinetta concept car. He was hoofing that around yesterday.
What a privilege it is to have this man here, and he was reunited with his 1977 Bathurst 1000 winning XC Falcon hardtop earlier in the week that he and Alan Moffat shared to a victory in the great race, and he's flagging the cars off this morning. An absolute privilege, and he was given the opportunity to come in a little bit later, and he said no, absolutely not. At 80, he wanted to be here for the start in that magic first hour of this race. So the clock has officially started ticking, and 720 minutes, 43,000 odd seconds away, it will drop the checkered flag and we'll have another victor in this race. Officially yesterday, the second quickest pole lap in the history of this race, but in terms of spread from top to bottom, this is the quickest GT3 field we have ever had at Mount Panorama. It is remarkably close, and for the first time, Craft Bamboo Racing, the 38-year-old German Maxi Goetz will start that Mercedes AMG. Ricky Feller starts the Audi off the front row of the grid, then it's Maro Engel, so desperate for a win here, and Brazilian Augusto Farfus in the first of the BMWs. We heard from Chaz Mostert. Ferrari are back on the mountain, and they are genuine contenders. Defending winners Porsche, their first car out of 6. Kenny Habul, he's won this race twice out of 7 in 75. And the field will continue to roll through. 22 cars on the grid, but 19 GT3 cars, and they are all rocket ships. And you can see the starting drivers lining up for who will take part. So Gotts, Feller, Engel, Farfus, Mostert in the first couple of cars. Yasser Shahim will start the 91 Porsche off the third row of the grid. So the bronze driver combination there in a Pro-Am car. They want to tick as much driving time for the Am drivers early in the race, so the pros can do all the heavy lifting at the end of the day. There are classes to worry about here as well. Pro, Pro-Am, bronze and silver. We'll talk about those. And there's a GT4 battle as well with Adam Christodolo starting the Team 19 Mercedes AMG from pole.
All right, let's burn through some of the race facts down here in the Pirelli pit bunker, and this is going to be our centre today, Garth, to really work through some of the amazing parts of this race, including strategy and how that's tracking throughout the course of the day. Last year we got through 275 laps, which is nowhere near the record. It's because we had all those safety cars. And just a reminder, you can have 3 or 4 drivers in the car, and like Krause was talking about, we've got mixed class racing today. But Garth, I want to quiz you on how you managed probably the most important part of the day, which is driver time, because this is really the key to the race.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they'll be talking about fuel all day and driver time all day. So expecting you can do the race in 9 stops, probably going to do it in 10 or 11, but the race has been won in the past with 13 or 14 stops. So the beauty of this race, no minimum pit stops. There are some rules around when you take the pit stop, but it doesn't matter. You can come in as little times as you like. So if you can save fuel in every stint, you can get the race done in 9, but you have to manage how long each driver is in the car.
So for those pro drivers, they're not allowed in the car for more than 5 hours and 40 minutes today. For the Pro-Am teams, your bronze driver has to drive a minimum of 3 hours in the race, and that includes doing an hour in the back half of the race as well. But there is a little loophole to that by entering yourself in an all-pro lineup. Yeah,
the 2 cars that we'll talk about for the majority of those, the Kenny Habul, Lucas Stoltz, Jules Gounon car, and then the Ricardo Feller, Brock Feeney and Liam Talbot. Both Kenny Habul and Liam Talbot are bronze drivers, but those cars are entered in the outright all-pro class. And the reason they've done that is their bronze drivers, both Kenny and Liam, only have to do 60 minutes. So 1 of the 12 hours, and then they can put their feet up for the rest of the day and leave it up to the pros. Where that gets tricky is you have to manage that 340 minutes drive time for your 2 pros. So your driver window time's very, very tight, and then you also have to manage the rest time between stints. So once you get out of the car, you must rest for 60 minutes before you get back in again.
So that very strategy that you're talking about was executed beautifully by that team a couple of years ago to win the race twice. Kenny only did 28 laps that day, and you can see how much of the heavy lifting Lucas Stoltz and Jules Gounon did with Kenny out of that car nice and early. Now, they've been swearing that they're going to put Kenny in the car for more than that.
Well, that was Kenny.
We will see about that, yeah. So let's go back to what will likely be a race-winning strategy today over the 10 pit stops that you were talking about. This is how Bentley won the race back in 2020. I still think this is the best all-pro strategy that we've seen executed at Mount Panorama, which finished with Another double stint at the end of the race from Jules Gounon. Beautifully executed strategy.
Yeah, and you look how they've split the driver time up. Driver 1, 99 minutes, 100. Basically split it into 3. Each driver did the equal amounts of work. So that's where the all-pro lineups, like the BMW cars, the Ferrari of Chaz Mostert, Will Brown, Daniel Serra, they're an all-pro lineup. So that's where they differ to the Kenny Habul car and the Liam Talbot car. So that's going to play out over the course of the day. Definitely Talbot and Habul will have their job done in the first 2 to 3 hours of the race.
All right, Garth, heading back up to the commentary box. It's my job to track all of those strategies for you. We'll keep you abreast of it, how it goes across 12 hours.
Right, you have got half a day. The clock is ticking, and we will come to green flag this time around. I suggest you don't go very far from trackside if you're here, or wherever you're watching, either here in Australia and New Zealand, or a huge international audience. Hashtag B12HR if you want to get in touch with us. And that will come through to the Global Broadcast Centre here overlooking Pitt Straight. Krilty, you call this the best 45 minutes in world motorsport, and you know what? I'm finding it very, very hard to argue with that right now.
It's pretty special. Reducing to 80 at turn 18 for race start.
News from race control. So they'll start to pack the field up now. 2 formation laps this year, and then they go racing proper. But the clock has started ticking. So from a driver time point of view, those that are in the car already ticking off some time for this race, and especially for drivers like Yasser Shahini in the 91 and Scott Andrews, who's in the Pro-Am car in 44. He's the pro there. Dean Fiore will start the number 9 Hallmark Property Group car. I caught up with Craig Lowndes this morning, colleague of ours, a legend at this place, and I did see Cam Waters on the grid, but he said when I got here, there was no sign of Cam. He likes his sleep. Thomas Randall got nominated to do the opening stint of that. Lowndesy will jump in for a double at the first pit stop, and we'll see Cam at some point around, I don't know, morning tea time, I think was the vibe down there at Scott Taylor Motorsport. This is a stacked field. 26 international drivers, 16 nationalities represented this weekend, 6 former winners of this race, all top 5 drivers from last year's Repco Supercars Championship, the odd legend or 2 in the paddock as well. But from a GT racing point of view, current GT champions from Australia, Sprint and Endurance Cup in Europe, IMSA GTD Pro Champion, the current winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour, the current winner of the Le Mans 24-hour. This is a who's who of international GT racing, mixed with some of the very best racing car drivers Australia and New Zealand have to offer at the moment. So that's what's going to happen. To win this race, you are going to have to be fast, you are going to have to be mistake-free, and the vibe today is that this race will be run at a breakneck pace today. It will be absolutely flat out.
And starting a little bit further down the order than we might have expected, the number 911 defending race champion. 2/3 of the drivers that won here a year ago, or just under a year ago. We were 2 weeks further into 2024 than we are in 2025. Did not get into the Pirelli Pool battle. We'll start on the 6th row of the grid. Watch that car coming forward with Chan Guven.
The clock is ticking on Australia's International Enduro for 2025. Maxi Goetz in the AMG will lead them down. Engel with a racy start in the AMG, gets down the inside of the Audi. Goetz is wide. He dropped it at turn 1. And they're going to battle for this one on the run-up Mountain Straight. Hard to pick who's who at the moment, but they're 3 abreast. To the Audi, the meatless sandwich, and they're banging doors. It's a 12-hour race, boys. What are you doing? Us to Griffin's Bend. Maro Engel in an amazing position to sweep around the outside, but it'll be Goetz who leads them through for Craft Bamboo.
What were we saying yesterday about putting the helmet on and flicking the switch, Garth Tander? First corner, first lap, 11 hours and 50 minutes to go, and that looked like it was the last lap of a 5-lap sprint.
It happens every year. They say they're going to play themselves in. They're not going to worry about it too much for the first couple of laps. We'll wait for the sun to come up and then we'll get into it. And that lasted exactly 200 metres this year. They got to turn 1. Maxi Goetz had a moment. It slid through the apex, got a slow run up Mountain Straight, and they went mental. They wanted to take the lead straight away. Did Farfus, Engel and Ricardo Feller. 3 wide up Mountain Straight, banging doors. within the first minute of a 12-hour race.
Are we not entertained already? Worth the price of admission for that sprint up Mountain Straight towards Griffins. And I'm sure there was bodywork banging there. That car in the middle, the Audi, was really getting hammered from both sides. And at that point, Garth, there's not much you can do but try and hold your line. You're getting the aerodynamic push from both sides.
Oh, you're much better playing offense than defense when you're in that position and just try and get to the lead. And Goats ultimately gathered it up, got to turn 2 first and took off, and now has a huge gap over the rest.
Oh, they're a couple side by side there. So Ricky Fella was second going into turn 1. He's 5th now in the 183 Audi and had a massive fistful of understeer, turning the car in at the elbow for the first time. The big winner in all of that stuff going on in the opening lap was Augusto Farfus in the number 32 Team WRT BMW. So he's up 3 spots to second position. At the end of the first racing lap at speed, Maxi Goetz leads the 12-hour by 1.5 seconds. Farfus second for BMW, and Chaz Mostert, well, who would have predicted he'd pass some cars early? The Ferrari up to 3rd.
Aichan Guven actually dropped a spot. He's back down to 12th in the number 911. And breathe.
I don't think you can. I think that sets the tone for today. It's going to be like that, and this will be a track position race. You want to lead. There are some races in the world you don't want to lead. You want to buy your way in. This is entirely the opposite. Track position is going to be absolutely king today. And if you have to be the pinball and the pinball machine to squeeze your way through to get to the lead, then you're going to do it to try and get to the front.
Yeah, that just showed if there's an opportunity to make a pass and get the job done, you take it regardless. Doesn't matter if it's lap 1 or lap 280. If you need to get through, take it when you can. Interestingly also, the two turbo cars, the BMW and the Ferrari, got a free kick at the start of the race. They would have been looking to go forward in the cooler part of the race at the early part of the day. They got a free kick straight away thanks to Maxi Goetz. So they're already up to 2nd and 3rd after starting 4th and 5th.
Well, turbo cars need to make hay while the sun doesn't shine, because in these cooler ambient conditions this morning, still less than 20 degrees, they're going to be producing lots of boost and lots of horsepower. In there somewhere was a lot going on. And how's the big oversteer moment for Maxi, getting the car turned into one. Fella went, okay, I'll have that. So too did Maro Engel, but I want to see where the BMW ended up getting himself through all of this.
So Goetz carried too much entry speed, lost the rear on entry, then understeered wide through the corner, and that's where they went side by side. And yeah, you used the term Richard Crail pinball, and that's exactly what Ricky Fella was between 2 AMG Mercedes.
And all you can see behind was the high rear wing of the BMW. My goodness me, what a start all the way around the outside. And the BMW weaving backwards and forwards, but it's completely blocked up Mountain Straight. 3 cars abreast is the width of the circuit. And by the way, that slide into the first corner, expect that through the race. For those of you not familiar, no tyre warmers here, so every time a new set of Pirellis goes on, people are going to be grip limited.
Oh, this will be good to watch. So on board here with Ricardo Fella, you watch Goetz, loses the rear there, keeps the brake on until past the apex, tries the over and under, bang! So contact within 250 metres at the start of the race, and then they bang all the way up Mount Straight. Look at this. Between the 2 cars, he can't do anything but keep it flat and hold the steering wheel straight and hope for the best. And then ultimately, Goetz gets it. Well, he's getting bump drafted by Augusto Farfus, and then Chaz takes the opportunity straight up the inside of Fella. And then he was actually able to get somehow past Engel as well on that first lap. But man, it was all happening in the first 500 metres of the race.
That was a more substantial hit than I thought. I know it always sounds worse from the onboard, but my goodness me, he's lucky there not to do a tyre or a wheel or something like that. And next time we're on board, we need to look at that steering wheel and make sure it's still straight.
I have no doubt that there will be a wheel out of balance, and that wheel will now become a souvenir piece. They won't use that again after this stint. I'd say the steering will be okay. The Audis are actually pretty robust in the front end, so if anything, all that Ricky Fella will be dealing with right now is a pretty heavy vibration from a wheel that'll be buckled, but hopefully that is all.
Raffaele Marciello behind the wheel of car 46 that he'll share with Charles Vietz. We heard from him on the grid, and of course Valentino Rossi, who's had another terrific weekend. It's been so good to hear. Everyone just bursts out laughing when they hear him interviewed, because it's one of the most iconic voices in motorsport. But you can see the pace the BMW's got in the tow. In the lane early is the KTM Glenn Wood behind the wheel down at Garth-Walden Racing. In the tow, Marciello sticking the nose out on the inside of 222 on the run into the kink. The fastest corner in the sport. Tick, and couldn't do the move there. There was some endurance racing experience there from the man they called Lello, but right now they're bottled in behind Yasser Shahin. Now that's not a commentary on Yasser. He is an extremely fast racing car driver, but he's an AM driver, part-time driver, and there's a bunch of pros hunting him down.
Talk about why it's important to get to the front of the field in the early part of the race. When we were tracking Raffaele Marciello, he is already 10.5 seconds behind the lead within 2 laps at the start of the race. So the field spread is always significant here. You mentioned Shaheen holding the battle pack up, but he's playing to a strategy game with that car. So he's trying to get some of his driving time done early.
Chan Guven has moved back up a couple of places. He sits on the outskirts of the top 10 at 10. Marciello's just got past Yasser Shahin, so he is up to 8th place in the 46 BMW.
Back down here at Elf Murray's Corner. Down the inside goes the Porsche. So that's Chan Guven, Turkish driver, who won here last year, getting the move done on Scott Andrews and the guy of Belmont Racing car, run by Tigani Autosport. And this will be Thomas Randall pulling the move on a Porsche at turn 1. Nice textbook stuff down the inside. So that's down the inside of the Shell car from the Ben Motorsport Park, an EMA Motorsport with Yasser behind the wheel. And he's got the sister Porsche behind. Same car, very different teams as we've seen this weekend, because one Porsche, the Ben car, has been really strong. The other one has been in struggle street all weekend.
I've ducked into Audi to get an update on the state of Riccardo Fella's car, and despite the fact that he's getting his ears boxed in, hasn't been reporting any major vibrations or any major issues with the steering on that car, but he was quick to give both the Mercedes drivers either side of him a little bit of an ongoing character assessment when they got through Mountain Straight. The second word was idiot. I'll let you guys guess what the first word was.
It's not past the watershed, even back in Europe at the moment, so we'll leave that one hanging for now. The 2025's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours. Oh, what a start, what a start. The socials have gone bonkers. That first, 35, 40 seconds is going to be being replayed all over the world. What an advert for this race, for GT3 and this part of Australia and this racetrack. Absolutely superb. Already the first vestiges of Sunday's sunshine are beginning to be seen over there in the east, and it's actually not as light outside as the cameras make it look. The drivers are still driving on their headlights here, Garth.
Yeah, that's a good point you're making. I was about to make that very point, John, that our cameras always make it look lighter than what it is. And I remember when I saw this race for the first time, I said, I don't know what they're talking about. It's only light, it's only really dark for the first lap or two, and then I came and did it and actually started the race, and it is very, very dark out there still. So as the tyre gets up to temperature and the drivers play themselves in, it's actually Riccardo Fella who's fastest at the moment with a 2:04.6, so certainly coming up to speed is the Audi, proving that there is no mechanical issue with that car, and probably a quite frustrated and angry Riccardo Fella looking to get his way back to the front of the field. Chaz Mostert working Augusto Farfus over. Chaz has been very fast here in the past in one of those BMWs, almost too fast early in the race. So maybe Chaz a bit smarter, a bit more of a wiser head on some shoulders here.
I like what Chad was saying about Riccardo. Riccardo Fella, he's clearly wound up by that. Now, you've got to know your driver and know whether you let him use that aggression or whether you need to calm him down on the radio.
Yeah, I mean, Riccardo's been here for a couple of years now, so MPC know him quite well. One thing that is playing out here, though, is 2 turbo cars are catching our leader, who naturally aspirated cars. So we did mention that the BMW and the Ferrari would have been very happy with that first lap free kick as they made up some spots. So they're looking to get themselves that track position while they can. while the ambient conditions are suiting a turbocharged car. As it gets warmer, the air gets thinner, and the turbo cars don't work as well. So while the air's dense, it's nice and cool, they're making more power. They're trying to use that while they can.
And do you think the 41-year-old Augusto Farfus, who has won World Touring Car Championship races, who's won at Daytona, who's raced at Le Mans, cares that Chaz Mostert's flashing the high beams at him? I don't think so. He won't be focused on that at all. But you're right, those two cars are catching Maxi Goetz quite quickly. So the margin was out to 1.5 seconds at the end of lap 1. It's been hauled into 0.9. But everyone, there's green on our timing board, which means personal best laps all the way down to 13th place. And the reason those behind aren't going quicker is because they're caught in a big battle pack down there at the back half of the 10.
Just a quick word about GT4. Adam Christodoulou has been passed by Tom Heyman, so it is the number 25 McLaren Artura that leads from Adam, and then Josh Buchan in the second of the McLarens in third place. And sad to say it, the curse of the KTM continues in the pits after just a couple of laps.
We're on board with Chaz Mostert. He's had a very good run out of the BMW M elbow, and he's lining up a BMW M car potentially to grab second place away. Brazilian Augusto Farfus, who's been here 4 occasions now, is looking feisty. Here goes Mostert down the inside. This for second position, and the Ferrari takes a step forward.
We've already had one pit caller this morning, and it was for 2 of the worst words in motorsport. Electrical gremlin is what's plaguing the KTM. But the good news is that car is back out on the racetrack now. I had a quick chat with David Crampton, one of the drivers, and instrumental people to this team. And he said, we brought in engineers from Reiter. They're the guys out of Austria who run the team and run the car, know it best. It came in, it went back on the jacks. They did it, Control-Alt-Delete. And now Glenn Wood is back out on the track. All they want is to finish this race.
It's funny, isn't it? They've been on track for 5 hours in the lead up to this race, and for that team, it has been completely trouble-free. And 1 minute into this race, when you're in racing conditions, it all changes. Let's just unpick this move with Chaz.
Oh, great move by Chaz. And I think Augusto was letting him pass, but probably doing it earlier than Chaz expected. So Augusto off the throttle right in the middle of the kink, and it caught Chaz unaware. And he actually had to grab a handful of opposite lock at 280k an hour with the sun still not up. So luckily, we know Chaz Mostert's got reasonable reflexes, and he was up nice and early, and he was pretty intense on the grid, and luckily, he saw that one coming.
Why would he let him pass there?
Oh, look, I mean, Augusto and Chaz were probably teammates in the BMW days, so they would know each other quite well, and Augusto probably knows the type of character that Chaz is, and when Chaz gets the eyes on, then Chaz is going forwards regardless. So you might as well let him go. And BMW is smart, Augusto's smart, like they know it's a long race. I mean, it's easy to get carried away, as we did with the first lap and track position and have a crack, but you got your race. Now that it's settled down, we've done 2, 3, we're up to lap 6. You got to start racing your race. And if there's a car behind you that's faster, jump in behind and save fuel. Sit in behind him, save some fuel, and let Chaz tow you up to Maxi Goetz to see if you can get by.
Augusto and those two actually won Daytona together as well. So you're right, they do know each other. And as for that start, I've just seen it described by James O'Donnell, hashtag B12HR, B12HR. It looked like the end of a 1990s British touring car. And you know what, James? That's spot on. That's going on next year's poster.
Well, and based on what Chad was saying about some of the character references being thrown around just before 6 a.m. in the morning, that there might have been some I'm going for first gestures going on in there as well. Battle pack going on down the inside, the Mercedes AMG on the Jamek Racing Audi. It's squeezed wide as Ricky Fella, as Lucas Stoles in 75 makes a pass.
Spicy.
That was,
that was
Engel. Well, that was Fella trying to get a run on Engel. So Ricky Fella's had quite the adventurous 7 laps to the start of this one, hasn't he? Just noticed on the timing screen, Chaz Mostert, as he went past Augusto Farfus, set the fastest lap of the race, 2:03.1, the fastest lap of the race last year. So here we go. This was Fella and Gotts. So Gotts has actually just ended up going all the way around the outside because Mauro Engel was blocking into the last corner. So Ricky's like, oh, I'll go all the way around the outside at 1-2. And Mauro Engel said, no, you won't.
Negative.
Go do some lawn mowing on the exit of turn 1. So There's Liam Talbot. So there's a bit of an indicator who's jumping into the car next in the 183 Audi. But yeah, Mostert fastest with a 3-1, fastest lap of the race last year, 2:02.98. So we're going to go faster than that.
Well, cars are still heavy. You can see that by the amount of sparks that are coming off the car over the top. The battle for the lead. We said it was closing down. It's happening. Turning it right up to 11 early on through the BMW elbow and down onto Conrod Straight. Now he'll be getting a draft in the hole in the air, punched by that AMG. They are quick down the hill, but the Ferrari is slippery. Dragging up inch by inch, centimetre by centimetre, goes to the inside. And that's the done deal. Through and a change of the lead. Chaz Mostert puts the Ferrari at the top of the timing screens.
Fifth to first in 7 laps, so it's been an adventurous start for Chazzy. He's been on pole here twice. He's won the great race on a couple of occasions. Would love a 12-hour win to his ridiculous racing CV that he continues to build, that now also includes team owner, because he's got a pair of McLaren. So Chaz leads the race, and he also leads the GT4 class because Tom Heyman has passed Adam Cristodolo to get in front in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura. Nice pass. Everyone, the GT cars raced here in November for a round of the domestic GT World Challenge Series, and everyone was like, man, those Ferraris are quick in a straight line as Andrews gets down the inside of Dean Fiore. It's a little inter-Audi battle going on here. Two different teams with MPC and Tagani battling it out. Still hard to pick cars with the bright headlights into turn 1. The Super Barns Supermarkets AMG gets down the inside. That's Davey Russell, silver class car. So a pass for Coity there. He's gone forward. Andrews pressing on. Yasser Shahin, by the way, has just settled into 10th place at the moment and leading that Pro-Am class in the Bend EMA Porsche, just a little bit up the road.
And by the way, as Chaz Mostert took the lead, he also put the fastest lap of the race in as well. Nice draft down Conrod Straight. What advantage do you get there in terms of how many Ks it could be different following in behind one of those fast AMGs?
Well, looking on our time screen, as Richard Crail's just pointing out, just a lazy 10k an hour, John Haydock. So we saw that Chaz was able to pull out and basically sail past the Mercedes, and he was the fastest down Conrod of everyone on that previous lap. So clearly using the toe to great effect, but you also need to get a good run off Forest Elbow to jump in that toe and use it to its maximum, and then know how to use the side draft when you get to the rear bumper. And that's something that Chaz is well versed in. We do that a lot in supercar racing, so Chaz knows all those tricks.
And that's all genuine drafting, slipstreaming, no pass flaps on these GT3 cars. That is skill and timing and getting out of that previous corner. Maybe 1, maybe 2 Ks quicker, and that turns into 10k at your braking area, and there's your opportunity to go by. Big battle pack coming down to Elfmurray's corner, and that is the test car going through. Stunning liveries right through the field this year, Grillsy.
You could make an argument that it's the best looking grid we've had. Just the effort that these professional racing teams have put into their liveries and their presentation and their commercial sponsorship this year has been outstandingly good. I wonder if Farfus, who took great advantage of all that stuff going on here on the opening lap, might have been a little bit out of position relative to the pace of that car, because he's been caught by Engel and Ricky Feller, who's still got good speed in the Audi. So while the BMW was speedy in those first, second or third laps, just started to drop off the pace. And Chaz, last time, round 2:02.6, absolutely flying in the lead, 2.3 seconds already.
And when Scott Andrews, back in his land of his birth, went past Yasser Shahin, that was a change in the Pro-Am lead as well for 10th overall. Scott Andrews hit the 44 Audi.
Here's Chaz across the Top Guard tender. You've done this before. The sun will be bursting up over the Blue Mountains in just a few minutes' time.
Yeah, that's right, and the run to Skyline is the trickiest part as the sun comes up, so still not over the crest is the sun, but when I spoke to Chaz on the grid, he said this is the time to capitalise. The cars have got the most downforce with the air's denser, so therefore the car generates more downforce, and for the turbo car they generate more horsepower, and Chaz using that to great effect as he opens to get 3 seconds over Matzy Gott. So it was only a lap and a half that he passed for the lead right here, or 2 laps ago he passed for the lead. So he's making every post a winner right here. Doesn't look to be saving any fuel, does one Chaz Mostert, and we've seen him do this in the past. When he gets motivated to get to the lead in the Bathurst 12 hour and takes off, he takes off. And this car looking very nice. Chaz has settled into a nice rhythm straight away. And I thought he was coming to the pit lane.
So did I.
Other than that, he's still not happy with the tyre temperature and he's weaving as he comes to the final corner. So
unless there's something on the circuit there,
maybe,
perhaps, because that battle pack before the battle all the way down the field was waging on, and maybe some contact or some debris put down there. Regardless, punches out another 3-0. Absolutely flying, Chaz Mostert. He leads the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour by just over 3 seconds.
You know what always impresses me with good racing drivers, Garth, is the paucity of movement, the economy of movement behind the wheel. Whereas most mortals, if we were going at these speed, we'd be hauling around, we'd be getting thrown around in the car, but it's tiny little movements and everybody looks so relaxed.
yeah, it's about actually how you use the tyre. And Ross Gunn does a maxi gots down at turn 1 and loses the rear in a Mercedes on entry. Luckily gets away with that one, and Dean Fiore thinks, well, I might have a look at this, as does Fabian Schiller, and they go line astern.
Class there, yep.
Up mountain straight. But getting back to what you were mentioning, John, it's all about how you use the tyre, and you want to load the tyre as gently as possible. So you genuinely want to look like, while you're hurdling a $1 million GT3 car across the top of the mountain at 220k an hour, look like you are driving down to the milk bar to get a litre of milk. That's what you want it to look like. So you want to just load the tyre gently, not excite the front tyre and overload the front tyre, which will then rotate the car out quickly, and then you lose the rear. So literally, your heart rate is up, you use the brake pedal as hard as you can push it, and you steer it with your pinkies. Yep. And that's basically how you drive a GT3 car fast.
Yasser Shahin under pressure from David Russell. Maybe contemplated for half a second about that, but he knows better. Going on the podium in the 1000 here before, and a lot of starts in Bathurst 12-hour spec, D-Russ. He's sort of the go-to dab hand at this kind of racing, still keeps himself very, very sharp by racing in Porsche Carrera Cup and finished second in the championship last year for the 3rd time in his career, but continues to win. Won the first international round for that championship in New Zealand. So this is at the BMW M elbow, and Yasser Shahin backing the EMA Porsche into the BMW elbow. And
that's Valentino Rossi on 2 wheels.
Yes, it is.
That's
a rear
like that.
Tire sliding.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have a dedicated drift circuit at the bend in South Australia. And I wonder if Yasser's been over on that, doing a bit of practice, a rear entry into Forest Elbow.
There's a bit of cork in the bottle feeling about this, though, isn't there?
Yeah.
With this big group of cars stuck up behind Yasser. So David Russell, Ross Gunn, Dean Fiore, Fabian Schiller in the Grove car, Jamie Day, who's been super, he's in the Aston in 16th, and then Tony D'Alberto, 17th in the Lambo. They're all very, very fast, very, very experienced racing car drivers.
But you've got to stay patient at this point. There's no point in David Russell throwing it up with a low percentage lunge here with 11.5 hours to go. He'll want to, because he'll see the gap opening up, and ahead of Yasser there's a bit of clear track, but really he's got to rein himself back in. Behind him, of course, is that battle for the bronze class led by the SPS Heart of Racing Ross Gunn driven car, then Dean Fiore, then Fabi Schiller, first time on the mountain, getting the opportunity as the newbie to start the race, get the early call for the coffee. Just wonder how long the patience will last from one D. Russell as he's in behind that Porsche.
Around the outside, David Russell wasting no time in getting past Yasser Shahin, and at Brock's Skyline sends the Mercedes AMG around the outside of the Porsche and takes P11 away from Yasser Shahin with a very bold move for 6:18 a.m. in the morning.
I'm just closing the list for pass of the day already on that. The patience ran out there, Garth, for a moment. It was time to send it.
David Russell certainly had his Wheaties this morning, because I can count on one hand the amount of successful passes around the outside at Skyline that I've seen in my 25-odd years here at Mount Panorama. So lucky to get away with that one. And we were teasing you needed to be patient in this scenario behind Yasser Shahin, and David Russell will be coming here for a long time. So here he fakes to the outside of McPhillamy, and then gets a run on Shaheen, and you think here, no, he's just going to fall back into line. But I think Shaheen got on the brake a little early. Here we go. This will show us nicely. We're about to hear Shaheen as he approaches the skyline. Yeah, much heavier on the brake. You can actually hear the engine come down quite a bit. Usually you float the car much more than that. And right about here, David Russell's holding his breath, thinking, I hope I clear the front of that Porsche, because if I don't, it's going to be a small plane crash.
Yeah, he's been here 14 times in this race, D. Russ, and that's the best move he's made in 12-hour spec in all of those many hours. The KTM's back out, which is great news. Glenwood behind the wheel, so they had some electrical dramas early.
Stopped, actually. I was hearing from on the socials from our eyes and ears all around here. Thank you to everybody who let us know. That car actually stopped in that first green flag lap, managed to limp back to the pits.
Control Alt Delete, get the car in emergency mode and limp it back down to the GWR team. All they want to do today is finish. That car's track record here isn't spectacular. In fact, the reading is pretty horrific at times with the terrible luck and reliability issues they've had with that amazing little Austrian sports car. All they want to do today is get the checkered flag at the end of 12 hours.
It's like a bad movie, that race car, isn't it? Like
you really
start watching it and you think, this is really bad, why am I doing this? But I'm going to get to the end.
You feel obligated.
And that's what's happening with the KTM. They started this project and we are going to get to the end. We are going to make this car do 12 hours. And you've got to give full credit to David Crampton for coming back year on year with that crew and having a crack with that car and trying to get that car through 12 hours.
Yeah, and then at the end of it, you delete it from your streaming service, so you never have to watch it again.
Ferrari leads the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours by a little over 5 seconds down the inside. Ross Gunn now makes the pass on the Porsche that was in 12th position. So the bronze leader, the bronze class leader, moving up a position from his starting grid. As I say, at the front of the field, it's Ferrari, and hello to Modena and Luca Giraldi from Ferrari, who is probably doing a little dance at the moment now that Chaz Monster has established himself at the front of the field. But that pass again by Ross Gunn. This is measured, but again, Garth, it's great driving by Yasser. This is not his race right now. This is not his race.
No, that's right. And we've seen this actually in the past from Yasser. I think last year he started the race as well. And he was smart. He just one by one let the field through. Don't forget, Yasser Shaheen's won the Le Mans 24-hour race in LMGT3. So it's not like he's just because he's a bronze driver doesn't mean that he doesn't know what he's doing. So jumps on the brakes just 10 metres early, minimises his time loss, minimises the potential for contact as Gunn gets past, and he races on. And to your point, John, that's not his race over the next 12 hours. He's not racing that car. They're playing a strategy with the 91 Porsche, and as the race plays out and then they stick their pros back in the car, it'll slowly pop its way to the top of the timesheets again, as we've seen year on year.
He had a great year last year, Crailsey. Undoubtedly his best year in racing, and racing in the World Endurance Championship, which he'll be doing again this year, although with WRT and the new Evo M4. He's learned how to be passed, and there's a skill to that as well.
And that's what we have seen twice now by Yasser Shaheen, when Scott Andrews got past, David Russell got past, and then again with Ross Gunn. You don't have to do anything crazy, just roll out of the throttle. Actually, Yasser Shaheen probably did a better job of letting cars pass than Augusto Farfus did.
Yes, absolutely.
Not that Augusto's accustomed to letting cars pass too often.
So one thing we're going to have to keep an eye on is when we get to this first round of pit stops, the tire selection. Everybody on Pirellis, and it is a limited number, but we have seen a lot of teams throughout the practice sessions and even qualifying scrubbing in sets of tires, basically taking that top layer off to get them ready and to be up to temperature quicker for this opening stint. Now, we've got a couple of different examples. I want to show you the difference. These are scrubbed in Pirellis. You can see they're not shiny. There's a little bit of wear to them. They've been on the racetrack before. They're called rodent tires down here for our international viewers, just in case you hear that. Say hi to the 44 crew. They're cheering on Scotty Andrews, who's making good progress up the field. But on the other side of the garage for Tigani Motorsport, we've got the Mercedes guys. They still have sticker Pirelli tires, and they do still have the stickers on them. These have never touched pavement before on a race car, so this is going to be a difference in strategy. When the 47 Mercedes comes in for its stop, David Russell's going to be getting new Pirellis. When Scott Andrews comes in for the 44, he's going to be getting some scrubbed-in rubber on the Audi, and we'll have to watch the lap times to see what a difference that makes.
Also, Shay, one thing to keep an eye on is teams double stinting tyres in this very early part of the race. Because while it's cooler and there's less temperature into the track, now's the time to double stint tyres to then give you more flexibility with your tyre allocation late in the day when the sun's out and you want to be throwing tyres at the car every time it comes to pit lane.
It's a good point, and this is a race traditionally where you don't have to throw tyres at your car at every pit stop. And there's been races won here in the past, Porsche with Matt Campbell, where they kept a set of tyres on the car that were slightly older than the car in front, but they were good enough to do the job. So the margin between a new tyre and an old tyre is significant, but if you've got track position, it goes back to what we were saying about this being a track position race. You can still do the job. And this is Ricky Feller, who's getting pretty sick of Maro Engel in the back of that AMG from GMR at the moment.
He was sick of Maro Engel within the first 250 metres of the race.
That'd be quite well made and beautifully presented, GT. And he's sick. He knows the part number on the back of that AMG. The other thing, I just wanted to point out, we'll finish this replay package. Fabi Schiller goes down the inside of Yasser, and the Aston squeezes down. Yasser was like, I'll let you by, but one at a time. You can have a little patience, please, in his first Bathurst 12 hour for Jamie Day. Another point I want to make about Yasser, he's not going slowly. No, not even slightly. He's doing fives in that Porsche. You know, any other race at this place, fives will win it for you comfortably. Right. Yeah. It's just relative to all the pros around him that just the natural pecking order is being assumed at the moment. But we've been saying all week that this is going to be a fast race. While we're green, it's going to be very, very fast indeed. It's just felt like that since the cars first came on. In fact, before the cars came on track, everybody's so psyched about it. One point I want to make about Shea showing us those Pirelli tyres for the AMG. That was S9, set 9 that they've got, +2. Now, you only get 12 sets, but not from the start of the race, Garth. That was from when we started on track on Friday.
Friday morning, practice 1. All the teams get 12 sets. If you did make it into the Pirelli pole battle, they gave you a bonus set, so that didn't chew into your allocation. And the bronze drivers back in practice got a set of tyres too, but they couldn't bring them into the race. So only... Jamie Day, big aero wash understeer, and ran it wide at the exit of the tree, and has made significant contact with the barrier, the concrete wall on the outside. Now, has that done any damage to the Aston Martin? And we won't really know until we get to Conrod Straight and he straightens the wheel up. So, heart-in-the-mouth moment for Jamie Day. First time at the mountain, just getting caught out by the aero wash. You can see a little bit more circumspect as he makes his way through the concrete barriers down to Forest Elbow. So let's have a look, once he gets through this kink, what the steering wheel looks like. So straighten it up here. Straight that, I think, Gus. As straight can be. Yeah, so that's it, so. Potentially got away with one. That, no doubt, there'll be wheels buckled as well. And I think because he hits it square. So watch the aero wash wide, gets the car square. Oh, just, it was pretty significant. Yeah. Lifted the car off the ground. I think it hit in front of the wheel as well. Here we go, on board. This will tell us. Watch his hands, how heavy it is, the contact. Yeah, because it was square. So actually, less of an impact through the steering wheel than I thought it was going to be. Yeah, absolutely. I think it was the front right corner that made contact, because he didn't have the wheel straight. He's still got a bit of lock on there. And the brakes. Yeah. And right there, as a driver, doesn't matter how much you put more steering into it, and it's inevitable. You're going to make contact, and all you're doing is holding your breath and hoping when you get back somewhat straight that the car keeps going in the direction you want it to. And you mentioned aero understeer, and it's something we'll talk about over the course of the day, but just explain that feeling when you're caught up in that dirty air of the car in front. I mean, when the tyre grips up, when you've got clear air and the tyre grips up, the steering weight is nice and heavy and you can feel the grip of the front tyre. But when you're in that aero wash and the downforce comes off the front of the car, the steering goes much, much lighter, and then you haven't got the front grip, and you just lose the front, you lose the weight, and you dial more lock into the steering, and you don't get the response. And generally, anything above 150 kilometres an hour, you lose front grip, and you become a passenger on the way to the scene of an accident, and it's a horrible feeling. A bit like when you're on a public road and it's wet and you turn into a reasonably quick corner at the posted speed limit and there's a big puddle in the middle and the steering just goes a little bit light and the car pushes across the road, and it's that
throat in the mouth feeling of, oh no, what's going to happen?
The good news down here at Valente Rosso, I had a quick word with Romy Meyer, who's engineering that car, and she gave me a thumbs up. So their words were, got away with that one.
Yeah, very much so. That's 2 this weekend, because Chaz Mostert...
Exactly the same place, yeah.
In the weekend, early in the Ferrari, and the sum total of damage there was about 1,700 euros for a Ferrari wing mirror, and that was it.
I tell you what, if that's the worst that Jamie Day has in terms of mistakes and the consequences thereof on his debut, he's been spectacular here, Garth.
He has, absolutely. One of the practice sessions, practice 1, that car was almost anonymous, and then in practice 2, it went to the top with a rocket, and it was very impressive lap time early in the weekend from Jamie Day. So nice job by the Valente Rosso team. Romy Meyer stepping in for the weekend, who as ex-AMG Mercedes was heavily involved with the development of the AMG Mercedes that we see on track right now when she was working for them, and has been at Triple Eight and now works for Premier Racing. There she is, Romy. Actually goes on maternity leave soon, so can do it all, that girl. Gun surfer, mum.
Really?
Race engineer.
Josh Hunt's in the background there, former racer, was halfway to IndyCar for a little while there, and we raced Indy Lights for a little time, and Atlantics in America, and came back and raced here, and now with Chris Papadopoulos, who's Formula 1 experience from an engineering point of view, put that team at Valente Rosso together, and they're heavily committed to this Aston Martin program. And chatting to them early in the week, they've got great plans for expansion to perhaps add some cars as the year goes on in GT World Challenge Australia. So we go back on board with Ricky Fella.
Latest episode of Ricky Fella v Maro Engel. Feels like this is going to be a docu-series we follow all day.
Previously. This is already such a Bathurst race, isn't it? We've had angst, we've had fingers out the windows, we've had near misses, we've had drama, excitement, and there's 11 hours and 14 minutes to go.
Chaz Mostert getting to the lead and taking off, and we've seen that before.
Exactly. I love it. The V10 Audi howls its way up Mountain Straight. A little bit of aero assist, and the thing with GT3 racing, and this battle perfectly exemplifies why it's so cool, is the strengths and weaknesses of the cars. And the Merc is so good in the first sector because it's got all that naturally aspirated bottom end grunt of the big Mercedes AMG V8. The Audi, with all its aero and downforce, is so good across the top, but unless you're David Russell today, passing over there is very, very challenging. So as long as Maxi can get his car up and down the hill well, Ricky Fella's going to be staring at that big AMG badge for a little while longer.
Don't forget, you can keep in touch. Hashtag B12HR at RSL_studio. And that comes in to the screens in front of us.
Down the hill into the BMW M elbow. This is quite a chunky little battle now because they're slowly grabbing in Maxi Goetz, who's running second, the early leader of the race. This is Yasser getting down the inside, followed by Tony D'Alberto, and Yasser's just chucked a wide there. It's not quite a free hit wide, but certainly a little one-run penalty. And then this up at Visit New South Wales corner, turn 2, and Jamie Day still in the thick of the action. The Aston Martin gets down the inside. Nice to have the Astons back in the race.
Totally.
One thing that the teams are starting to be doing is we're catching a replay of one of the GT4 McLaren Arturas, just flying the curb as they make their way down over Skyline to the Dipper. What has happened now is we're running lap 19 of the race, as we are what the teams call in the reverse window of the stint. So if there were to be a safety car or a full course yellow, the teams will come in and take it because they're beyond half of the stint length. So we're expecting 30 to 34 laps, depending on the car, per tank of fuel. So once they get past halfway, the teams take any opportunity that comes their way.
Battle for 4th and 5th. Maro Engel in the AMG, the Jamek Audi in 5th position. And here we see what Richard Crail was talking about, and we can describe it to you, the different strengths and weaknesses EMG pretty good up Mountain Straight, but the Audi, Rich, is nimble. As soon as we start climbing the hill and there's a bit of twisties going on.
Well, you've done this in this car. Tell me about across the top in an Audi R8.
Well, I've done this in this car and chased that car in front a lot. And it is so frustrating, and I'm feeling exactly what Ricardo Fella's feeling right now, because he can't get close enough to the rear bumper of the Mercedes because of that aero wash we spoke of early, and exploit the Audi's strengths, which is downforce and speed across the top of the mountain. What the AMG Mercedes has in its benefit, it is got good downforce, but not as good as the Audi, but it's got great torque and really good traction off the slow speed corners here at Forest Elbow. So look how Ricky Fella's closed up, and he's going, all right, I'm going to use the toe. It's going to help me pass him down into the end of Conrod Straight. But look at the Merc, it just slowly pulls away as they get up to speed. And right about now, the Audi starts to close in again with the toe, but you don't get close enough to pass on the braking zone, and you do it lap after lap after lap. So you think, I'm going to wait for the guy in front to make a mistake. The problem is the guy in front is Mauro Engel. He doesn't make mistakes all that often, so it's so hard. So you need to use lap traffic to use them as a pick and hope that Mauro gets held up in the wrong spot and you can get on through. But it is so frustrating when you can't exploit the strength of your car when you're chasing someone like this.
And this is what you were talking about before as well in terms of a pit stop window, in that right now the Audi team will be going, okay, if we can't pass on track, can we do it in the lane? Yeah. Do we go for an undercut? Do we pit earlier to try and jump them on track by getting that undercut, by getting a fresh driver on fresh tyres potentially out there as the sun starts to poke its way over the Blue Mountains now on this wonderful hour. The other thing that's going to happen, the temperature will go up quickly. So still sub 20 at the moment, but in a couple of hours it's going to be 25, 26, and then by lunchtime in the low 30s as the Hallmark Audi goes very wide at the chase. Dean Fiore, the door's going to be just ajar.
And with 3 wide, here comes Tony D'Alberto trying to take advantage. Fiore goes to the lane. There's plenty happening in this little battle pack. Wow.
Was that planned for Fiore to go in?
How do we know?
Who knows?
We'll come back to you on that.
Almost, well, he couldn't get to the lane because Fabian Schiller was going around the outside, so he almost had to back off, and Tony D was up the inside, and all of a sudden the world opened up for him, and Jamie Day's thinking, it's been a bit adventurous for me the last half an hour. I don't need to get involved in this in the Aston Martin. So ultimately, Fabian Schiller got through, no one made contact, and Dean Fiore is in pit lane.
And Tony D'Alberto is going around the outside in the Lambo. But Schiller has track position and up the inside at Griffin's Bend, visit New South Wales corner, with Day continuing to try and find his way past. So this looks like routine service. So it's 80 seconds. A full service pit stop. You can take a pit stop that isn't timed, but you can only put tyres on the car or fix some minor damage. So if you need to put some race tape on to put a front splitter back together or something along those lines. But otherwise, it's 80 seconds from the pit in line where you get to the 40 k's an hour speed limiter and right the way through to the other end, 80 seconds when you hit that pit limiter release and head up Mountain Straight.
Now, guys, unless there's been a change to the rules, and I was a little bit far down pit lane, but that looked like fuel and tyres at the same time on that car.
Good point. We run the old-style Le Mans pit rules here. You can fuel or tyre, but not do both. So that will be being looked at the moment. And race control have said they can. A moment or two ago, side by side, hip and shoulder. I think they were coming into the pit lane there, but unfortunately
the lane was blocked.
The lane was blocked. Did he not have one of those little flashy lights on his outside mirror there as he was coming through on the left-hand side mirror to tell him there was a car up the inside?
It started at the chase where Fiore overcommitted on the apex. Schiller's going, well, I'm going around the outside, and then Fiore had to actually jump on the brakes to get behind Jamie Day to get into pit lane. Tony D'Alberto was trying to take advantage of that. Here's the replay from the Aston Martin. So we get through the chase here. Fiore runs it on a little bit. Schiller's going to go around the outside. D'Alberto goes to the inside thinking, here we go. They go 3 wide for a little while, and then Dean Fiore disappears as he takes the brake pedal. Goes behind the Aston Martin. It was like a computer game, that bit there, wasn't it?
Shh. Don't tell anybody.
It was incredible. Like Dean Fiore hit the reset button and ended up in pit lane.
Yeah. Control Alt F9. straight to the pits.
And just to finish that point on the pit stop thing, it was in the regs last year where you had to fill in and you couldn't do anything else on the car, but they changed it, and I'd suggest with the reduced pit stop time as well, so it's only 5 seconds shorter than last year, but 5 seconds made the difference in winning or losing this race. The last couple have been decided by much less than that, so they're allowing them to do tyres and fuel at the same time. Fairly common sense sort of rule adjustment there.
Curious time for the 9 car to come to the lane. Pretty much 10 laps short of the opening window. We expect that this first stint will be a little bit shorter than what the cars are capable of doing, given they've done an out lap to the grid, 2 formation laps, and then the race started. Here's Ross Gunn dancing the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes. You can see the sun we were talking about when you come at Skyline. We're looking right from where the sun is, right into Ross Gunn's eyes. And you start the race in the dark with a tinted visor, and this is why. You can see the sun reflecting off his visor there. So you do the first half of the stint with your visor up and all sorts of junk going in your eyes because you can't see where you're going because it's dark. You flick the visor down as soon as the sun comes up. And that was a great shot of the sun in Ross Gunn's eyes.
Would you go up and down on the visor at parts of the lap?
No, once it's down, it's down.
It stays down?
So you basically wait until the sun peaks over Skyline and then lock the visor down because it's too hard adjusting. There's enough light and shade on the track as it is without introducing your own light and shade with your visor.
And you were a full visor rather than a peak.
I was always,
even on a full face helmet, you can get a peak, can't you?
I was always full visor with the visor down all the time, except for the first 15 minutes of this race.
Mostert by 8 seconds in the Ferrari that he shares with Will Brown and Daniel Serra. Chazzy doing Chazzy things. He's established himself worldwide as a maestro in GT3, and he showed it in that early running. What was it, 7 laps, you said, Crailsey, to get to the head of the field? And now, again, just relaxing into his job as he's into probably about the last third of this first stint. As they're coming through, he'll be feeding back information. Battle starting to heat up behind Maxi Goetz and Farfus, and still I tell you what.
No, Maro's going to park it on the apex here, mate. There's no way Ricky Fella's getting up the inside of Maro Engel. So we're 55 minutes into this race.
Shot back,
here we go.
Got the inside.
Switchback, and he's done it.
Brilliant.
He's done it. So it's taken 55 minutes. They were banging doors on lap 1 up Mount Straight. It's taken Ricardo Fella 55 minutes to get back to where he was at the start of the race in front of Maro Engel.
Well, that was how Audi got to the podium at the end of last year's race. Chris Haase, very similar move, was outside, switched back, got back up the inside. Good pass. Ricky Fella finally squeezes his way through on the 24th lap of the race, as some fairly well-known racing car driver names prepared themselves for forthcoming pit stop. So they work stint lengths on fuel economy in this race, but they'll also do it on driver time, and we'll touch on that, but you're looking for somewhere around 1 hour and 10 and 1 hour and 15 will be a longish single stint in this race.
Look how far that was set up, that pass. That wasn't just 1 corner back, that was 2 corner back for that pass.
Well, probably even further back, as there we go, the switchback of Ricardo Fella on Maro Engel. It was probably further back than that. It was leaving Forest Elbow. Ricardo Fella getting as good a run as he could out of Forest Elbow, got the toe all the way down Conrod, so he could position Maro on the inside in the braking zone, and then start that switchback that he ultimately did 2 corners later. It was an early start today, wasn't it, guys? So a bit of shut-eye while you can before the action heats up. And it started very hot, and it will continue to be hot through the day.
Their phones will be lighting up as we speak with character references and sleeping on the job jokes and things like that. I love it. Mostert by 8.4 seconds, and the first sector clear of the back of that Mercedes AMG. Ricky Fella sets his fastest first sector of the entire car race. So he's got a head of steam now and looking to get some track position and get to the back of Augusto Farfus. It's funny, the Mercs aren't particularly speedy in a straight line, but your point was that torque we've been talking about, how they fire out of that corner.
Well, they get up to speed very quickly, which makes it tricky for the following cars to get a run on them. This is the trickiest stint in the day to get the tyre pressure right, because the ambient conditions we haven't seen all weekend. It's obviously dark and the air's denser and cooler. And so you've got to sort of forecast, well, how quickly is the temperature going to rise in this first hour of the race? How quickly is the track temperature going to rise in this first hour of the race? And you've got to somewhat lick your finger, stick it up in the air and almost get a feel for the air before you set the tyre pressures at the start of this race. Because I think Maro Engel, for example, was very strong early and has faded as the stint went on. So I think they started their tyre pressure quite high and maybe just fading a little bit in the back end of this stint. And the teams will adjust now as they start to get information. They get the tyre pressures live on the telemetry, so they don't have to wait and take the pressures when the car gets to pit lane. They'll adjust the pressures as this stint goes on, ready for this first pit stop.
Chan Guven in the Porsche back in 9th place has just set his quickest lap of the race as well at a 2:03.2, so there's good pace. Just check the temperature. It's actually colder than it was at the start. It's that little pre-dawn moment when the temperature bottoms out. So just 16 degrees, but it'll come up very, very quickly as the race goes on, as they deal with some traffic. And Ricky Fella, he's had 3/4 of a lap of joy of clear racetrack, and now he's got Augusto Farfus in the BMW, and he's got a Mercedes tucked up behind his rear wing. It'll be the last thing in the world he wants is Maro Engel to work his way past again.
It's going to be the widest R8 Audi you've ever seen in the braking zone, because there's no chance that Ricardo Fella's letting Maro Engel through again.
Yeah, he's got one of those little levers like Professor Pat Pending used to have on wacky races, and it'll just go out about another metre or a metre and a half. That's the battle for third position, by the way. Chaz Mostert up the road by 9.5 seconds to Maxi Goetz, and then 2 seconds further back is the battle for third on down.
Yeah, and second's actually not that far up the road either, as you mentioned, John. So
seconds, yeah.
Ricky Fella, though, he sort of got his ears boxed early. He's not too far away from second as he mounts his fight back, and the McLaren just get elbowed out of the way by Lucas Stoltz. He's not wasting any time. He's not far behind that battle pack for second and third either. So whilst Chaz is up the road, the rest of our main contenders are very close proximity. As we look in the eyes of Augusto Farfus, he's still got the visor up. And just there, you can see the sun in and out.
Yeah, the sun on the sun strip. Yeah.
So great shot, that. Love that.
Love the super slow-mos we've got. Our slow-mos are even more slow and super this year than ever before. And if you can, listen on headphones for a bit if you're away from the track, because the audio mix this year is stunning. Chaz Mostert by 9 seconds at the front of the field, but the battle pack is forming behind Maxi Goetz. Is 2 seconds ahead in second of Farfus, Fella, Engel and Stoltz. We might as well, and actually add Thomas Randall into that. You might as well put all of those together, because very shortly we're going to have a 5-car scrap for what would be the third place in the box in 11 hours' time. And I think we've already come down. Where's that time gone, by the way? Where's my first hour gone, lads?
I was thinking the same thing. Thomas Randall's been a quiet little achiever in this opening stint, given the duties of starting car 222.
Keep an eye out for the 183 Audi coming to pit lane. I think I just saw Ricardo Fella take his helmet air off his helmet, and that's what they tell you to do, where you tell you to do it. So either he was adjusting the helmet air, or he's taken it off, because you do that usually down Conrod before you come to pit lane. So it's one thing less to remember when you come to the lane. So does he peel in? Not this time, so he's adjusting it. So we're not far away, within 3 or 4 laps, I think, of coming to pit lane. And you said Thomas Randall was playing himself in nicely, so is Raffaele Marciello in the 46 BMW. He's down in 8th. He's only 6 seconds away from second. So there you go, they are set up at JMEC Racing. So I wonder whether they called an audible there and went around once more.
Touched on the fact that you can get an undercut, especially when you're caught up behind the car in front. While the pit stop times are in theory the same if all goes to plan at 80 seconds, it's that outlap and the inlap, and we've seen some pretty heroic inlaps here and some outlaps as well that have helped dictate where the race plays out and if you can jump somebody in the lane.
No tyre warmers. No. I'll keep saying that for those of you who aren't used to this. No tyre warmers, and there is an absolute art to getting those tyres warmed up so that you don't absolutely throw away a bunch of time on your first, lap and a half?
Yeah, a lap, definitely the first lap. And I think the play here is actually the overcut.
Yeah.
Staying out on a hot tyre is going to be quicker
at this time of the race.
Absolutely. Staying out on a hot tyre, getting one more lap is better. And I wonder whether they said to Ricky Fella then, if the BMW stays out, you stay out. Because if you've got the fuel to do it, you want to do one more lap. So whilst the car in front comes in, does their stop, and the new driver's getting the tyre up to temperature, the car that stays out and overcuts, it's got the hot driver, hot tyres, he's in the groove, maximum push lap, and try and go around the outside of him if you effectively with an overcut.
And to that point, this will be the worst the tyres will be for the entire day, because right now, there's no UV in pit lane because the sun hasn't got there yet.
Yeah, so you can't preheat your tyre.
Correct, still shaded down below us in the working side and the back of the garages as well. So as the sun comes up, all the tyres will be out the back of the garages, baking in the sun to get them up and get some core temperature into it. Well, what a start it's been to this race as we work our way into the second hour of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and the sun is up, the temperature coming up outside and inside, and at 5:45 a.m. the field burst into life, waved away by the legendary Jackie Ickx, and it was incredible from the outset with Maximilian Goetz backing his car into turn one, Ricardo Fella, the pinball machine in the middle, Maro Engel on the outside, and Augusto Farfus in a BMW carving his way through the field, Chaz Mostert doing the same. Busy stuff in the first 500 or 600 metres of this race as they raced into the pre-dawn, and it was Chaz with big moves and big moments, as he is prone to do in that Arise Racing Ferrari.
Yeah, Chaz was making his way to the front very quickly. This battle between Maro Engel and Ricardo Fella started at lap 1, turn 1, and it went for 55 minutes, and they battled, and they battled, and they battled. Chaz Mostert had big speed, went to the lead past Maxi Goetz, and disappeared up the road. Chaz Mostert starting the race, doing Chaz Mostert things. He leads now by 9.5 seconds. Jamie Day had this moment in the Aston Martin, contact with the concrete wall as he exited the tree, making his run down to Forest Elbow. And then finally, Ricardo Fella got up the inside of Maro Engel and took that spot for fourth. But Chaz Mostert, he's in the groove, and he's doing it very nicely right now.
Sun is properly up, so that darkness period has gone, and is that him coming to the pit lane? Is that the leader thinking about coming in? It's about the right time. Class leaders, Krilsey.
Scott Andrews on top in the Pro-Am class. Green number you can see there. Ross Gunn for Heart of Racing leading the bronze. And on the track and in class, just behind is David Russell, leader of the silver class. Tommy Hayman's leading GT4 in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura, and he's got 9 seconds over Mark Griffith's car, the Mercedes AMG, still driven by Adam Christodoulou, and then Josh Buchan. And into the lane, the first to blink is Jamek Racing and Team MPC, who have been here for a very long time and know how to play this race out. Into the lane they come, and Ricky Fella with the belts loose already. There's going to be a driver change, the first of the race so far.
So the first 2 cars to come to the lane have both been the MPC Audis. So the 9 car came nearly 8 months ago. Yeah. And now the first of our real front runners, Ricardo Fella, comes to the lane. So they don't have to do the rapid driver change because they have roughly 45 seconds of sit still time with that mandated 80 seconds from pit in to pit out. Liam Talbot, who we saw suited and booted, he jumps aboard. The team taking the opportunity to put another set of tyres on, so they're not double stinting that first set of tyres.
Liam lives for moments like this. This is where he will be at his very, very best. To be fired up about this moment to take control of this car, which will be a contender throughout the course of the day. Remember, Brock Feeney, the 3rd driver in this combination, and he's very good in these cars.
Single stint, start the race.
Yeah. Yeah, well,
that's what Chad was saying earlier on down in the Pirelli pit bunker.
Oh, don't forget this car is playing the Pro bronze driver in the Pro class. Yep. So theoretically, if Liam Talbot gets in here, does 1 hour, he could be done for the day.
Yep.
So they're trying to get that done early, getting their bronze driver 1 hour, 60 minutes done early, giving them then, I mean, that's not saying Liam Talbot might not get in because we know he's fast at the mountain, but that gives them total flexibility with their driver time strategy later in the race.
And they will try and maximise this stint for Liam as long as they can. If they can keep him in the car for 1 hour and 15 minutes, potentially
it opens
now,
that window.
Correct, because remember that number Chad talked about in the Pirelli pit bunker at the start. That's one way to get some rear tyre temperature in an Audi R8 and blow our ears out in the commentary box.
Sorry, what did you say there?
Correct. If they can get more time out of Liam Talbot, that 340 minutes we've been talking about for the pros as Chaz Mostert comes into the lane.
Just looking at the Audi pit stop time, guys, 1 minute 46 spent in pit lane. So that's 106 seconds. That's a lot longer than the minimum 80.
That's a good point, Chad. And that's something the teams need to be aware of. Whilst you don't have to do these rapid driver changes like we do see in some categories around the world, you still need to get it done and make sure you transit the lane from the moment you put the pit limiter on to the moment you turn the pit limiter off has to be 80 seconds. So now pretty much everyone's coming to the lane. The BMW's gone around though, so that's interesting. Both BMWs have gone around, as has Anchan Guven in the Porsche. So all the teams will now be starting to watch each other. Who's got what fuel economy?
Our camera operators in the truck making art this morning. We're not just covering a motor race. Absolutely outstanding work with that sun-up.
So they're double stinting tyres on the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes. You can see them adjusting the tyre pressure there as they refuel the car.
But that doesn't change they don't get an advantage from that. That doesn't change the minimum pit stop.
No,
as soon as the fuel hose goes on, it's 80 seconds. If you decide not to put the fuel hose on and just change tyres, you can do it as quick as you can get those 4 lug nuts off Craig Lowndes in the pit lane, the 222.
So a minute,
Thomas Frank.
A minute 23 for Will Brown, pit in to pit out, so 83 seconds for the Arise Racing GT Ferrari, so that's pretty good. A minute 25 for Maxi Goetz, so they lost 2 seconds relative to the Ferrari. So 80 seconds could be ambitious by the looks of what we've seen so far. If you can do it in 80 seconds, apparently you're doing a good job. So 84 seconds for 222 with Craig Lowndes now behind the wheel. 88 seconds for 75 Express for Sun Energy One and Kenny Habul.
That was one team I knew. If anyone's going to get closest to the 80 seconds, it's going to be the 75 car. Kenny Habul aboard that one. So Habul and Liam Talbot aboard those Pro bronze cars. So both teams mirroring each other with that strategy. So here's Will Brown just leaving his mark on their pit box as he takes off. I see you, Liam Talbot, and raise you.
Let's see if they put tyres on the Ferrari. I don't think they did. Mostert handing that car over in very good shape. Chaz's first stint run at an average lap pace of 203.5.
Just looking at that.
And 7 of those laps were traffic polluted as he made his way to the front. So
we're hearing that they put tyres on the 36 Ferrari, which is the Pro-Am car. Brad Schumacher started that car, and they were running down in 16th position, but they've kept the same tyres on the Pro car that was leading the race. And
staying in.
So they've gone 1 lap longer at Absolute Racing. The Kangaroo Skippy up the side, the same livery they ran in 2020 when they got pole position and finished 4th in the race.
Both BMWs still going, as is Maro Engel. So we did say early that Maro Engel looked like his speed was drifting. I think he was just being economical with his fuel use and trying to stretch this first stint.
Driver change at Gaia Valmont Racing. Scott Andrews, after a very tidy opening stint, first time racing in Oz for a decade. It's the 77 early contender, Maxi Goetz, in the gravel trap at Elf Murray's Corner, and that will 100% be the first BMW safety car period of the race.
How has he got there?
He must have arrived backwards.
They didn't change tyres. Oh, this is going to be something with traffic.
Safety car boards and flags. Safety car boards and flags.
It's the Ferrari.
Oh my goodness!
The 26 Ferrari of Will Brown and Maxi Goetz. They were battling for position.
He arrived backwards, as I suspected. You don't get in there and drive in that way around. So now, pick the bones out of that one.
Well, Goetz is in the gravel trap, and there was contact to the Ferrari. So 2 of our real front contenders. Has that damaged the front of the Ferrari?
Limiters must be activated.
So go safety car. All cars now are 80k an hour.
BMW staying out. Seems like a genius call. They bail into pit lane.
They have got the free kick of all free kicks, as has Maro Engel. So
the beauty of it is for them, they hadn't even got to the point of catching a safety car because they were on Conrod Straight when that was called. So This is a gift of all gifts for WRT.
Exactly what we're talking about. If you can save a bit of fuel, and this is why I like the fact that we've been able to have as long a stint as possible, Garth. Saved a little bit of fuel, opened the window. Thank you very much. We'll take that.
Oh, we often wonder and say how professional WRT are, and they win all the big races all around the world. And my people often say, geez, they're always so lucky. They're not lucky. They're just smart, and they're good.
You are, the
and
luckier you get.
Save fuel, make the window as big as you can. If an opportunity comes, you take it, and they have taken it in the first stop.
Chaz Mostert, what opening stint. Clearly you like leading this race, and you've been thinking about making those moves. Talk about getting to the front and having clear track ahead.
Yeah, it was really nice. It's always nice to open here at the 12 hour, but the car performance is really, really good in the dark and cool, crisp air around here, and the aero is really quite cool across the top. So done a lot of laps here in my time. So yeah, I really enjoy that opening stint. It's probably one of the coolest stints that you can do in any race car around the world. So yeah, the car was really good. Had some fun with a couple of those super pros out the front. But yeah, the car was really good. I hope we can kind of stay in the mix through the middle of the day and it comes back to us a little bit at the end of the day. But that was really a lot of fun.
Would have put an even bigger smile on your face if I told you were leading two classes at the same time, because McLaren got to the front of GT4.
Yeah, it's quite funny when you're cruising around there and you're leading the open at the whole race, and then you're kind of also keeping an eye on the GT4 battle pack as well. So those three cars in that GT4 field are going to be really awesome. I wish more GT4s would enter this race, because the experience these silvers and bronze guys are getting is second to none. And doing this race and their experience will take them to the next level. So the good thing about here is everyone's in the GT3 is really kind to them most of the time. And yeah, we need more in this race. It'd be really cool.
I agree with that. Now we are under a safety car. Your car was involved with that. I know that you didn't see the incident as it happened live, but what is it like battling out there with all these pros? You said it's pretty elbows out.
Yeah, it is. You just got to, you know, pick your strengths and your weaknesses. So just watching it now, you know, I'd say Will was kind of there and old mate kind of come across. So I hope we don't get a penalty for that. Yeah, it's those guys try to squeeze you as much as you can. So yeah, we'll see how we go. See what happens out of that.
Fingers crossed the rest of the way.
Thank you. Cheers.
I would not like to be calling that in race control. We'll leave them to do their job. The safety professionals have got the 77 back out of the gravel.
So Maxi Goetz drops a lot of the Bathurst Regional Council's gravel trap on pit straight, so he might take the opportunity under the safety car. Ironically, is the car that helped it into the gravel, whether right or wrong, draws alongside and probably can't pass it.
No,
Brown. He needs to stay right where he is, but they are on a different lap though, so they've dropped a lap. Now we call it the lucky dog rule is still in effect this year, so which means that cars a lap down can get back in front of the field on a safety car restart later into the race.
I was going to say, it doesn't kick in for the first 3 hours, I think, of the race. So
there is, it's the whole hope is not lost for Craft Bamboo Racing, but man, they're on the back foot now.
You see the amount, and Maxi Gott's doing everything he can offline to get as much of that gravel out of the car as he can. But you see, like, these cars are designed to go forwards and forwards very efficiently. When they go backwards into gravel traps, they are a great excavator. And you can just see, and it's actually done a bit of damage to one of the rear strakes in the floor. That's not significant, but just how long? It's half a lap now, and there's still gravel coming out of the back of the thing. So watch here as he nails it.
It's so intricate at the back as well, even behind the rear wheels, the strakes there for the air exiting from the wheel arches, and that's caught a whole load of gravel as well.
You just see now as he tries to shake it out of all the ducts and out of the floor, and if Maxi's got a visor, I'd be putting that down too, because as you get up to speed, there's dust and everything that flies through the cockpit of the car. So, as I said, the race cars, particularly GT3 cars, very good at going forwards, but when they go into the gravel trap backwards, it's amazing where that gravel can go.
We'll probably need to have a talk about the incident as well, and race control will be looking at the replays. And to be clear, they carry all of the same assessment equipment at this race that they'll have at every Repco Supercars Championship round. So all of the analysis tools, the EVS and replay, they run upstairs in Motorsport Australia Race Control for race director James Taylor, for Craig Baird, who's driver standards, and all the team up there to assess the incident as thoroughly as they can to ensure that if a penalty needs to be applied, it can be a fair one that matches the crime that's been committed. So they'll be going through that process right now, and the stewards will be up there discussing that while we're behind the control of the BMW safety car.
I think that's a tough one to call. I really do. But
yeah, it definitely is, absolutely.
Yeah. I could see it both ways. I'm not sure it's smart at this early part of the race to be putting yourselves in those positions, but you know, as we said, racing drivers be racing drivers.
As generally happens when these incidents happen in these races, those that have been aggrieved in the past by similar incidents start texting each other. And just got a text message from one Dane saying, I remember when one of my cars in this race got put into that gravel trap. Who was driving that car? I'm not going to say who was driving the car at the time, but it always happens every year. So good morning, Roland. Good to see that you're watching the race.
Working the first safety car behind the glorious BMW that's leading the field up Mountain Straight. Heart of racing, gentlemen. Ian James in that car, the bronze driver in the bronze class. Ian driving as well as he ever has done, trying not to think about Valkyrie things. But he's up to 4th position, and the cause of the safety car down at the final corner, Elf Murray. Scarf Tander, call it.
Oh, thank you very much, John Hindoff.
No pressure. You're the driver, mate. You're
okay,
the driver.
So here we are on board here, Will Brown. Maxi Goetz is going to appear just to the side of us there. Don't forget, Goetz was on a hot tyre, didn't change tyres. Will Brown, we think, did change tyres. So it's the end of the outlap, but very close. We heard from Chaz Mostert saying, oh, it looked like Maxi came down. And surprise, surprise, from the Craft Bamboo pit bunker, it looks like their opinion was slightly different. And that is what Craig Baird and Motorsport Australia Race Control will be doing, is looking at all of the camera vision that they have.
So this is right from the very beginning of the incident. So
Will
Brown on an outlap, remember.
Defending the position down into the
final
right corner.
Right.
I think that's, to me, that's two cars converging on the same bit of tarmac. And Will didn't look to me like he drifted up. It did look like Maxi was trying to take the corner. Was he far enough around the outside? That's why I love the fact that I don't have to make that decision.
So action as we're behind the safety car. Action on lap 1 as well. Ricardo Fella right literally in the middle of it. Can you talk us through lap 1 going up Mountain Straight?
Yeah, actually it's not how I wanted to start this race. I think the Merc on pole just braked very, very late and came wide, because actually I was planning to stay on his right through the corner. But then I had to brake and go on the inside, obviously, and then there was another Merc suddenly, and then they were both driving into me, so I couldn't do anything. And the car, I think, is also a bit damaged on the front, and especially on the right side. But yeah, now we just need to try to survive.
But steering was okay?
Yeah, it moved a bit, but it's fine to race.
All right, thank you, Ricky. I just want to bring up another point. We saw a slow pit stop for this team, and if I come over towards the fuel rig on this operation, they are working on this at the moment, and they're hoping to figure out what the problem was that cost them a little bit of time. It looked like a slightly slower pit stop for you guys as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, we had a problem on the fuel rig. I don't know exactly what happened, but we lost about 20 seconds, which for sure is not ideal. But yeah, that's racing. The race is long, and we try our best to fight back.
All right, thank you, mate.
Thank you.
Just one thing on that, the fuel bowser that's there, the tank, there is a specific height off the ground that can only be. And what Crailsey and I were doing the pit walk earlier on, they had the, on Thursday, they had the tape measure out to make sure, all the teams were making sure that was all within the rules, Chad.
And just for some more added complexity, they are thinking it might not be at the rig end, it actually might be at the car end. It's the fuel tank that's not breathing, but it didn't do it during practice. So if that's true and they're losing 20 seconds of pit stop, you could just about put a strike through their name right now.
Wow. Thanks, Chad. Good intel. Lights are out on the BMW safety car, and with that I can bring you some news from Motorsport Australia Race Control. No further investigation will take place on the contact between the Ferrari and the Mercedes AMG
racing incident.
So lights are out. Augusto Farfus. So BMW's
overrun the chase.
BMW's got a free kick out of this. They've got track position by staying out and taking advantage of the safety car. And Augusto Farfus leads the race down. It's Valentino Rossi behind the wheel of car 46 in second place. It's still wild to say that. Maxime Martin behind the wheel, former BMW driver, chasing the car he drove last year and wide. Ian James, was it? In the heart of racing car it was, and you cannot pass until you get to the control line under the bridge. So it's all chocked up in peak hour traffic early in the morning on Mount Panorama, and the field will split as a result. So both BMWs and Maxime Martin in the GMR Mercedes AMG have got massive track position out of this. That 77 car's now a lap behind. They need to wait for the next safety car a little bit later in the race to try and get their lap back. And there's GT4 cars in all of this as well.
You actually saw, I was like, why is Maxi Belch putting his foot on the brake going up mountain straight? It's because he had to change lanes because of the GT4 cars. Even before they got to the control line, Augusto Farfus bowled a wide at the chase. So as soon as the safety, oh no, one of the McLarens backwards at turn 2 into the wall, the 25 car.
Ryan Sorensen.
So was there contact as some of the faster cars coming through? Now he's stuck. And this is hard, trying to, well, yeah, one, actually get reversed with a paddle shift gearbox, and two, you've got to get it up the hill when you reverse out of there. So there we go, he's done a flick turn, and now it's actually damage to the front splitter.
Come on, come on.
But has he done damage to it? So what happens here? Was it cold tyre? Oh no, that's number 9, Dean Fiore. Contact with Sorensen, turns him around.
Race control don't like that.
No, not at all.
Fast class car gets caught up with a slow class car. And this, just to unpick, was what was going on the restart, because you cannot overlap until you get to that control line. And Ian James had a big overlap, and he got that track position in the 27 car, ran it wide at Elf Murray's corner, and then no one could get by until they got to that control line. So they're all choked up there. It's like trying to merge onto the freeway and everyone doing it badly.
Great heads up by Max Martin, so he didn't overtake. He actually had to slow down, got a tap from behind from Will Brown for his trouble. What about the weaving when the safety car lights were out there, GT?
So that's a rule change for this year. Traditionally, in the past, in Australia, once the lights go out on the safety car, you have to stop weaving, which has been a local rule that's caught out a lot of the international drivers here in the past. But Australia now has gone back to more of the international style rules that you can continue to wave once the lights go out on the safety car. One caveat on that is, though, later in the race, when we do have the lucky dog wave around scenario take place, you're not allowed to weave on that last lap out of Forest Elbow whilst the wave by cars are getting past the safety car and getting their lap back.
I like that rule change, because so many times over the years, internationals in particular have been caught out by it, and it's affected the race by having quite a big penalty for, and I get it, you've got to know the rules and play the rules to the location you're racing, but just brings the race into line a little bit more internationally.
How many times did you read the rule book when you were full-time driving?
Oh, well, for me it was okay, because it's the same as the Supercars Championship, but when I was doing this race and I had international teammates, my job in the team was to go through all the local rules and just drum it into them. So one of the Ferraris, Elliott Shute,
very slow.
He's just getting up to speed after this restart, and now, too wide across the top of the mountain. So it's awkward for both cars. You don't want to be offline and getting marbles and junk on your tyres. Shute trying to do the right thing, but he's really in an awkward spot. There's Lowndes. He's not doing the Dave Russell thing of going around the outside of Skyline. He knows, he's been here before, seen that movie not end well. So now Shute in the 36 Ferrari, just trying his best to get up to speed. There'll be junk all over his tyres after that moment with the 91 Porsche getting by.
I think if 4 or 5 years ago you told Elliott Shute, when he was winning a driver search competition in the West, to get a steering and a Rise Racing Radical, that he'd be getting mugged by Craig Lowndes in the opening stages of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, he would have laughed in your face.
Sorting him off. He's making that around the outside of the kick. Wow. Well, that tells you how long it takes the tyres to come up. We've just a note on this, guys, where the safety car came out and how it worked out. There's a few notable cars that have dropped off the lead lap here, so we will have to look out for who's in that lucky dog situation when we get further into the race.
Well, the one that actually got my attention was the 36 of Elliott Shute, the Pro-Am Ferrari. Whilst it wasn't in the top 10 prior to that safety car, it was certainly safely on the lead lap. So they've been shuffled through all that. Now they find themselves a lap down. That's why Elliott Shute was having to battle with faster cars trying to get around him.
Also, the Bain Porsche has gone a lap down as well. Maurice Schuring getting his score.
A drive-through penalty to car 888 for a safety car breach.
Right.
So 888, Maxime Martin in the Group M AMG Mercedes.
Is that because he slowed down coming with the line?
Well, no, because it was Maxi Goetz that actually was behind Ian James that had the moment, so he did the right thing there. So we'll get Chad or Shay to go and find out exactly what that breach was. It just says pit lane for
passing under
breach.
yellow.
Okay, so we're hearing passing under yellow. So that's a slam dunk, and no doubt. And Richard Crail mentioned earlier that all these cars have the cameras in them for judicial, so it'll be on the camera, it'll be irrefutable, and that's a pretty easy penalty to give if they have the evidence. So that's the car that currently runs third. Here's this moment with Lowndes and Shute, and I think Lowndes thought that Shute was just going to back out of that one.
He was not.
And luckily CL's done a lap or two around here, so he was in the right spot, and there was actually a bit going on behind there. Yeah, so there you go, there's one around, and is that James that went around? It was Kenny Habul that was trying to get up the inside of Ian James. So here we go on board Liam Talbot. Kenny Habul right in front of us. Kenny's going up the inside of James.
Touch.
Just touch, and around James goes. So that was one of those sort of indecisive ones. No, you go, no, you go, no, you go. And that's like...
You both end up crashing.
In the end, you're both crashing. Kenny would have been better off just jamming it in there, and they would have been side-by-side contact. James wouldn't have gone around.
Now, GMR need to take this drive-through as soon as they can, because with all that drama that was going on the restart with Ian James and checking everybody up, the three leading cars... Lowndes. He's got an issue.
Tyre.
Oh, no.
Left rear.
Well, if it's going to happen, and Jules Gounon will tell you this from when he won the race in 2020, do it just before you get to pit lane.
He's put, like, the pit lane's right there. Where's he going? Where are you going, Craig Lowndes?
He's stopping.
He's got more problems than just a tyre on
the
car.
So has there been a significant failure? But wouldn't you drag it back to the lane? And positive he was just coming out of the chase there.
He was, absolutely. That's under the spares box bridge.
He's undoing his belt.
Space left there. So he need to unpack that one. And that car was looking very strong.
All hold your breath.
Grove car and the Aston Martin. There's a Ferrari in there. Side by side.
Planning to get Lowndesy up in box at some point over the course of the day, but that's not quite what we'd had planned. And he is out of that car. Thumbs up to the official, so he's okay. We'll try and unpick what's going on with a contending car, and Scott Taylor has put together an awesome program. Now, Lowndesy going to the right front corner. Wife Lara watching on. Rod Nash down there in the garage as well. Two of his Tickford Racing boys in that team this weekend.
The crew's waiting for him to come back in, guys. They're lined up in the front, and they're actually saying, why is he getting out? They're watching the pictures, getting that information from us. They don't know what's wrong with the car, but to them, it looks fixable.
Yeah, I mean, it baffles me that you're that close to pit entry, and if the thing was upside down on fire, you'd be still skull-dragging it into pit lane to try and fix it at this stage of the race. So, like, I mean, Craig's done, Craig Lowndes has so much experience.
Contact? There must have been contact somewhere else, and he's done a drive shaft or something else.
But you'd still try and get it back, surely.
I mean, it's downhill. You coast into the lane from there. Chase.
So there's the...
It's gone. It's suspension.
It's clearly, but...
Yeah.
More than just a tyre. So... Whether he does not have the drive to do it, whether it is like
good call,
like that it's failed that heavily that you literally can't drive the car back to pit lane. That would be the only thing that you'd expect would stop that car getting back to pit lane, as it doesn't have the physical drive to get there.
That's why I thought drive.
Kenny, I think he's giving a character assessment out the window.
This is on Liam Talbot. It's called
Tommy Milner now.
Yeah, that's right. Kenny was in Daytona. He saw that.
Actually, no, he was long gone.
Oh, Liam, up the inside.
Hip and shoulder.
I think that character assessment's going to go on. I just caught it when we got that shot. Kenny was waving, and I don't think he was saying good morning to Liam Talbot.
Every year we sit here and go, do these guys know that this race has still got 10.5 hours to go? So they're the 2 bronze drivers in pro cars looking to get their driving time ticked off and handed over to some of the best GT racers in the world. And now Brenton Grove is going to try and sneak his way through. And behind that, there's an Audi R8 that's pretty spicy with Dean Fiore, who's gone a lap down. So he's trying to work his way back into it as well.
Oh, it would look like Brenton Grove is lining up for around the outside move. No, he pulls in. Smart play there. So Kenny Habul, it's been an eventful lap for him, and now they're catching the back of Talbot again. What's going on? No, Talbot's got a drama. Oh. It stopped. So as they made their run from Skylight, now here comes Grove down the inside of Habul. What a lap this has been. Lap 38.
Talbot touring. So is that dead stick? No, he's got
no engine. He's talking to the team.
His wheel's not straight.
Remember,
looks like it's sitting down.
Remember, Ricardo Fella said the car had damage from that contact early in the race.
Good point.
So I wonder if something's failed.
Yeah. Steering arm, maybe something like that, but there's nothing waggling around at the front end.
So this was the contact with Habul, which was reasonably light. So whether it's a tyre starting to go down, but it's sort of almost past the front corner. And it was side-on-side contact. So here we go on board Liam Talbot. So,
and car 75 being shown as under investigation as well. For what, we're not entirely sure.
Okay, so there's Talbot up the inside. Actually gets the job done. I think there's nothing really in that. They'll both argue over that one, but to me, Talbot was far enough up the inside.
Listen here.
But we're just staying here with Liam Talbot. Just to understand what happened, because it was on this lap as he made his way over Skyline, down the dipper, that he started to slow. So now he's rolled out of it.
Yeah, he's
out of it now.
So he's had something, a feel through the steering wheel.
Either feel through the steering wheel or an alarm on the dash.
We're hearing left front puncture is potentially the cause of this.
So that's heads-up driving from Liam Talbot, because if you feel something's wrong, you do not want to attack Reed Parker McPhillamy with 3 wheels on your wagon. So, and there's nothing he can do here. He just has to roll it down, single lane, and gets out of the way. Chad's got more from the lane.
Well, the complexity to this one is, from what I understand, Liam was saying to the team on the radio that the waving that he saw up Mountain Straight was Kenny waving him through. Yeah. So he's going to make the move, and then now he's confused why Kenny's essentially tried to hold that position at the turn. Yeah, left front puncture indeed, and they're going to take that one off right now and send this car straight back out. No fuel going in, so they can minimise the pit stop time.
Good shout, Chad, thank you. And you just saw at the bottom of your screen from Motorsport Australia a 15-second penalty for car 75, and that was for the contact with the Heart of Racing Mercedes. So this has been a busy little period in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour.
Can I just remind everybody, there's still 10 hours and 24 minutes to go. The socials are blowing up. V12HR.
They're not the only ones blowing up at the moment.
Can somebody tell these guys to ease down? My heart rate and blood pressure cannot take this for another 10.5 hours. This is incredible racing. Drama piled upon drama.
So we heard from Chad saying that Liam Talbot understood Kenny Habul's waving was, oh, I'm going to let you go. And I, for mine, it wasn't that. It was like, oh, good morning, but I'm not very happy with you.
Yeah.
Knowing Kenny, as we do. And that's the problem with waving in the car, is it can be interpreted so many different ways, and then ultimately it led to what took place with these two cars. Chad?
It wouldn't be a Bathurst 12 hour without Kenny getting a penalty, would it? Yeah. It's actually been something of a good luck charm to that team over the last few years. Did he get 2 a couple of years ago? Yeah. 2 drive-throughs, I think it was, and they still went on to win that race.
They won the race.
Yeah,
that's right.
So don't worry about a 15-second.
Maybe it's all part of the strategy.
Exactly.
Scott Taylor, Tom Randall going around to the team for Scott Taylor Motorsport. Ash Seawood running that operation this weekend, and the Surrey side of their 222 AMG Mercedes. It looks like the recovery crew just chomping at the bit to throw the line out and pull it back. It's just out the back of the pit paddock. It is out of harm's way, so we are able to race on, but heart-wrenching for this team. They had a really fast race car, 3 very fast race car drivers. They thought they were going to be a chance to give the podium a shake this weekend. So here's Kenny Habul. He's got Dean Fiore behind him, who's a lap down, and then Brenton Grove. So Habul and Grove, the same position at 7th and 8th. Kenny with that 15 second. Oh, big contact.
Oh.
One of the McLarens has gone around. That's at Skyline, and it's parked right on the S's. That's a dangerous part of the racetrack. How has he got there? Ryan Sorensen has had a very...
Safety car boards and flags.
Oh, no, it's one of the Audis, so there's been contact. It's the 44, Marcel Zalua.
And that's the Pro-Am leader as well, and that's big damage on the right rear. So two class leaders, Krillsy, coming together. You're shaking your head. We were just saying nearly 10.5 hours to go, and it's just got a little bit spicy.
Second BMW safety car of the race, 10 hours and 21 to go, so just an hour and 38 in.
And that's that Audi won't go again. The McLaren definitely won't go again today.
Ryan Sorensen behind the wheel of that car on his Meguiar's 12-hour debut.
What a debut it's been too for Sorensen. Caught up at their first lap restart, and then now contact, well, we assume contact between the 44 and the 25. So here we go. Zalua coming up on Sorensen for the run. The sky. Oh no! He's dropped it by himself, and Zalua was collected.
How's your look there? Oh my goodness me.
The Belmont Racing Audi just caught up in someone else's accident.
The damage on the Audi from hitting the wall rather than even being hit by the...
Well, that was trying to thread the needle there,
exactly,
and couldn't get it done.
We are under the control of the BMW safety car at Mount Panorama for the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. And Ryan Sorensen in the Method Motorsport McLaren Artura has had an enormous moment at McPhillamy Park. The car's turned in to a 200km/h plus corner. He's dropped a wheel off, he's spun and made heavy contact with the fence on driver's left. And Paul Marcel Zalua, minding his own business, has been collected by the McLaren, and there's big damage on the Audi R8 and the McLaren as a result. And we are behind the control of the safety car for the second time in what is proving to be another remarkably dramatic Australia's International Enduro for 2025. And Ryan Sorensen making his debut in this race. It was the class-leading car in the GT4 category. And this will be a reasonably lengthy safety car, you'd feel, as well, to clean up that. There's quite a lot we need to unpick through all of this. Marcel Zalua, can't believe it. And they've put their heart and soul, boys, into this program, because he and his old mate Sergio Perez have longed to do this race in Pro-Am for a long time, and they went to Scott Andrews about 2 or 3 years ago and said, if we ever get to a Pro-Am combination when we need a pro driver, you're it. And they were true to their word, and they put Scotty in this car this weekend.
Couldn't get it back. No. I mean, they weren't going to fix that one anyway. It was significant damage.
Right, have a listen to this in real time. This is what happened on the top. Oh, that's brutal.
Maybe the KTM's going to have some luck, because that was the next car on scene.
That could be
going to turn its luck, but no luck at all for Zalua or Sorensen. And, you know, Ryan Sorensen making his 12-hour debut, and we know how brutal the mountain can be, and he has learnt that one. Good to see the medical team on hand, helping Ryan get from the car. And here they come to the lane. So the leaders, the BMWs, are in, as is the 91 Porsche.
Grove Racing and Harter Racing already in and out, Krillsy.
Been and gone.
Yeah.
So it was Brenton Grove out, Stephen Grove in to get his 60 minutes for him done. So they're thinking it's going to be a reasonable safety car. Let's get some time into Stephen Grove. And that was, I sat in the strategy meeting last night at that team, and that absolutely was the strategy. If we think we're going to get a long safety car, Steve, you're in.
And if I was a betting man, I'd bet they're going to put Sam Shahin behind the wheel of the Ben Porsche too, while they've got this safety car.
Yeah, Maurice Shearing's in. Yeah.
Different strategy here from the BMWs. They went super long at the start, and now they've come to the lane to top off, as does Will Brown. So we're about 10, 11 laps into this stint. So the team's taking the opportunity to fill while they can. They still, even though they're in their half fill, they still have to do the 80-second transit time. They can't splash and dash.
Yeah, well, just wanted to follow up, and there's still a bunch of things we need to chase up and what's going on in a really busy period. So 15-second time penalty coming to Kenny Habul. Cannot serve that under a safety car, so they'll need to serve that under green flag conditions as there's a change in the leadership between the two BMWs. So
because they came in line astern, why are they leaving at such different times?
Mark that down as a change of the lead, the net race lead when it all shuffles out. And I wanted to tick the box on 888 with Maxime Martin, who, remember, had that drive-through penalty to serve. So I'm pretty confident they tick that off because they're shown as having been through pit lane twice. So this safety car will help 888, and it will bunch the field up that were quite badly split after that congestion. Now, Arise Racing GT have brought Will Brown into the lane, so they're going to work on the Ferrari too, and they've been sitting in the pit lane for 70 seconds now. And Marcel Zalua from Sydney with his good mate Sergio have worked so hard. He's going to go to the medical centre for the precautionary checks, which you have to do. That Team Medical Australia are an incredible bunch of human beings, and they will take the very best care of all the drivers. Oh, my heart breaks for those guys because they are just so passionate.
Ripper guys.
So passionate.
Sergio and Marcel, they love their racing. They punch so far above their weight
really
too
do.
with their racing, given their later start for their motor racing careers.
Well, speaking to Marcel yesterday, he wasn't sure how much racing he'd do this year because he's very busy from a business point of view.
Busy paying for it.
Yeah, correct. And this is the opportunity, the officials, to pick up car 222 as well.
Craig Lowndes out of the 222 car. The crew was just wondering why you couldn't bring it back. We saw later on what happened at the top of the mountain.
Driver error. It's probably a rarity, but I went over Skyline. I was chasing the Lamborghini, and of course, with all the sort of bronze and other people going out there was a bit of carnage. But went over Skyline, went through the left, and as I was about to go tip right into the dipper, I just clipped that right wall, and it sort of spat me across. And I thought I'd saved it, but then it just hit the left rear, and that's what's the more damage. The left rear is the damaged one. Is actually I was trying to limp it home, but I think it's probably pulled the drive shaft out of that left side and it's lost drive. So unfortunately, we couldn't get it back to even repair it. So I'm just gutted for these guys. Everyone's put in 1,000% effort this week or this time, and for Scotty to do what he's done, to have the prostate cancer Australia again. But I'm actually gutted for Cam. He didn't get a chance to drive. At least Thomas actually had a good first stint.
Well, and bigger picture, more important things, as you mentioned, the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. You guys raising money for them yet again, $30,000 in virtual laps before the race even began. Now you can focus more on that. So, I mean, there is a bright side to things, no matter how you look at it.
Oh, absolutely, like, there always is. But I'm just gutted for I haven't done this for a long time, and I just feel for the team because I know how much effort they've done. Look, it was my mistake, and it's this place can bite, and it's pretty cruel at times, and we faced it today.
You're still a fan favorite here, Craig. Good luck next time, and we hope to see you back at the mountain.
We will be. Thank you.
We love Lowndesy, and we hate to see that. Little update at what went down with the BMW camp off the back of that one. A slower pit stop, a loss of nearly 20 seconds for the Vanderlinde car number 32. The problem was they turned the car off for the pit stop. It wouldn't turn back on. So electrical drama for the 32. Hopefully that isn't something that's going to rear its ugly head again.
Thanks, Chad. This is why we're behind the control of the BMW safety car once again. It's a very big crash. There's been some big ones at that part of the world over the journey at this place. The secondary impact as well, quite substantial.
Secondary and tertiary.
Well, yeah, drilled the Audi, didn't it?
How unlucky is that Audi? It's literally clipped the back wheel. If he's 2 meters further down the road, he's past that.
Yeah, he's through it. I mean, that's Bathurst for you.
Yeah.
It's either your day or it's not. And unfortunately, for the number 44 Valmont Audi, it's not their day, nor Ryan Sorensen's. And when we were hearing from Craig Lowndes, I mean, when we were trying to work out what was going on with that car, and at no stage did any of us think that there was driver error involved, because it's Craig Lowndes at Bathurst. It just doesn't happen.
It didn't come into the equation.
Doesn't come onto your radar.
Nah.
There you go. That's what it means to the Valmont Audi crew. It's just devastating when it all goes away from you in a heartbeat.
Well, dramatic race, dramatic skyline not far down the road. Sydney and Sydney Harbour, an incredible part of the world to visit. And Sydney City, a great host for the world's best GT drivers this weekend at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour.
Now, who's pitted, who hasn't. 888 in the pit lane now, as that's Mercedes. Team GMR car comes in the pit lane. A couple of questions coming in on the socials at RSL_studio about various penalties that we had earlier on. Remember, you cannot serve a penalty under a safety car, and therefore you are given leave to go beyond the normal 3 times past the line, because you are not allowed to serve your drive-through during the safety car. So if you're wondering why some of those penalties have not yet been served, that is the reason. GMI in the pit lane at the moment,
and
just waiting for the 80 seconds.
Garth and I were both just asking the question, just sort of, did they do their drive-through or not? And they squeezed it in just before the safety car.
Yeah.
So
Right,
they'd been through pit lane twice when the safety car was called.
Right.
And we'd only seen the one pit stop, so it made sense that they'd been through. So they've been in to take some service, and 75 Express
Did
as
the
well.
75 Express get in for theirs?
No, well, their pit stop time will get added to their pit stop. I need to double check them. They can't do it under yellow.
No,
you can't serve a penalty under yellow. That car will drop off the jacks. They'll keep Kenny Habul behind the wheel of that car. It's going to take us a little while just to unpick all of the leaderboard and where all that is, because the big spread in the field that was caused by that initial restart, there were 25 seconds from the car that was in 3rd to the car that was in 4th. That was the delay between splitting it.
So
we had 2 cars come into the pit lane just now that had penalties. Well, one of them still has a penalty. The 888 did serve its drive-through before we went to yellow, though, so that was a fuel-only stop for Max Martin. Unfortunately, a couple boxes up, the 75 Express, that's the car that's won this race twice in the last 3 years. They came in, Kenny Habul taking fuel only. He has a 15-second penalty yet to serve when we go back to green, but he stopped just slightly outside of the marks, and it was a little too far for the fuel probe to reach initially. They tried to figure out, are we going to move the car or move the fuel probe, and ultimately they decided to just give the fuel probe a little bit more slack, got it plugged in, didn't lose any time because of that minimum time that they have to spend in the pit lane, but it was still a mild moment of panic, handled very well by the 75 Express crew.
Yeah, under safety car, it wouldn't have hurt them that much.
No, but
anyway,
also,
but you don't want to do that too many
also
times.
the 80-second thing, so you'd rather have that happen under safety car, and knowing that it's only going to be a very short fill, they're effectively topping the tank off. There's Ash Seward from his crew having a look at the car. You can see significant damage. So we thought at the time it was just a tyre failure. They're actually trying to figure out how to get it off the tilt tray without damaging the car further. Which is a thing with a GT3 car, given how low they are to the ground. But, devastating for that team. And, you could see how devastating it was for Craig Lowndes, but he'll be back, and he has tamed the mountain so many times, he'll do it again in the future.
Back in the back of the paddock for the 222 Scott Taylor Motorsport machine with that drive shaft issue for Craig Lowndes, who clipped the wall at the top of the mountain going through the dipper. Thanks to those that use the socials to let us know. And that left rear wheel is not pointing in the right direction, and they'll have to be careful to take that off the trailer. More significant damage, I'm afraid, to what was the GT4 leader for Method Motorsport, when up at the top of the mountain just put the right rear Pirelli on the wall, hits the left on the curb, hits the wall to driver's left, cannons across, and the Valmont Audi coming through. Well, they did not have the look of the mountain today, because they take a big damage as well. And the Guy Valmont car, one of those super liveries, they're having a look at the right rear of that, and that's big suspension damage and a lot of work for those guys.
It is a lot of work, but the good news is they're going to give it a crack. So it's coming. Yeah, I know. That was my reaction too. Grab Scott Andrews for a quick word. Obviously a lot of disappointment down here, Scott, but there's a feeling of maybe a slight part of optimism still.
Yeah, it looks pretty optimistic, but yeah, of course we're going to try to get it back out there. You know, the boys deserve to get back out there. Marcel and Sergio, you know, they're such good guys, and they didn't deserve this. Wrong spot, wrong time. yeah, bloke in front just dropped it, and what do you do? Like, yeah, Marcel couldn't have done anything different. You know, he tried to avoid it, and it just really sucks because like the whole team, Tigani and Gaia Valmont and everybody just work hard. You know, it's a good looking program, and car looks great. It was quick, you know, made the 10 and everything. So, you know, that was awesome for me, and you know, got the privilege to take the start. And yeah, I really just feel bad for the guys. It's really disappointing, but we'll give it a crack to get it back out there.
Yeah, so one part of this is we want Sergio to get in and actually do some laps because he's put so much effort into this, but given the field size for you guys, there's a little bit more to fight for there as well. Yeah,
well, if we get it back out there, I'm pretty sure it's 75% rule, and if we get it back out there, then obviously, if we do 75%, we get a podium. So, you know, I mean, we'll be last, but standing on the podium, so, you know, could be worse. So, yeah, obviously, of course, we want to get it back out there, and, yeah, God, boys deserve a trophy after this, that's for sure. So, yeah, we'll give it a crack. Doesn't look great, but, you know, Tigani boys are really, really good, so, yeah, if anyone can get it out there, it's them.
So there you go, boys. Thank you, Scott. And now it's just turned potentially, guys, from a Bathurst bad luck story to hopefully a Bathurst good news story. Give it a couple hours.
Yeah, it's a great point, Chad. And the class battle this year, if you get to the finish, you may well find yourself on the podium as well. So some hope perhaps at the end of the line for the Gaia Valmont Racing Tigani Autosport team. What a dramatic day it's been. We're approaching the end of the second hour of this year's Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour. And it's the BMW safety car leading the field, and quite remarkably, somehow, Ayan Guven finds himself leading the race in the Absolute Racing Porsche. And we have talked all weekend about how Porsche go endurance racing by stealth. And every now and then they pop up and you go, hang on a minute, they're leading. And that's what's happening for our defending winners. The bonnet up on 75 Express.
That's the proper endurance race now because we've got race tape on one of the cars. And it's not the same colour as the rest of the car. All we need now is a 10-pound lump hammer and a mobile phone being used as a torch. Oh, and some tie wraps. That makes it the full endurance. By the way, spirit of endurance for that Audi team if they're going to try and get that car back.
I feel like,
wow.
Yeah, if we're doing a Spirit of the Race award at the end of this, I feel like there'll be a few contenders from the first 2 hours.
Yeah, that's right.
We've still got 10 to go.
As we watch the 75 team finish off what looks like making sure the car's right for later in the day repairs while we're under safety car. One car that has taken massive advantage of this safety car period is the 77 Craft Bamboo car of Maxi Gotts. That's back on the lead lap.
Correct.
Without using a lucky dog.
So they stayed out.
So they've stayed out. I mean, they will have to, I would imagine they'll come in at the end of this safety car and top off and they'll lose track position, but they're on the lead lap. And that's massive for later in the day.
And by the way, all of the ins and outs of the 75 Express in 11th position, they're still on the lead lap as well. I reckon still the first car off the lead lap is the number 91 Porsche. They've got Sam Shaheen, as predicted, to do some of the time behind the safety car.
Yeah, the team in the truck have been doing great work, and we've got part of Craig Lowndes' accident, but you can hear it. So crank it up, have a listen, and you'll hear the point at which the race ended for 222. So we'll have a listen to that very, very shortly. Here it is. So just in the background, you could hear Mercedes AMG versus Concrete Wall, and Concrete Wall wins every single time. So that was the moment that the race ended for car 222. Just to put a full stop on that program, because we have a huge amount of opportunity to talk about them, a huge amount over the race that I'm sure CL will end up here at some point, and Thomas Randall's a burgeoning commentator, so he'll definitely find his way up here.
It's all right, me and you are burgeoning race car drivers.
Not particularly good at that myself. They've raised more than 50 grand this weekend for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia, which is just an outstanding job, and it takes it to a couple of hundred over the journey since 2022. So well done to that team. Hugely impressive stuff. It's such a shame to see them out there. So too, these two cars.
Do you you know what? You look at that, and it is brutal. How quick does the yellow flag come out from our marshals and volunteers? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Met a few of them yesterday. One in particular who's been doing double duty from Daytona round to here. Always a pleasure.
Busy times in pit lane at Mount Panorama. Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. We're about to tick over the end of the second hour of the race. Remarkably, it has absolutely flown by. And this has been a well-timed and well-executed safety car for Craft Bamboo Racing. They were the cause of the first safety car contact with Will Brown down at Elf Murray's corner. They were buried in the gravel trap. But with this safety car, they have elected to stay out early. They didn't pit early. They continued to circulate. And now they've got themselves back onto the lead lap. They're taking a pit stop. So this has worked extremely well for Craft Bamboo, and they get themselves back into the race. And a heartwarming little moment down there. Sergio Perez, his little daughter, after their car with massive damage and the cause of this current safety car.
And the safety car, we're waiting down there in the pit lane for the Craft Bamboo car to do its 80 seconds as soon, even under the safety car, as soon as the fuel probe goes in, that ticks you into the 80 seconds mandated from pit in to pit out. But BMW safety car still at the top of the mountain. They've absolutely knocked that out of the park to get back on the lead lap and back on the same pit stop strategy, Garth Tander, as the rest of the top runners.
Yeah, that's the usual thing. If you're a lap down, you stay out, you stay out, you stay out, you stay out, because the guys that are already on the lead lap, they're battling for track position, so they pit at the start of the safety car to try and get track position for the restart. If you're a lap down, you stay out, you jump those cars, get around to the back of the safety car train, and then you take your stop right at the end of the safety car to ensure that you've got a maximum fuel. So they've dropped to the back of the train. That's okay because they're on the lead lap. And we say it often in our game that safety cars can breed safety cars. And if there's a secondary safety car off the back of this one, the 77 is absolutely back in the game. So nicely played by Craft Bamboo. I actually I knew they'd get back on the lead lap. I thought it might take 3 or 4 hours. They got it done in about 45 minutes, so well played.
I did some reading on the regs, though. The wave by is technically in effect now, but the safety car has to have been deployed in at the commencement of the third hour. We've now done that, but this safety car's been out for 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so
it started in the second hour.
The next safety car will be the first one where wave buys are eligible. So if you are a lap down, you'll be waved past. The lights are out on said BMW safety car, and we're going to go back to green.
Lights are out on safety car.
And I know how much James Taylor, the race director, loves saying that, because he's all about green flag racing, as are we. And we're going to get some. Where's the 77? Jaden Ojeda shown behind the wheel now. They're going to get to the back of the queue. I think they'll be okay. And for the first time in this race, Porsche will lead. Turkish driver Ayanchan Guven, who won this race last year alongside Matt Campbell and Lawrence Vantor for Manthey EMA. A change of team. He's still got Maddie alongside him. And the green flags fly, and Guven becomes the pace car, and he'll pick the point to go. Just quietly, Aston Martin currently sit second. That is not a lap behind.
No.
That is legitimate track position for the Golf Aston, running in second. And third place, Valentino Rossi, car number 46.
Being hassled by Kelvin von der Linde as they came to the line. It'll be side by side down into the first corner. No overlap before the line. There was a slower car ahead of them, one of the remaining GT for McLaren, of course, and that just caused a little bit of confusion. But really have to be careful. Even if you've got a lap car in there, you can't pass before the control line.
Yep, that was Valentino Rossi. Had to be very patient until they came to control line. Luckily at Bathurst, it's just after the final corner. It's not up at the start of the race, the start line. So did the right thing, waited, and it was Anthony Levitt in the GT4 McLaren who's doing everything he can just to stay out of the way of all the outright cars as they make their way by. But you're right. Remember that Aston Martin when it hit the concrete wall at about the 45-minute mark?
I do.
Now it's second. So we all held our breath then, but we did see, though, it popped up that number 14, Aston Martin, is under investigation for a pit stop breach. So we'll keep a casual eye on that for you, but Matteo Villagomez doesn't care about that right now. He's second in the race, and he's trying to hold off Valentino Rossi. Ayanchan Guven has got a second lead up the road as they restart this one.
The mountain giveth and the mountain taketh away, Garth.
It does many times.
And it's not always equitable. You're not always on the...
Oh, Rossi!
Rossi! How close was that?
No,
that was knee-down stuff. Coming out the BMW. Appropriate enough, the BMW Empire elbow. And down onto Conrad.
In his previous life, that would have been a high side.
Yeah, it surely would.
It would have hurt.
Wait by window, now active, as Quilty said. All the teams know that as we move into the third hour of the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours.
It's interesting, we heard from Valentino Rossi in practice, and he was saying we need more rear grip on power down, on drive traction, and that car still, as it left Forest Elbow and again as it left the chase, looked very taily. We're on board here with Valley as he makes his way down to Forest Elbow, so he gets in here nicely, and we'll just listen as he picks the throttle up. Yeah, just slipped the rear tyre, got ahead of the traction control, and then once momentum took over, the rear of the car came around. So caught it nicely, played on. So now Rossi ranges up onto the back of Villagomez again as the field streams by. One car that we missed through all that is the 183 Audi of Ricardo Feller, Liam Talbot and Brock Feeney at the board. That car now, they went a lap down in that run, so they'll need the wave by that is now active should it become available under a safety car.
And Villagomez getting a fair old wake-up call here. It's one of the things you tell your kids. Valentino Rossi was chasing me in the early hours of the Bathurst 12 hours, so this is for second and third on the road. Chan Gubin using this opportunity, there he goes, to get some track position at the moment, and already 1.4 seconds. And on the back of this now, the South African sensation that is Kelvin van der Linde in the second of the BMWs.
Top of the shop, guys. Porsche, Aston Martin for the moment, 2 BMWs, a Ferrari, and then what is the collective noun for Mercedes AMG? A merge of them? A merger of Mercedes?
A flotilla.
A flotilla. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them on the lead lap from 6th down. And at the moment, the big front engine 3-pointed stars are all running together. A half a dozen of them.
Like a battalion.
Oh, I like
heavy metal.
Yes.
That works.
That's good.
Absolutely works.
So off the lead lap, first car off the lead lap is in 12th position, and that's Brock Feeney behind the wheel of that Audi R8 for Jamek Racing. So they're the ones looking for the wave by next time by. And the wave by happens on the final lap of the safety car as Stephen Grove just runs a little bit wide in car number 4. So he's out of position here relative to those around him. As the second of the Arise Racing GT car, so Elliott shooting in behind. He's out of position, so he's a lap back too, as is Sam Shahin in the Pro-Am Porsche. That's the class leader there at the moment. They're 13th outright. So the wave by happens right at the end of the safety car. So you don't get a full free kick in terms of a full lap back. You get about 35 seconds. Yeah. By the time you get up to Griffin's Bend, the field are getting a green flag at the start.
I actually like that.
If you do a really good job, you can get to the cutting. Yep. And then that's about it. So, and traditionally, you don't have a whole lot of fuel on board either because the rest of the field's taken their stop, the lead lap cars, and you didn't. And so you're hoping, once you get a wave by, you're hoping for another safety car.
Valentino Rossi in his 4th year of GT racing has already tested the BMW V8M hybrids. He said Bahrain at the last of the after the last of the FIA World Endurance Championship races at the end of season test, and he topped the session in that car, you know, because
it's Valentino Rossi. When I interviewed him for this race last year, I asked him that question. I said, "Oh, is there an opportunity for the hypercar potentially in the future?" And as race car drivers do, he's like, "Oh, well, we'll just wait and see how it is." But he answered it with his eyes. And he was absolutely getting a chance in that hypercar at some stage last year.
Yeah, very impressive. I know that Andreas Roos, man at the head of the BMW endurance program for both the hypercar and the GT3, and more importantly, Vincent Voss, who runs WRT. Vincent does not suffer foolish drivers at all, never mind lightly, and he's very impressed with them. Battle for track position, but not for position on the timing and scoring, because I'm sad to say that lovely Ferrari Crazy is a lap back.
Yeah, they're in a different race though. They're fighting for a Pro-Am win first and foremost, car 36 for a Rise Racing GT. So 2 bronze-ranked drivers. If you're new to GT3 racing, we should tell you that drivers are ranked platinum, gold, silver or bronze in descending order. If you're a platinum, you've probably won some pretty heavy kind of races over your journey. Old mate next to us here would be still ranked platinum, I would imagine. He is. He's nodding very modestly.
I'd rather not be, to be honest.
No, it's more opportunity to drive if you are lower ranked. Down to a bronze, which is an amateur driver, a part-time racing car driver who doesn't do it for the career. They do it because they love it and because they are able to do so. And the classes in this race are determined on your driver lineup. So that Ferrari has 2 bronze drivers and 2 classes professional drivers, either gold or platinum, in the form of Jackson Evans and Alessio Rivera, who's the Italian who's been sent here by Ferrari to do a job for them. So they're racing for a class win. An outright result is a bonus. Not out of the question, because that car, as we saw in qualifying yesterday, where all 18 GT3 cars were covered by 9/10 of a second, a Pro-Am car with a pro driver is a pro car.
Ian McCarthy might have tweet of the day, or X of the day, I suppose we've got to call it now, a constellation of AMGs because of the 3-pointed start. Yeah, that's a bit clever for me.
I like battalion, I think. It feels meaner. It fits with the soundtrack of the AMG.
When you've got 6 of them stacked up behind you, I'd suggest it feels pretty mean.
Rumble, young man, rumble.
Just watching Kenny Habul work at the wheel here in car number 75. He got into this car at 1 hour and 8 minutes. The race has just ticked over to 2 hours and 9 minutes. So technically from this point, they're in their driver change window if they did want to enact the strategy that won the race for them a couple of years ago.
A couple of questions coming in, guys, about that Craig Lowndes car. We've seen the guy's going to try and fix the Mercedes. Too long a fix on the 222? I mean, it's back in the paddock.
It's, well, doable. I mean, Craig said the reason he couldn't get it back was more because it's popped the drive shaft out, and that's what we were sort of querying as to why that car didn't drive back to pit lane. So, yeah, it's potential, absolutely. If they can get it done, why not get that car back out on track?
The question for mine on that would be, is there transaxle damage in the gearbox and the rear axle of that car? And that might have been why. It might have been more than, because the axle may have come out.
14, failure to comply with the 80 km/h speed limit under safety car.
Okay, so that's the Aston Martin. Matteo Villagomez behind the wheel, second on the road at the moment. Pit lane penalty, 32 seconds transit time, plus entry, plus exit for that team, and they'll need to serve that. That will
I'll be getting that done.
Yeah, right.
As soon as you can, get that done now.
Well, you do that now, you drop to 10th, but you don't lose an enormous amount of time. I mean, you lose your 32 seconds, which is a lot, but the way the race is playing out, it feels like something you'll be able to catch back up.
32 seconds is the transit time. You lose a bit more than that because everybody else is still at full speed.
Slowing down and speeding up.
Yeah.
But it's way better than a safety car coming out and you getting trapped with the field bunching up.
100%. The other thing, they're on a slightly different strategy because they've only stopped the once. So the first round of pit stops, they only went through the lane on one occasion, and so too for Absolute Racing in the Porsche that leads the race. So they are a little bit out of sync from a pit stop point of view with the BMWs that are chasing them.
Still got a 15-second penalty on the 75 Express as well, guys.
Yeah, because of that safety car, any of those stops they came to the lane, they couldn't serve that 15. They have to do it under green. So if when Kenny Habul comes into pit lane next, there goes the Aston Martin into pit lane to take that drive-through penalty. They must have been listening to Richard Crail. Oh, Valley's run wide a little bit at the final corner in the 46 BMW, but he assumed second place. Van der Linde, his teammate, right behind him. 1.1 seconds as Matteo Villagomez. And 40 kilometres an hour feels slow in pit lane. It feels a whole lot slower when you're doing a drive-through penalty.
Yeah. You feel like the older of the VDL bros will be going to the front in a relative hurry in car number 32. So Kelvin, now a BMW driver after years with the Audi brand, felt that was the best move for his career moving forward. Stephen Grove, Kenny Habul, Ian James, 8th, 9th and 10th in this battalion of Aston Martins, and they're still of Mercedes AMGs. They've still got Ferraris in and around them too, in the form of Elliott Shute, who's in 15th place. And if you're a Ferrari fan, you can see Will Brown still sitting 4th place. So this has all played out okay for Arise Racing GT and their pro entry in this race.
Just to pay off for the international audience, 2 different types of penalties. So you've got your standard drive-through penalty, we've seen that, and you've got these 15 seconds or time penalties added to a pit stop.
Yep,
and
much like you see
a green flag pit stop, and that's what the 75 Express still has hanging over at the moment. It depends what the offence is.
You reckon a 40k drive-through feels slow? I can only imagine that sitting there for 15 seconds doing nothing feels just as bad.
It feels like 15 minutes.
Yes, and that's what's going to happen for 75 Express at their next round of green flag pit stops. So the Porsche leads, 6.8 seconds for margin. Lots to see and do in this part of the world, and this is one of my favourite places to go. Every year I'll go and check in with Brad Owen, who runs the National Motor Racing Museum. There is an incredible display. Featured cars at the moment, Group C touring cars from that great mid-70s to 84 era of Australian touring car racing. The 77 Bathurst winner in there at the moment. The 84 Bathurst winner alongside its 1-2 car as well. For the Holden dealer team lined up astern. There's some Bathurst 12-hour winners in there.
Pretty much how they're finished, actually, is how they're being displayed at the moment.
The 2016 winning McLaren from the 12-hour is still in there, as is the car that finished runner-up in 1994. In the early days of this race, the Porsche 968 Club Sport that finished second in the form of the great Jim Richards and the late, great Peter Fitzgerald, who chased the Mazdas and chased and chased and chased and couldn't quite beat them in the Porsche. So great place to see him doing it. It's just behind there at Elfmo's Corner. You can see the car park. Go and visit the statue of Brocky out in front and then spend a couple of hours ambling by some of Australia's motorsport history.
Every car has a story to tell. In there, every car. Right, guys, into the 3rd hour. Chan Guven leading. Battles throughout the field, as always. And... Kenny and Visit New South Wales corner, Griffin Baines coming back through the field, 9th position, and just about gets through on the second of the Ferraris, but that was touch and go. Actually, it wasn't touch, thank goodness, because if it had been, that would have been a bit difficult to explain.
It had that feel as they come up Mountain Straight here, like Kenny's just going to send it regardless, and about now he's gone, oh, maybe this is not a good idea, so he's trying to get away from Elliot's chute, put a wheel in the grass. Elliot did the right thing and gave him room, and wow. So here we are on board. So yeah, I'm sending it, I'm going. Oh, has he seen me? Has he seen me? Gets the grass, gets the curb. Oh, if there was contact, it was the slightest of contact, and it's been a very eventful start to the race with the 75 Sun Energy AMG Mercedes.
It was when they won in 23.
Yeah,
they had everything chucked at them in that first 6 hours, and then Lucas Stoles and Gilles Goudon just did things at the end, and they ended up winning it. It was incredible.
Shall we go back to Audi versus AMG, because that seems to be our go-to at the moment. Max Martin in the 888 is right.
We've got a spin-off series from the first,
absolutely.
first episode. Now it's Maxime Martin versus Brock Feeney.
Brock's a lap back now in 12th position in the Audi R8, the 183. That will not change his attitude towards those cars in front of him one iota.
No, well, I mean, you can't wait for the wave-by lucky dog, because it might not come. We may not get another safety car in the wave-by window. So given that the car in front of Brock Feeney, right in front of us on screen there, is Maxime Martin, he's 5th. Realistically, if Feeney can get past these two and get up the road a bit, the first couple of cars aren't far away, and if everything falls their way in the pit stop window, they can unlap themselves. So, you know, even though you're a lap down, you want to be passing these cars to get yourself the opportunity should it fall your way.
Yeah.
And the 183 will probably want a little bit of redemption. Just still over the AAA. Given we heard from Ricardo Feller, and they are carrying some damage from contact. in the first 200 metres of this race.
Interesting to chat to Brock at the press conference last night, having qualified third for the third consecutive year, although he was very keen to put out it wasn't him behind the wheel this time around. It was Ricky Feller who did the job in qualifying yesterday. Missed pole by 10th of a second. I mean, it was super close, and the closest top 10 in 12-hour history as well. But just in the process of getting up to speed, and it was interesting, Brock even tapping into Liam Talbot saying, mate, I need to learn from you. You're the expert in these cars. You've driven them much more than I have in terms of the Audi platform relative to the Mercedes AMG. He's been racing for a long time with Triple Eight Race Engineering. So it's been a big process for Brock, but every year he's jumped in a GT3 car. He has been outstanding.
And made the step from an AMG Mercedes to the Audi easily, because they are wildly different cars to drive and maximise. Brock jumped in that Audi after doing 20 laps at Winton, which you don't really get to fully exploit the aero advantages of an Audi at Winton, given they didn't even get out of fourth gear when they tested. So to turn up here at the mountain and do what Brock's done in that car is seriously impressive. We know he's a fast driver.
Right, highlights now. We're well into the third hour of this car race, and it's been action-packed from the moment. That incredible start with Maximilian Goetz backing the car into turn one. This is the opening lap of the race, not the finish. 3 wide, and the Audi was the meat in the sandwich there of the battalion of Mercedes AMGs going to war early on. The Ferrari was fast too. Chaz Mostert, man, he was fast. Just doing Chaz Mostert things. It's in the contract. We expect it from him in this race. This was, of course, the first safety car. The two cars that led the race early. Will Brown behind the wheel of one, and the Craft Bamboo car deposited into the gravel trap. And that was at the same time. That didn't cause the safety car. Ian James turned around by the 75 car. That necessitated a penalty in pit lane. And then a huge moment, Craig Lowndes hit the wall at the top of the mountain. 222 out of the race, a pre-event favourite. Mercedes versus Audi, it's the subplot we've all been loving today, and that was a heart-in-mouth moment for Liam Talbot with a left front puncture on the Jamek Pem car and got into pit lane, and then crunch. Ryan Sorensen dropped a wheel off at Brock Skyline, found the fence at Brock Skyline, and unfortunately, the Valmont Gaia Audi R8 with Marcel Zalua behind the wheel was an innocent victim in someone else's accident. And at least for the moment, it's ended their day, but they're going to have a swing to try and get that car back on the racetrack. Yanchen Guven leads the way for Porsche.
Oh, no.
Stephen Grove in the
flags.
AMG GT3. There's a bit of fire under the left front as well, where something's caught, something hot. And that is just starting to lick a flame there behind the left front Pirelli, and that's up at the top of the mountain, well, just over the top of the mountain, actually, Garth.
Over Skyline, the run through the S's down to the dipper, and you can see that fire that's on the exhaust. So something is touching the exhaust that shouldn't be, but heavy contact. And sounds expensive.
That was just the door opening as well.
Now the car's rolling, so...
Not anymore, it's in the wall.
No, it's in against the wall. I reckon that corner was already needing replacing anyway, but real shame for this team. They're running the strategy with getting Stephen Grove the bronze, and he looks a bit ginger, so it's been heavy contact for Stephen Grove at the top of the mountain. And how has he ended up there?
That car's been on the ground. There's witness marks on the tarmac. That's been on the ground a ways further back.
This is it, looking out the back of Stephen Grove's AMG Mercedes and Kenny Abul up the inside.
I mean, that's as near a car has gone to going over the wall there that has ever happened.
A fair bit of shock, I think, in the cockpit there.
You get winded, don't you?
I think you can see it's taken the wind out of Steve. So just taking a moment. Alistair McVeigh watching on, the performance engineer for that car this weekend.
Good news is he got out the car himself, and he's going to be shocked, he's going to be winded, and he's going to have some bruises from the belts.
Adrenaline's the best drug of all, isn't it? This again at speed, have a listen. I mean,
that's just exhaling, that's involuntary.
That is literally the wind coming back in your lungs after being taken out of it. And that car had a total rebuild going into this race. It could not have been stripped any more than it was stripped. And the car was as good as it has been at Grove Racing, and now it will need another one. So here we go, on board with Kenny Habul. Well, Steve was out wide and Kenny was on line. I mean, it was the smallest of contact. You almost didn't feel it from Kenny's car. Predictable response from the Grove Racing crew.
They've taken this program in-house at Groves, as you all know, Garth, part of the program. So all the supercars team here this weekend. Stephen just invests so much into the sport.
He was so looking forward to this as well when I talked to him down at Track to Town.
Well, they were so disappointed about missing the race last year, and they're the most successful team in the race in terms of class victories. They've won it 5 times. No one else has done that. Stephen will be taken to the medical centre and checked out thoroughly, I would imagine, after that one.
Yeah. Motorsport Australia.
There's Brenton.
Fabi Schiller brought into that team, started the race. Now, from the lead, Chan Guven.
Yeah, this will get back to the race because it actually worked quite well for Porsche, John, from a timing point of view. And we touched on the fact that they had only completed 1 pit stop. So while they weren't that close on fuel, 14 laps since their pit stop and a lot of safety car in that. From a timing point of view, it worked extremely well. The fire extinguisher's gone off.
Oh, no.
As if it wasn't bad enough.
Well, yeah, I can't tell you how bad that is when the fire extinguisher goes off and it doesn't need to. That stuff goes everywhere.
I think that's the least of the problems with their number 4 Mercedes AMG.
So Absolute Racing go to work on their car, and Changuven exits after a nice stint for him.
Let's see if it was Alessio Picciarello who will jump behind the wheel of that car.
They tend to keep Matt Campbell on ice at the start of this race, don't they?
I love the adjustable steering column, by the way. We were talking about that earlier in the week, weren't we? It's got the knob on the side like an old column shift, but can get the driving position absolutely perfectly right. And Chan Guven jumps out after a really good stint at the pointy end. He's won here before. He knows how to string this together. And Picciarello, who was part of the Pro-Am class-winning program last year, this has almost been a bit of a reward for that job to get in the Pro outright car alongside Guven and Matt Campbell, who we're yet to see in this race. So another stop. In fact, all of the top 5 are now in the lane. So Max Martin behind the wheel of 888. That's the Team GMR car. Valentino Rossi and Kelvin van der Linde in at WRT. Will Brown in for a Rise GT, and Jaden Ojeda. Remarkably, they were a lap down half an hour ago, back up to 6th place. The young bloke from Penrith, who's now a factory Mercedes AMG driver with a bright future in front of him. And predictably, Stewart's car 4 and 75 are under investigation. I mean, that goes without saying. It'll be interesting to see how that is adjudicated.
Just watching a few of these pit stops roll through, guys. The Ferrari guys came in for both their cars. Fuel and tyres only for the 36. And for the 26, it was fuel, tyres and driver change. For car 888, they came in and just did the fuel only, so they didn't put any tyres or do a driver change on car 888. And looking on screen right now, on the 77, I didn't see if they got the fuel hose in on this car, but I'm guessing by the lack of intensity in the pit stop right now and the fact that they're taking time to do the windscreen, I'm guessing they did top that up.
Yep, so tyre pressure's still going on. They've got time, so another replay from the rear of the number 4 Grove Racing AMG Mercedes. Habul goes up the inside at Skyline. Looked to be enough room to get the job done. The slightest of contact ends up in this. Significant contact with the outside barrier. The car flew into the air, luckily stayed within the bounds of the racetrack. And you can hear Stephen Grove with the wind taken out of him.
There was a point where all of a Mercedes AMG GT3 was above that concrete fence. Yeah. It wasn't a long time, but...
When I said the witness marks meant that the car had been scraping along the ground from a ways back, I didn't think it was that far back up the road. It had been round and almost over.
No further investigation.
Yeah.
So, racing incident. So they've seen it the same way you have, Garth, where they've clearly judged to be room up the inside.
And look,
This just adds salt to the wound when the fire extinguisher goes off.
That was killed pretty quickly, though, so well done whoever did that. Listen, agree or disagree, there'll be chat about that. But what I like is that race control have looked at that incident and not the consequences of it. I don't like when other series around the world say, oh, well, that was a big accident, therefore it has to be a penalty on someone else. You've got to judge the start of the incident in a consistent manner, not, as I say, the consequences.
These are the class leaders after 2 hours and 27 minutes of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. So the pro class being led by the Porsche. They've since been through pit lane. We're waiting for timing to shuffle around. Jay Robotham behind the wheel of the Aston Martin with that penalty for them being applied. So silver class lead. Ian James is behind the wheel. Actually, Zach Robichon now behind the wheel of the 27 Heart of Racing Mercedes-AMG. They're leading the bronze class in a 10th outright. Tell you what, your class car today, you're going to get a top 10 result, I would have thought. Absolutely. Sam Shahin leads the way in the number 91, the Bend EMA Motorsport car. So as predicted, they put him in the car in this yellow stint. The reason we're behind the control of the Mercedes-AMG safety car is this. Brock Skyline, high speed and massive contact. For Stephen Grove behind the wheel of car 4.
On board here with Kenny Habul in the 75 car, and just feel how light this contact is in comparison to when we were on board the number 4 Stephen Grove AMG Mercedes. So,
and at the point of contact, Garth, I mean, they're Moras make no difference. They are absolutely side by side.
Yeah. Yeah, and right at the point where the cars are at their lightest as they're cresting the hill into Skyline. So that's why the Grove car turned so violently the other way, because it was light side-to-side contact, but it's the nature of the elevation change that caused the reaction for the Grove car.
And the other thing is you have got camber on the wheels, and you don't think of cars going airborne if they are closed wheel cars, but you can run a bit of a wheel over the other and just flick that car up. And at that point, as Garth rightly says, when you're already light, it doesn't take much.
It takes nothing.
Yeah.
Alessio Piccarello behind the BMW safety car. He wonders where everyone else is. They've come in, they've pitted, they've changed tyres, they've put fuel on. He's still in the lead, and they still haven't caught them.
So this has worked beautifully timing-wise for Absolute Racing.
He could have nipped off for a big inside.
Don't worry about 80 seconds. He could have stayed there for a few minutes.
So, speaking of, probably due for one of those. Charles Viet's second place, so he's now behind the wheel of car 46. Kelvin van der Linde, who had only just jumped into the 32 car from WRT, is third. Maxime Martin still behind the wheel, so he's in the middle of a double stint for the GMR number 888 car. And then Daniel Serra getting his first stint, the factory Ferrari ace who's been loaned out to Arise Racing GT this weekend, gets a stint behind the wheel of car 26, their fifth. Sun Energy 1. 75 Express, top 6 still, despite everything that's gone on with them in the last 90 minutes.
It's been eventful,
hasn't it?
A couple of the GT4 cars taking this opportunity to come to the lane. The AMG Mercedes up on the jacks. McLaren coming towards us as it leaves pit lane. So leading GT4 is the AMG Mercedes that's in the lane. So they'll be just servicing the car while they can under safety car.
Comes to big Bathurst 12-hour moments, there's none scarier than the race-ending crash in 2018. Thankfully, both Ash Walsh and John Martin survived to tell the tale. The late incident handed an unlikely victory to Audi.
Just wait, the Merc's going to nail the door. Oh, straight in. That is two cars losing it almost. And then the agonising hit. Oh, that's a bad noise. That's a bad noise. Wow.
So a race suspension. So they will pull the cars onto the grid. They will stop.
Race control to all teams. Race control to all teams. The race has been declared. We will require car 37 to proceed slowly to perform podium procedures. I repeat, race has been declared.
They are the most successful brand ever now. The 2018 race was a dramatic one. We've already got to some of that dramatic quotient in this one so far as we work our way through the third hour of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. Back on the mountain and behind the control of the BMW safety car for the third time today. That 2018 race will live long in the memory of, for a whole bunch of different reasons, because there was an amazing strategic race playing out while all that was going on, with a bunch of Porsches that were borderline going to make it. The WRT Audi that would ultimately win that race was going to run out of fuel before the end. They were not going to pit. They were rolling the dice, and the dice rolled up 12 for them, and there were a bunch of Porsches stacked up behind that might have got to the end. So dramatic times then, dramatic times today on the mountain.
And if I had told Ancient Guven before the start of the race that you were going to be leading by the end of that first stint, would you have believed me?
Not really. I mean, it was not secret that we had a difficult weekend until the race yesterday. We struggled a lot with the car, but team worked a lot day by day, and to the race, I think now we have a better car. I will say it's still not easy to drive in the high speed, but yeah, so far it looks fast and we are in a good spot. But yeah, still quite a long race to go, and yeah, a lot can happen. So yeah.
Where do you feel like your Porsche maybe has a little bit of an edge over the competition around the track, if any?
I think top of the mountain and the downhill side. I think in Sector 2 we are strong. This is now why we are in a good spot, because track position is really important. Even we are quick, we not easy to overtake for us. So because we are doing lap time in the top of the mountain, and as you see, it's not possible to overtake there. So yeah, so hopefully we can stay in the front group, and then last hours, then we see if we have a chance or not.
They're a lot more optimistic than they were before, eh, Chad?
Yeah, not wrong. I'm with a very happy Will Brown, by the way, Shay, who's got the smile on his face. Not a bad day to be driving a Ferrari at the mountain, hey, Will. Man, it's crazy out there today. What's going on?
Yeah, it is a little bit crazy. I'm fairly happy. You know, Chaz did a mega job this morning, but handed the car back in fifth. He did a great job to get us in first. So a bit disappointing to drop a few positions there, but had a bit of a collision down at the last corner, and luckily it hasn't done too much damage to the car.
Yeah, what was the go with that one down at turn 23?
Yeah, we opted to go another set of tyres, so we're on cold tyres, and the Merc was on warmer tyres, and just sort of held my line and broke into there. And yeah, I'm not really sure. It happened so quick. I was just trying to watch the footage and see what happens. I think I, was sort of just on my line, and yeah, we collided.
Teammates with Chaz Mostert, rivals, of course, in supercars, but enjoying your time together?
Yeah, really loving it. He's a great bloke. Been a really good friend of mine for a fair while now, and yeah, it's actually cool. I can learn a lot off him in these cars. He's so fast. He did a mega job this morning, so hopefully he gets back out there later and does the same.
On you, Will.
Cheers, thank you.
He's a ripper character, the reigning Repco Supercars champion. How about that? Early morning entertainment up on top of the mountain.
Young fella just fell off Richard Crail's wallet.
You've been moving faster than that,
yeah.
I'm not sure where
More
this,
elevation change.
I'm not sure where this impression that I've got money to burn has come from. It's,
well, that's a serious selfie get-up, wasn't it?
Great to see
massive
the mountain
crowd.
Yeah, great to see the mountain packed as Brock Feeney comes into the pit lane from 11th position in the Audi. More camping sold than ever before here, Krilsey.
Yeah, more than almost 2,900 campsites, so more than 200 up on last year surrounding the mountain. So really good vibe.
And when we rolled into the paddock this morning at 4:30 in the morning, the parking area over behind the merchandise area on the backside of the pit lane was as full as I've seen it for the 12 hour.
Yeah,
it was seriously great crowd here for the start of the race. And pretty good. People are finding out just how cool it is to be here and see these cars in the morning as the sun comes up. It's worth getting out of bed for.
There's a bit of Gladiator, are you not entertained this morning, because it has been that. Valentino Rossi fans in the house. So I'm waiting for photos of the accident that we've just seen. Yeah, a lot of professional and amateur photographers taking photos up there, because the light on the run down through Brock Skyline and the S is towards the Dipper right now is peak photography time. So I'm sure social media will pop up. the field just gathers themselves for a little time before we go back to racing. There are a bunch of cars eligible for the wave by, starting with the car in 12th position outright, which is Sam Shahin in car 91. Mark Sini will get a wave by. Excitingly for us, Kiwi Brendan Leach, who's behind the wheel of the World Racing Lambo, will get the wave by, and this is what's happening now.
So everybody else has got to stop weaving.
Stop waving.
Now.
Yep. Yeah, stop weaving. It's all. Oh, hang on.
No.
There's this will. I mean,
that's Charles Vert.
We are seeing this live. The Group M car and the BMW of. Is it Wirtz? Yeah.
I thought
the 46. Yeah. So.
Well, the question is the wave by actually
It's the
happening
wave
now?
by. We have not given the call for a wave by.
So
you need to listen to your radios.
We're just
Thank you very much, Race Control.
Race Control. The McLaren took it upon itself to do a wave by, and it started early.
Oh, my goodness.
No.
Oh, wow.
That was...
Because... Well, that was race director James Taylor giving the field a clip for not listening to Race Control.
Absolutely.
Yeah, deservedly so.
So the McLaren won the wave by when it does actually happen. Doesn't happen till the exit of Forest Elbow. So
correct.
McLaren shouldn't have been shoving it up the inside of Jaden Ojeda. So Ojeda was like, what is going on?
That's 2 strikes in 1 move.
Yeah, and then it's, so we thought that the 46 and the 888 were in trouble, but in reality, it was the McLaren.
Yeah, they'll go for that.
And not a little
without
bit.
hesitation.
Not a little
the
bit.
swift hand of justice will come down. There's also an investigation underway for the Aston for not completing the pit stop in the required time, so they've gone under 80 seconds. Even under safety car, it's all happening on the mountain. And joy of joys, David Crampton still in the race in the KTM, and they're up to 17th place and going along well.
Great to see that car going. Here's Richard Crailes.
I was going to say, is that breakfast being delivered?
I hope so.
Thanks for sending your chopper out to get us breakfast this morning, Rich.
Yeah,
So
that makes sure that the coffee gets here.
They've just
Richard likes his coffee hot.
They've just popped down to Crema
So
for us.
if we're going to get hot coffee, we're getting it here as quick as we can.
Was it 3 a.m?
Cremo and George open at 3 a.m. this morning. They know their market.
Yeah, they do.
That's very, very handy.
And maybe just the initial coffee hit wearing off on a few at the moment.
And by the way, a chance for us to say thank you to our hard-working team on site, the camera operators, everyone who rigs audio, and all the assistants as well, because when you get the round-robin email to the TV, from the TV compound that tells you that Crema is open early in the morning, they know their audience. Rebecca, thank you very much indeed for keeping us updated on all the important things. More cameras at more places, more microphones at more places this year, enhancing the coverage of the International Enduro here. And International is the name of the game. Lots of people tuned in from America who were at Daytona last weekend. I think we had 19 2021 drivers that came over.
Camera inception going on here.
Pit lane camera operators Mitch and Hutt waving at each other.
Excellent.
Hutt also spent some time in the director's chair as well.
Did, yeah.
I reckon
that's got to be the best
that the
one,
fish
isn't it?
up there?
That is
the
fish. Who's been coming here for 167 years and continues to be the best in the business.
Yeah. So he gets the best spot in the business
Absolutely.
too.
Well, he's got the suite, doesn't he?
Got the suite behind him at Ridges.
Best view on Mount Panorama up there.
As we go around the grounds here, it's actually a great shot of all the infrastructure required to bring the pictures.
And that's what's behind what everybody's watching and listening now. Hello to Sarah Pass.
We're looking from the fish now.
Yeah.
That's the shot from the fish. From fish cam, fish eye, we're hearing now.
Fish eye, very good.
The truck's having a little moment.
Maybe let's straighten up and talk about race cars again.
Yeah, hello to Sarah Pass listening in the watching in the UK. 9:30 at night in the UK, 10:30 in Central Europe. Yes. Plenty of people staying up overnight. The come and go camera.
So this is the exit of Reed Park, and that's
lap.
a non-manned camera
for
obvious reasons.
All cars that are entitled to the wave by, drivers left from turn 18.
Okay. So fairly clear instruction that this is the lap you can do a wave by, which means this is the lap we'll be going back to green.
And the safety car will pull to the left-hand side.
Yeah. And the lead lap cars will do the same. Well, actually to the right.
So
they go to the right
yes.
of the racetrack.
Yeah.
Wave by cars come by on the left. No more weaving now, as the wave-by cars have opportunity. So there goes the first.
Exactly.
Sam Shaheen.
Yeah.
Followed by Mark Sini, followed by Brendan Leach, followed by Elliot Shute. So that's how that works. Now they can go hammer down.
Yeah.
As fast as you can right now. Go. Try and get as far up the road as you can before the leader goes green.
Counting down to a resumption of play on the mountain on Sunday morning in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Cars have been waved by. They are now back on the lead lap, built right at the very back of the lead lap, because they'll be 30 or 40 seconds in terms of track position in front of this group of very fired up racing cars who have spent quite a long time behind the BMW M safety car. So it's Alessio Picciarello who will lead the field back to green. Charles Vietz will be second. Kelvin van der Linde will be third. That's exciting, isn't it? Hansine Martin in fourth place and Daniel Serra in fifth. So it's Porsche, BMW, Mercedes-AMG, Ferrari in the top five. A bunch of key brands right in the mix, and a bunch of really good cars now back on the lead lap and back in contention. Here we go.
And he went exactly the same place that Jan Guven did, just as they were coming under the spares box bridge. I wonder if they've talked about that in team briefing, Gav.
Oh, well, I mean, drivers, you know, if you get 2 or 3 safety cars in a row, you always mix it up so that you can't be predictable at the safety car restart, but Picciarello does a nice job. It's so tricky to pick the braking marker coming into that final corner to get the green flag, because the tyre's cold. You don't know the grip level that you have, and often we see people making mistakes and running wide even before they've got to the control line. And the drivers now, as they make their way up Mount Straight, continue to weave to build tyre temperature. As the field starts to find its rhythm, Jalen Robotham around Kenny Habul. That was for position 7 for 8. Ian James, I think it is, at the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes.
Now, B. Feen in the Audi. Oh, just get really nervous when cars go side by side up through there. Feeney was a lap back, but they did the whole let's just stay out under the safety car while everyone else pits. So they are on the lead lap, the Jamek Racing Audi. They've got themselves back into the game. And that's what is so cool about this race, is that if you go a lap down, you can get it back. You can get it back by a wave by, or you can get it back via strategy. And this year, the strategy is more open than it has been in the past too, which is great, because it gives the team some options and some chance to be a little bit inspired or do something differently to everyone else, rather than everyone doing the same thing. And I think we'll see more of that as the race goes on, with people taking some gambles on fuel economy, people taking some gambles on tyre life, and whether you double, or maybe, and we've seen it in the past, triple stint a set of Pirellis, if it saves you a little bit of time, or a short pit stop to throw tyres at the car.
We've seen it already within the first 3 hours of the race. Porsche did something completely different to the rest of the field. It worked for them. The safety car fell at the right time. They went from the back half of the top 10 to leading the race and got the track position they needed. And then 2 of the heavy hitters that dropped off the lead lap didn't need the wave-by rule. They actually used strategy to get themselves back in the game. And that flexibility with the strategy options that those teams have allowed them to do that. So I like it, Rich. I like the way that we don't have to wait for the wave-by. You can use strategy to get yourself back in the game. And teams will be aware of that now as the race goes forward, to be able to think about that stuff and use it as they go.
I think race control has been busy because there's some penalties forthcoming, and we floated that there was an investigation on the Valente Rosso Aston Martin, passed through the hump on Mountain Straight in the run up the hill, that they had not completed a pit stop in the minimum 80 seconds, which was from pit in to pit out. And that was a wave by there for Kenny Habul, letting Brock Feeney through, which is smart life choice.
Well, it didn't end well last time. Those cars waved at each other at that corner. But I think B. Feen, being in the Audi, was going to send it anyway.
Correct. So we understand there will be a penalty, and confirmed a pit lane penalty.
Attention all teams, the stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 14 for a short pit stop time. We repeat, the stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 14 for a short pit stop time.
So that was the friendly finger.
Yeah,
we've seen the alternative in this race already.
Yep, that was the opposite of what we saw earlier, and that's heads-up driving from Kenny, isn't it? He knows he's not as fast as Brock Feeney, so let him go, chasing behind him. And It's Rubicon in the heart of racing AMG that's behind Habil right now, 9th and 10th.
So just to finish the point, pit lane, drive-through penalty, car 14, and the news I got through was that was 77 seconds.
Yeah.
80 seconds from pit in to pit out. If you go under it, that's the penalty. You add 32 seconds to your race, which is a transit time at 40 k's an hour through the lane.
Much better being 82 or 83 or 84 than having another. And that's the second penalty for that Aston Martin, because they got pinged earlier on as well.
To make it worse with that penalty, guys, the field was under the 80k an hour speed limit at that point as well, so it was sort of a bit of an unforced error, that one.
Yeah, good point.
A little bit of Ferrari flying through the air as Will Brown made his way over the skyline.
Well, that's interesting, because Will said in that interview that they had a bit of damage.
You and I looked at each other, and a bit of damage equals some damage.
Correct.
So the Ferrari not as straight as it was when it started the race.
Because if there was no damage, he would have said, no, the car's fine.
Car's fine.
Yeah. So clearly there's something.
Valentino Rossi with the visor open and working.
Race control, attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty to car 24 for a breach of safety car procedure. I repeat, stewards have imposed
Felt like that was going to be a big whack.
Yeah.
It's a fairly significant misinterpretation of that regulation. So that's a pretty clear and show to the rest of the teams that, hey, get it right.
Yeah.
Read the rules, get it right.
And listen to race control.
Yeah.
Listen to the voice from upstairs. And that's
well, this could have been race ending for one of the main contenders, because Jaden Ojada's not even thinking twice about a car, trying to pass him under safety car at Forest Elbow.
Yeah, so, I mean,
and
the question...
then it went on. As these cars were weaving, he was trying to pass.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The question for mine is... It's a little for column A, a little for column B, driver and team, but it's the team on the radio saying you can go.
Yeah, well,
so it's a team penalty as much as it's a driver penalty.
And quite clearly, there was other people thinking about it there as well, because they moved out a line to the left-hand side.
But the race director's speaking to the team, not the driver directly.
Correct.
So it's not like Speedway where race management's on the phone to the drivers as they're going on. So then that message needs to be communicated back. So there's that chain of communication that has broken somewhere there.
Interesting one that's just popped up on our timing screen is the Shaheen 91 Porsches in pit lane, and given we've just recently gone yellow after a safety car, I'm curious as to why that car would be in the lane, given it's one of the Pro-Am contenders. It's actually just dropped out of the lead of the Pro-Am class, so it's a driver change, so it looks somewhat scheduled, but it's a strange time to be doing it straight after a safety car. I actually saw from this team last year with their Pro-Am car, them doing some pretty alternate stuff, and it worked out reasonably well for them. So we're not going to question it. We'll certainly get Chad or Shay down there to understand it more for us.
I think they're working to time on this and with all that safety car. So Sam's been in the car for 21 laps. So it's a reasonable stint, but a lot of it was very slow.
Yeah, under safety car.
A lot of it was under safety car. So now they'll plug Lauren Heinrich in that car and it will go properly quick. The thing for mine was if they could have extended that a little bit longer. Remember, they just got the wave by. So they are going to go back one lap down. But as we said, you can get that back. And especially now with guys like Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel, that car's going to be as quick as anything else on Mount Panorama today. And in fact, that's been the quicker of the two Porsches all weekend long.
It has been. So, but we talk about the 911 Porsche that leads the race with Picciarello at the wheel, and what a struggle it's been for them through practice and qualifying. Chaz Mostert set the fastest lap of the race at the lap 9, a 2:02.6. That 911 Porsche has done a 2:02.8 in the race.
Opposite block. And going, no, not today.
Sam Sheed, apologies for the language, but that's what Mount Panorama does to you.
That's what adrenaline does to you.
That's great. He's so unbelievably passionate about his own driving. Did a year in Porsche Super Cup. I'd like to say hello to Greg Murphy, who will be at Terratonga Park Raceway down in Invercargill today for the next round of the Next Gen New Zealand Championship. Formula Regionals racing there. Murph's son Cormac running around in Toyota 86s this weekend. And the reason I say g'day to Murph is because 5-minute penalties in Mount Panorama, you only go to one man from an experience point of view.
The original and best.
And the best by far. 5 minutes.
Well, I mean, he managed his own splash and dash in that pit stop penalty as well, didn't he?
He really did. So, g'day, Murph. I'm sure he's not watching. He'll be watching Cormac go racing.
He should be working.
What is it over there? about 11 o'clock over there at the moment. So, everyone over in the South Island. New Zealand Grand Prix next week at Highlands. Will Brown will be there. Brock Feeney will be there in open wheelers.
Oh, Kenny's
Another
got the
wave
wave going nice and early this time. So clearly wanting to minimise. I mean, they've had some dramas with the 75 car. Kenny's been waving for the entirety of Mountain Straight and rolls out of it nice and early. He does not want any more contact. So again, heads up driving from Kenny Habul.
We made the point about them knocking off some bronze time for these drivers. What it's done as well for 75 is Kenny is now clear for the rest of the day if they want it to be. They've got that flexibility built in. So remember, they needed to do, it's basically 40 minutes if you're that pro car with a bronze driver, so Liam Talbot and Kenny Bull. They've now got heaps of flexibility, Chad, to play the race out with Lucas Stoles and Shogun.
Yeah, not wrong. That's the advantage of having Kenny do those extra laps. Absolutely. You get really banked into such a small window with strategy. Otherwise, I'm standing by at the 24 pit and I'm just watching this incredibly long penalty get handed out to the 24 car, and they're just sort of all looking at each other, feeling antsy to get this car back out on track. I got to the bottom of what happened on the radio. They were listening to race control discussing which cars were going to get the pass by, and in hearing them talking about which numbers were being brought up and then hearing their number, they assumed that was, oh, we're good to go. So they went a little bit early on the gun, clearly, but that's how it happened. They were hearing race control talking about which cars were about to get the wave by.
We watch teams in practice pit stops, practice refueling, practice brake pads, practice all their procedures. And the same is true with all the meetings and briefings that you have in the lead up to this race, whether in the team briefings or the driver and team managers briefings with race control. And it's all so much about dotting the I's and crossing the T's and making sure you get all the procedures right, whether it be your performance procedures or your operational procedures. And clearly that one has fallen foul of race control, and a pretty big one at that.
I don't know if as a kid, Garth, you got told to listen to your mother.
Quite
listen to your mother.
I still get told to listen to my mother.
So do I. In this instance, Mum is race director James Taylor.
Or listen to your teacher.
Correct. So you need to listen to race control clearly to get that direction. This is the Aston on the comeback trail.
Jalen Robotham getting around Theo Konduras.
Morning to everyone on the morning rush at the Lancefield Bakery, the Robotham family down there. His dad Dave's here watching on.
And that is back into the lead of Silver and back into the top 10 for the Aston Martin.
It's still on the lead lap.
Yeah.
Oh, Jada's bowled a wide. And that is as big as you will have without shortening your Mercedes 3 feet. That was... Seriously, as he turned in from McPhillamy, he was wide when he turned in, lost the rear. Jayden had to open the steering and ultimately went wide. So watch him here as he turns in. He's super wide and was on the curb, and he's already out in the grey. Loses the rear, has to open the wheel, therefore ends up in the gravel over the back of the curb. And all you do then, once you're over the back of the curb, is you coax the car back onto the racetrack. You don't want to jerk the car or turn too quickly, because you'll see what happened with the McLaren earlier for Ryan Sorensen. So what a moment for Jayden Ojeda.
And you can't just lift off that, can you?
I can tell you from experience.
Well, I was just about to bring it up. I don't want to reopen old wounds, but you've been there, and you had a car at the inside with a similar thing, but... Yeah, it must be a feeling of complete helplessness, really.
Yeah, it is. You're completely a passenger, and it's just luck whether the car stays straight or it swaps ends on you. And luckily for Jayden, it stayed straight, but he was super, super wide. So at the exit of Reed Park, he must have got right out to the concrete wall and stayed there. And as he turned in, the rear of the car just stepped out. Man, we were so lucky to get that. Jayden was so lucky to save that.
A question I've been asked from right in the middle of Europe, from Switzerland, is a from Right Turn Lover, hashtag B12HR, as the errant McLaren moves out the pit lane. 5 minutes there. Are they allowed to leave the engine running so that the driver's got the aircon? Because otherwise the doors are closed and he's slightly boiling in there. There's still a bit of shade in pit lane.
Driver's in trouble, so if he gets hot, that's his problem.
Are you practicing to be a team manager, GT?
I've been a driver and I've been in trouble a lot, John.
This is the battle for the race lead. Charles Wirtz has got to the back of Alessio Piccarello, reigning Intercontinental GT Challenge Drivers Champion. Here's Charles in the BMW. Good success in the back end of the season. Porsche won the manufacturer side of IGTC last year, anchored off the back of their Bathurst victory. And now just 7/10 of a second between them, so the BMW has just been inching closer and closer and closer to car 911. Van der Linde a further 1.7 seconds further down the road.
What hasn't happened, Rich,
yes,
is Van der Linde hasn't just gone mental and driven up to the rear of Charles Wirtz.
As we would have
because I've been Kelvin van der Linde's teammate in the past, and that's what he does.
6th and 7th coming into the King. Audi versus AMG. The 183. That car goes down the inside. That's copybook. That is very, very lovely from Brock Feeney. Thank you very much. We'll take the position back from Jaden Ojeda.
I think Jaden Ojeda will be still catching his breath. Yes, with you
right.
after that moment.
Uncomfortable feeling that he'll only be able to rectify when he goes and changes the underwear at the next pit stop.
But it doesn't take away from a nice execution by Brock Feeney down at the chase. And it's a nice fight back, isn't it, from the 183. They were a lap down. Liam Talbot had to bring the car back to pit lane gently as they had a puncture after that contact with Kenny Habul. So on board here with Feeney, he's using the toe of Jaden Ojeda as they come down Conrod. And he'll just swing it out nicely. It signals his intentions. I'm coming, let me through. And the AMG Mercedes is very good on the brakes, as is the Audi. So positions himself nicely. Ojeda doesn't fight it too hard.
Race control, attention all
Feeney gets it
teams.
done.
Stewards have imposed a drive-through penalty to car 24 for avoidable contact under safety car.
So that was the root cause of everything. So they made the contact with the Mercedes AMG. They were penalised for getting the wave by wrong first. So they got penalised 5 minutes for trying to do this move. And now they're getting penalised to drive-through for this move and for that contact under the safety car.
This penalty is for the contact.
Yes.
The other penalty is for breach of regulation.
Double whammy penalty for that car, and on top of that, they actually took a moment after the 5-minute hold to just check that right side damage, and they were happy to send that car back out.
Yeah, thanks, Chad.
Right. Yeah, they'll get another chance to watch it drive it come through pit lane this time.
Chaz is out of the car watching all this unfold as well. So he's seen it all play out for Method Motorsport. Porsche, BMW, battling for the lead.
That's another race hour completed, gentlemen. Just 9 hours to go now.
Quarter of the race. How has that happened?
I said this would happen right from when we went on air on Friday, and it's happening. Even with the BMW M safety car interventions, this race is really delivering earlier on. Hello to all of you around the world watching and listening. Good to have your company. Use the hashtag B12HR. I know that it is getting later in the evening in Europe, but those in the US, in particular, great time zone for the American continent at the moment watching this race. And welcome along to those of you who followed us at Daytona last weekend. And that has been a very good drive back by the J-Mac Audi. Meantime, front of the field, first and second coming together. Alessio Piccarello is starting to see Charles Wirtz just looming a bit larger in the wing mirrors.
You have to put some mayo on his surname, don't you? It's a great surname.
Rolls off the tongue nicely, doesn't it?
Just remember, if you're following online, hashtag B12HR, We've been asking all week about who's going to do the overnighter. If you're watching from the other side of the world in a not quite so favourable time zone that we're fortunate enough to have here. So if you're in New Zealand and your race goes from 7:30 to 7:30 p.m, that doesn't count. But if you're somewhere in upstate New York or in the depths of winter in Europe and the race is entirely run in your darkness, then I'd love to know if you're going to commit and see it all the way to the finish of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, because as we know, the history of this race and pretty much every other race that's ever been held here, a lot of crazy stuff happens in the final 90 minutes. And if you get to that final pit stop, it is absolutely gloves off. It's already been absolutely gloves off in the first stanza of this race. So there's, who knows what's yet to come. Still less than a second between the two leading cars as we go find Zachary Robichon in the heart of racing by SPS Performance Car. So despite all of the dramas they've had, they're still on the lead lap of the race. In fact, we go all the way down to Elliott Shute in 13th position, will remain on the lead lap of the race. So the early safety cars are keeping contenders racked and stacked and in the battle.
Well, that's another car, and I think
just gone a lap
got
down
the wave by, and that's how long it takes for the wave by. If you don't get another safety car and it doesn't bunch the field up, the leaders will chase you down. Talking about chasing you down, you said when Ryan Heinrich got in the 91 car, he was going to go fast. Yeah. He's just done the fastest middle sector and cumulatively fastest to the end of the second sector for the race. So it's almost like you've seen this before, Richard Crail.
So they took their pit stop just after being waved by. So they had a couple of laps of green. Sam Shaheen came in. So they sacrificed being on the lead lap with that pit stop, but that's okay, because it will come back to them. I think it will pay off a bit later in the race.
Already a third of the race gone in the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour, and the lead battle is coming back together, and the lead has been held up coming out the BMW M-Power Elbow. That could be significant.
It's been an eventful 20 or 30 minutes for the McLaren, hasn't it? So Picciarello just held up right at a critical point as the cars made their way down the mountain and out of Forest Elbow, and Charles Wirtz says, thank you very much. I'll range up onto the back of that Porsche and have a crack at the lead of the race.
You know, we spent all the lead in going, oh, this is going to be a brutally fast race. There's not that much lap traffic going to play a role yet. Here we go. It's such a fundamental part of the race so far. And this is now the battle for the race lead. And that little hesitation has allowed Charles to get to the back. The Belgian driver chasing down Picciarello in front. They're 3.5 seconds in front of Kelvin van der Linde in the sister BMW, who are having another really strong run. They were superb last year. The 32 car was in contention all the way through the first half of the race. Tripped up with lap traffic, ironically, in the run-up to the cutting at hour 6 and taken out of the race. But the sister car, the 46, was in the fight for the podium right until the closing stages. So WRT really have picked up where they left off. Meanwhile, Brock Feeney has got to the back of Daniel Serra in the Ferrari. So he's trying to hassle and get himself into the top 5, and the Audi continues to play itself back in as well.
And also the other Porsche, Lauren Heinrich behind the wheel, he's just put that car's fastest lap of the racing down to the 2:02.7, so there is performance out there.
Feeney took 1.3 out of Daniel Serra on the last lap. He's on a charge, is Feeney. Both he and Jaden Ojeda were the fastest cars on track. So they continue to fight back. So there's the Elliott Shute car in the lane after just losing a lap to the leaders. I mean, that's also what with the wave buys, you haven't stopped, so you've only got probably half a tank of fuel at best. Yeah. So ultimately, if the leaders don't catch you, you're going to have to pit at some point. So it's not a free kick. It doesn't get you in the game for the rest of the day. You still have to use a bit of strategy to take maximum advantage of it.
And that's what I like about the way that rule is executed in this race, in that it's not just a gift.
No.
You still need to work for it, but it's just a little helping hand to keep more cars in contention in the race. And we want a show. We want as many cars capable to win this as deep into the race as we possibly can. But you don't want to gift it to them. They've got to work for it. They've got to earn it.
And you've still got to strategise your way around that. I might have made up a new word there. Look, a week ago, Winwood Racing with their AMG at Daytona were 7 laps down and made it back onto the lead lap to battle for the lead. Ultimately, they weren't on the podium. I think they finished 4th from memory. But you've got to work what the race gives you, Garth, don't you?
Absolutely. I mean, one of the races that I had here in the 12-hour, we went 3 or 4 laps down early in the race, and we got ourselves back to 1 lap off the lead of the race by the end of the day. So it can be done, absolutely can be done. If strategy falls your way, you can use it and manage it nicely.
Is that 2020?
I think it was earlier than that.
Yeah. 2020 at the end, Kelvin Van der Linde was going crazy at the end, setting lap records. Right, let's bring us up to speed with where we're at. 3 hours and 6 minutes into the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Feels like a lot's happened since then, because it has. 3 wide up the hill. Ricardo Fella stuck in the middle of a Mercedes AMG sandwich. Oh, incredible sight. It is such a special time in motorsport in this part of the world, in any part of the world. The opening stanza. Big names falling early, Garth. Craig Lowndes stuck his hand up and said, I found the fence. And so too did Ryan Sorensen in the Method Motorsport car. And unfortunately, Marcel Zalua was caught up in that impact, and that put out a lengthy safety car for a clean-up job here. And you can see what it means to Marcel. He was out of the race and distraught about it too.
Yeah, it can go away in a heartbeat, and as it did here for Stephen Grove, he and Kenny Hibble, slightest of contact as they crested Skyline, and significant damage to the Grove Racing AMG Mercedes. That car was leading the bronze class at the time. Joe Nojeda, that was a moment of all moments, and luckily got away with that one.
Porsche lead by a small margin. They're being chased by BMW with 2 cars hunting down, and this is how the classes sit as well. So you can see where your favourite driver's going if they are in fact in the lead of their class. Zachary Robichon leads the way for Heart of Racing in bronze. They were runner-up in their class in this race 12 months ago, and it was taken from them in the final half an hour. So they really want to come back and get a win. Now, into the lane comes Kenny Hibble. Ticked all of his driving time off in this race, and finally has served the 15-second time penalty that has been hanging over them as well.
I'm a bit further up pit road right now, and I'm at the Go of Almont number 44 Audi team, and work is continuing down here to get this car back out. Now, we saw contact on both sides of the car. Thankfully, on the left-hand side of the car, it's mainly cosmetic and bodywork damage, so they've had to do a little bit of on-the-fly adjustments to this car's amazing livery. The real work is continuing on the right-hand side. Now, thankfully, on the right front corner, again, just cosmetic, which means it's only the right rear corner that had to be worked on. The bad news is it's everything in this right rear corner right now, so the team are hard at work, putting dampers back in it, putting suspension arms back in it, also changing the drive shaft, so hopefully, fingers crossed, the gearbox is okay out the back of this Audi. They've got about 2 hours, maybe about 90 minutes now to get this car back out onto the racetrack, but the fingers are very much crossed. Actually, here is Marcel Zalua to have a quick chat to us as well. We haven't seen him yet or heard from him after that incident. Unluckiest dude at Bathurst today, mate, but you've got a real hard-working crew trying to get you back out there.
Mate, they're legends, so fingers crossed they'll get us back out there and we can go have some fun. Oh, I hate this place sometimes.
It's a good sign that you and Serge still have the race suits on.
We just want to drive now. And yeah, I just want to get back in the car. There's so much unfinished business here. And yeah, I don't know what to say. Pretty gutted.
I hope you can go finish some of that business today, mate. And maybe if you get to the podium, you might have to send 3 mechanics up there.
100%.
The 75 Express crew came in, as Richie noted. They did serve that penalty, 15 seconds stationary before Kenny Hibble could even get out of the car. But the reason that they did the penalty then was because Kenny was getting out of the car. It's an extra opportunity to loosen the belt, to make sure that everything is good to go. Because now it's Jules and Luca to the checkered flag. Jules Gonon jumped aboard that beautiful orange Mercedes. He had 4 sticker Pirelli tires. So this is the first time we've seen new rubber thrown at this car in the form of tires that have never seen the pavement before. And Kenny's gotten out. He's walking around and chilling off a little bit. We'll give him a chance to debrief with the team and look at the tires that actually just came off the car before I do stick a mic under his nose.
Adam, before that, Chad Nailon in the lane. It's Richard Creel, Garth Tander and me, John Hindorf in the booth. Well, drama upon drama. I'm pleased I'm not cutting the 52-minute show for this, because we could take that just for the first 3 hours of the race. Ricciardo now having to think about what's going on as he comes through the traffic. Both the leading Porsche and the chasing BMW have made up 10 positions from their starting spot, winning the race from outside the top maybe 3-4 rows. Not unheard of, but quite unusual. And how about the battle that continues on the comeback trail for Brock Feeney in the 183 Audi, and the car ahead is the car he's chasing down. Daniel Serra, 5th position in that gorgeous 296. Look, we're not allowed to have favourites, but I've got to say, this latest generation of GT3 cars, the designers from all the different manufacturers are knocking it out of the park. There's intricate air roll, but it's great to look at. Ferrari back to their absolute best, as far as I'm concerned, in designing street cars, and of course, they've become GT3 cars.
On board with Brock Feeney as he makes his way down Conrod Straight, and it doesn't seem like that long ago that this car was trailing back to the pit lane with a puncture, with Liam Talbot aboard. They lost a lap, and they've strategized themselves back in the game. He's only 7.6 seconds from the lead of the race after just 3 hours of racing.
How important getting that car back was without doing any damage. I once remembered Stuart Hall saying to me when I asked him, and I'll ask you the same question, so how slow do you have to go? And he said, always slower than you're going.
Slower than you want is usually the answer. So it takes real discipline in those scenarios to get the car back without damaging it, because if you go too fast with a puncture, the tyre explodes the bodywork, game over. The car loses all its efficiency. So that's nice play from Liam Talbot to keep identify there was an issue with the car, and not attack the top of the mountain like you would normally on a normal lap. So he didn't write the car off there. But 2, to get the car back to pit lane without damaging it with the tyre failing. And now 3, the entire team to get themselves back in the game. So Picciarello for Porsche leads, Viet second, Van der Linde third. Those 3 cars really haven't had any issues so far in this race. You go to Maxime Martin in 888, they've had a drive-through penalty. The Serra car, when Will Brown was driving the 26 Arrives Racing Ferrari, contact with the Craft Bamboo car. Feeney, they've had multiple contact. Ojeda, they were backwards in the gravel trap at the exit of the last corner, and they were a lap down. They've got themselves back in the game. So it just shows keeping your nose clean pays at Mount Panorama. You will filter to the top when it matters.
Seems like there's been chaos all over the track for everybody in every car so far, but Kenny Habul, wow, Kenny's crazy day so far. What was that stint like out there for you?
I just want to go home and lie down and have some fish.
Thankfully, that's close.
Yeah, it's very, very difficult. We had a slow leak in the right rear, and they were Lucas tyres, so that's very difficult on me. I couldn't get them up to temperature, and it kept coming down, and you need the right rear around here. And then they come up to the stop, and I said, just change it. And they didn't want to take a set from the boys for later in the race. They didn't want to take one tyre, so we stayed. They said, it's stabilised. Okay. Filled the tank up, I went out, and it dropped again. So in the end, all 3 other tyres were at 70 degrees, and the right rear was at 38 with a full tank of fuel. And, man, it was how's your uncle everywhere. I was just holding on to it, just doing the best I could.
Yeah, but you've won this race after a crazy first stint before, so now you know how to relax and just let the boys do it. Do you think that you've got the Mercedes to do it again?
I think the car's good. The car's taken a few hits, very aggressive out there. This is the way it is every year. I don't know why. People fight really early and they shouldn't fight. I'm sorry for the incident with the Grove car. I know I was side by side, and he slowed and moved over, and I thought he's letting me through, so I'm really disappointed for them. But there's just too much testosterone, you know, throw in the mix a few Pelicans, and it's madness, you know, and all I wanted to do was stay out of the madness, and I'm glad the car's in one piece and we're still in a good position. So, you know, nothing happens in the first 11 hours.
Nothing good happens, but you know how to win this race. Good luck enjoying the rest of it.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Should be pointed out that race control scored that as a racing incident. No blame attached to either of the drivers on that. Audi in the lane from 14th position. This is the number 9 car, Marchini, bringing the bronze class car into pit lane for what looks to be pretty scheduled service, Garth Tander.
Yeah, it certainly does. The crew are out and waiting for his arrival. Tyres laid out, so it'll be a driver change. That's Lee Holdsworth opening the door, about to jump in the car, which will be the first time today for Lee. And, nice job by Mark Sini
this car crew, the longest running car crew, Mark Sini, Lee Holdsworth and Dean Fiore, longest running car driving team in the record of the 12 hour. So nice that Mark continues to do this.
The Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour continues on. Porsche lead the way from BMW, and BMW in the top 3. But this is a special part of the world to come and visit every year in the central west of New South Wales. You'll pop up over the Blue Mountains. It's incredible. So we've had some friends of ours take us on a little tour. Here's Edwina Bartholomew and the great Matt Moran taking us on a tour of the central west.
I'm Matt Moran.
And I'm Edwina Bartholomew.
And we're going to show you Bathurst beyond the mountain.
From local beer
That's bloody good.
to whiskey distilleries.
Yeah, nice and smooth. Amazing country pubs.
Like the one at Rockley, I heard it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Matt, this pub, the O'Connell, has been here since 1865. I used to come here when I was at uni. And the quaint country towns we call home.
Fine dining in Bathurst.
Boutique shopping.
Clothes, coffee, flowers. What more do you want?
The best accommodation in town.
Or as far away as you want.
Every turn has a story in Bathurst.
So come take a drive with us.
There really are some great back roads in this part of the world as well. If you find yourself in a nice bit of driving equipment to responsibly go and have a lovely tour around. Great to see this part of the world being showcased.
And I'm heading off tomorrow before I head back home. I'm going to head to go and have a look at the original Bathurst circuit, the old Vale circuit.
Vale circuit, yeah, just to going down Conrod Straight, basically parallel to that. It's where they first started racing here, and if you think this place could be sketchy at times, you ain't seen nothing yet. The old Vale circuit was completely and utterly insane, but I like the fact they had a crazy racetrack, so when they wanted to build a permanent one, they made this, which is pretty special. So a little reset for you. Alessio Picciarello leads the way for Absolute Racing. The Porsche settling in the lead and is actually pulling away from Charles Weerts now in the 46 car. Kelvin van der Linde remains third, 3.6 seconds behind the lead. Maxime Martin is in fourth place in the 888, or number 888. Team GMR Mercedes AMG in fourth. Being chased by Daniel Serra in the Ferrari and Brock Feeney a little bit further back. We've been very excited to see this young man behind the wheel of the brightly coloured Lamborghini. Kiwi favourite Brendan Leach is now behind the wheel. He is a genuine gun and factory-supported Lamborghini driver. He's got that car. They're on the lead lap of the race, and he's got them up to second in silver, but 10th outright too. And he has been going very quickly. He's just set a little while ago the quickest lap of the race for that car. Brendan from Invercargill, where they're racing over there in New Zealand this weekend. And the Leach family watching on. In fact, saw Deb Day, who's from Dale ITM over there, is also the president of Motorsport New Zealand, who's here this weekend. She's been a long-time supporter of Brendan and the Leach family. So cool to see the support. And we've all been pretty excited about Leachy jumping aboard that car this weekend, and he's having an impact in the race.
Just a little battle pack forming in behind Maxime Martin here. The fourth place 888 car. Daniel Serra, Brock Feeney, Jaden Ojeda in relatively close company.
I was just getting flashbacks to Wing Cup versus Van Gisbergen, watching a Ferrari and Mercedes go down Conrad. Liam Talbot, guys, who's driving that car today as it gets down the inside of the Ferrari at the elbow, has his race suit on, has his balaclava on. Now, to my knowledge and the team's knowledge, he has done enough where they could manage Feeney and Fella to the end, but if he chooses to get back into the car, that would be to open up some strategy at the end of this race.
It's a good point, Chad, and you talk about that flexibility. The numbers that we're crunching is that he's done enough by 4 minutes to give that 340 minutes per driver for Feeney and Fella. So it's not enough. You need a little bit more than that to give them some flexibility. Otherwise, you run into issues with driver time. And if you're in the car too long, so remember that 150 minutes that Chad circled on the Pirelli pit bunker at the start of the race, which was really key. Any one time in the car, you go over that, your day's done. You're out. You'll be penalised to extinction. So it's an important thing they need to work out. So the more Liam can drive, the better they are at the back end.
heading up Mountain Straight. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, forming an orderly queue at the moment. But how quickly can it get disorderly? Well, very quickly around this place. And we've seen plenty of action already last time around as they were going past some traffic. Change of position there as Daniel Serra just got pushed back one spot by Brock Feeney, taking the opportunity that the traffic gave him. Didn't need a second invitation there, Garth Tander.
Nice opportunistic move from Brock Feeney. Used the lap traffic as a bit of a pick as Daniel Serra got held up and got up the inside at Forest Elbow, a very popular place to pass in Brock Feeney's day job, driving a supercar. So he knows that little trick, and I'm sure Daniel Serra just learnt that little trick, given he hasn't been here before. And now Feeney right on the rear bumper of Martin. Does he do it again?
Yep.
He's going to send it.
Yeah.
It had Matt Campbell vibes, that one, and got the job done nicely. So Feeney 2 in 2 laps at Forest Elbow. And now that car up to 4th with some clear air on the nose. Let's see what sort of speed Feeney has in this car. But the fight back for Audi continues very nicely.
The Mercs are quick in a straight line. They're not losing much and now begin to gain in the gap in the air. The Brock Feeney's Audi's taken through the kink. Under braking. Brock's got it sorted out. Why wouldn't you defend down the inside there then? Because there are several lines at the BMW M elbow.
Well, I'm not sure that Martin and Serra really knew that that might be a passing opportunity. I mean, everyone does their research and watches the race, but Feeney, obviously plenty of confidence coming off the dipper for the run down to Forest Elbow and keeps the speed up through the kink before the cars drop down into Forest Elbow, and that's the key part of that passing move. And then you've got to just diagonal straight to the inside. Usually in the Audi, you'd go back to first gear when you make that move to then help stop, turn the car and punch it off Forest Elbow. You see here, just arrows it straight at the apex. And Martin actually opened the wheel nicely to let Brock get that done, but I feel like Feeney was coming through anyway. So back to 3rd gear now, back to 2nd. Actually just keep 2nd up, so nice job. I'll send Brock a text and say, use 1st gear next time. You won't have to defend so hard down to shut down Conrad.
A little insider training. I like it.
Just a few people going through that in 3rd on your normal lap, which I was quite surprised at.
How much does it hurt your exit?
With a move like that. Absolutely, because you compromise the entry because you're so narrow. So that's why you tend to go back to 1st to help punch it off the exit. But Brock didn't need it that time.
It's a bit of pace further back in the field. So Gilles Gounon for the first time in the race is behind the wheel of car 75, and predictably enough has just set that car's quickest lap of the race, and it's up there with the quickest of the race so far as well. Not far off Lauren Heinrich's pace setting lap on lap 69 at a 2:02.4, so a 2:07 for Jules last time by. So they're one of the early cars. Just wait for them to tick around, actually. They're the first car off the lead lap. So they're waiting for the next yellow when they can get back onto the lead lap. But they will be clear all the way through now. Gauten is listening intently at a breaking point, perhaps?
No, I was listening for fuel saving.
Oh, okay.
Because I was just... Charles Wirtz is just starting to roll off the rear bumper of Picciarello. And we saw this from BMW in the very first stint of the race, where they were strong early and they faded, and we wondered whether it was tyre performance or what was going on. But then they ultimately ended up doing more laps on fuel in that first stint than anyone. And I just wonder whether Wirtz and Van der Linde are saving fuel right now. There's no... I mean, yeah, great, get up, lead the race. You don't get a trophy for leading at the 3.5-hour mark. So save fuel like we saw in the first stint and see where that gets you at the end of the next pit stop cycle. So I just think BMW going back into strategy mode now that the race has settled down again after that spate of safety cars. So that's why I was listening to Picciarello, because he's opened the gap to see if he was doing the same, but he kept it pinned all the way to the braking point, down Conrad and into the chase.
He's been in the car for 24 laps now, having taken over from Ian Chen-Guben. It's been a very good stint, in fact, for Picciarello, for a car that's been challenging Absolute Racing since practice one.
Lauren Heinrich pointed out when he took that car over the number 91 Porsche that he put the car's fastest lap in as he's burning off the fuel. Screwed up into 12th, actually, because the Honduras Mercedes has just pitted. He's now put the fastest lap of the race in. So as he's coming to the end of a stint, that car has got pace. The Porsches as it gets hotter, as it gets potentially slipperier, that's generally speaking, that is Porsche 911 territory, isn't it?
Just another point, you mentioned Theo Kondouris coming in the Superbahn car. 34 laps, that stint. Now, there was a bit of safety car at the start of that, but starting to get a little read now on fuel economy, which will be later, a play later in the race, when you're working backwards from whenever the final lap is going to be, whether it's 350 laps or 250 laps, you work back from that to when your final pit stop is. So now there's a little bit of a form guide there that 34 laps in a Mercedes AMG.
Well, it depends on the driver. Because, like I said, I was in the Grove Racing Strategy meeting last night, and unfortunately that's not going to get to play out today. But with the bronze driver in the car, we're expecting 34 laps from the AMG Mercedes. With the pro drivers in the car, expecting 32 laps from the AMG Mercedes. So because of the difference in lap speed, the slower you go, the less fuel you burn. So that's also has to come into it when you start talking about economy, and it's the driver technique. Even different pro drivers burn different fuel at different rates depending on their driving style.
And Jules Gounon gets down the inside at the chase, so he's continuing to blaze away in 75. Now, we saw earlier in the race the substantial impact for Stephen Grove at the top of the hill. This vision, well, this is the accident itself. So Kenny Hubble down the inside. There was no penalty applied to this. They were side by side, and frightening impact for Stephen Grove. Now, predictably, a lot of people have been watching this from the outside, and Leo Baird has posted this vision and has supplied this from the outside. So this is the first good look we've had at that impact and just how high that car was sent. So thank you, Leo. Unbelievable.
Yeah, that was big, very big. Steve Tadman asking about something like that. As a driver, Garth, if you witness that, does that unnerve you?
No.
Because it's not you?
Well, even if that was vision of me, if that was me in driving that car in that crash, no. It landed on its wheels, it stayed inside the racetrack, you're back on. I had the biggest crash of my career coming up at this part of the track. What year was it, Rich?
19,
right there. And I came back to Bathurst about 4 months later in the same race car and did the fastest lap I'd ever done around Mount Panorama in an Audi. So, and that's what you have to do as a professional race car driver. You put that stuff out of your brain and you move forward.
They're wired differently, aren't they, Krillsy?
And on that, okay, so you're a pro. It's your job. What about an ad?
So that's different. And whilst we were taking some replays, I texted the Grove Racing team, and we've already started the process of rebuilding Steve's confidence after that crash, because that's something you really have to do, because they are not pro race car drivers and they are not wired like pro race car drivers. So this is their enjoyment, and it's there to be fun. So when you get a knock like that, it's not so much fun for a while. So you need to find ways to rebuild the confidence for your non-pro drivers when something like that happens.
Does it help that it's nothing that he did wrong? If you can say, you know, I don't think you could have done anything different. Is it the best quote, I think, in the Steve McQueen movie is Le Mans is not the misquoted one about anything else is waiting. It can happen, and then it can happen again.
I mean, it says on the ticket when you come into the racetrack that motor racing's dangerous, so we all know that coming in. And that's as high as we've seen a race car at that part of the racetrack for a very, very long time. And so, look, it's part of it. You'll learn from it. Like in that scenario, the team will debrief it. They'll understand are there any learnings from that. But you move on pretty quickly because you're not going to change. You can't change the world now. You can't change what's happened there. So you take as much learning out of it as you can. But pretty much by Tuesday next week, it's just fix the car and we look forward to the next event. And that, regardless of which team it is, that's how you look at that sort of stuff.
And we can tell you a little bit of an update. So a couple of heavy impacts we've seen. One of them, Stephen Grove. So he's been taken to Orange Hospital by road for general assessment. It's always a good sign if they're going by road. Ryan Sorensen, who earlier crashed in the McLaren GT4 car, has been taken to Bathurst Hospital by road as well. Just for general assessment there, both of them, for no specific damage inflicted there. So that's good to know, and the medical team do an unbelievable job with our travelling circus around Australia, looking after the health and welfare of our racing car drivers, but also everyone in the paddock and the population at the racetrack as well. So well done to those guys for getting that all sorted.
We've clicked over into the half-hour racing, guys. Just like that. The Wall Lamborghini back with us. The original cars here with the original concentric circle pattern on. This was a variation on the theme. Talking with the team earlier in the week. That whole idea was a one-off, originally, a one-off livery when they said it's a black, originally it was a black car, if you remember. The
Hold your breath for a sec.
KTM,
the Ferrari sniffing around.
Careful, guys, play nicely through Skyline.
We're through.
Yeah, nicely done. Yeah, the original Huracan was an all-black car, and one of the engineers said, all-black car starting in the dark, that might not be the best idea. So they came up with the concentric circles, the old BASF Pro Car livery, if you remember, and that original Lamborghini was very much that shape of the BMW M1 as it was in those days.
I like the fact that when they went to the Evo spec Lamborghini, they went to an Evo spec
livery. Absolutely.
It's very cool.
Absolutely. It was very clever. And they can't change it now. They realise they cannot change that car. It's great to have it back with fair play. They've recruited and tweaked their driver lineup this year, Krillsley, and it's borne fruit in terms of the pace of that car, sitting in 10th overall at the moment.
Yeah, they've been really strong all weekend long. This is a super look at that livery. Adrian Dietz, who owns the car, puts this program together. Actually commissioned a street artist in Sydney who does some of the really cool stuff in the CBD and surrounds in the capital of New South Wales to revamp the livery, but said it has to be what it is.
Yes.
Or the fans will revolt. Just make it fresh. Yeah. And that's what they've done really, really well. Their program's been interesting this weekend because they said from the outset, we're going to keep Brendan Leach reined in. We know potentially this car could be in the top 10. The car could have been on pole position potentially, but we're going to rein him in. Tony Dabbetti qualified. We sort of all didn't really believe them, to be brutally honest. We thought, oh no, they'll plug him in at some point and he'll go very, very fast and it'll all be very exciting. But they've absolutely stuck to their program from the outset, and it's all paying off on Sunday for them. So full credit for
what to put in Brendan's tea. That's what I want to notice.
They just locked him in. I reckon they just locked him in a room at qualifying. Tony D'Alberto had it, and Tony did a very nice job, fastest he's ever been around Mount Panorama. But I reckon they did that just to put one up us, Rich. It was a nice job by that team.
I agree with you. They definitely did. We talk things up here. No, we're not doing that. David Wall, team owner, and David Fife, his long-serving team boss down there, have put together a great program.
So, continuing to recover the battles throughout the field, and we've barely scratched the surface here, but we've had some phenomenal racing. Not a battle for position as the Ferrari in the hands of Alessio Rivera in the Pro-Am category. That's the number 36 car. Two Ferraris that are almost identical, slightly different wing mirror colours. The green on the Pro car, the red on the Pro-Am car. But gee, it's good to see the latest Ferrari iteration on the mountain at the front of the field. Hello. It's just started coming back together again, and the two BMWs not fighting each other here. Vetz and Kelvin Fontalinde not giving it 10-0 among themselves, and are just working their way back towards Alessio Picariello here.
And Brock Feeney also, so it's the first four cars in the same shot. Feeney's just done the fastest lap of the race for that car, a 2:02.7 from the 183 JMEC Racing Audi. So that car, and it felt like it was only about 10 laps ago, we reported that he was 8 seconds from the lead of the race. He's now down to 4.4 seconds from the lead of the race. So the first four cars, these gaps continue to ebb and flow as Wirtz now starts to range back up onto the rear of Picciarello in the 911 Porsche as they come up on the KTM again, and now Wirtz is going to get it right in the wrong spot. And you have to go single file as the BMWs trip over each other, and Van der Linde sneaks through. So Weerts was very circumspect with lap traffic, as you'd expect based on what happened to him last year here in the race. So he was ultra careful, and Van der Linde said thank you very much. While all that was happening, Piccarello got up the road, and we just said that they were closing down the BMWs on the Porsche. The gap now, first to second, 3.5 seconds.
And speaking of those BMWs, both will be coming into the pits within about the next 3 laps. They're going to be doing full service fuel, tires, and driver change. It's going to be Van der Linde brother to Van der Linde brother, with Sheldon taking over. And we've got Raffaele Marciello ready to go back into the 46. So we're not seeing a pattern where we're saving a driver for the end. All 3 of the BMW drivers in each of the cars will have gotten a taste of what it's like in this early morning running.
There's several ways to make this race work. So Weerts just staying ahead of Van der Linde there when they got behind that KTM, which is still running, and they'll be delighted by that. 16th position overall for that number 50 orange and black car. Can they slay the demons that they've had before at the Mount?
Porsche continues to lead. The margin fairly consistent at 2.7 seconds, more than 25 laps into this very impressive sort of early mid-race stint for Alessio Piccarello.
Watch here, Krill, see, this is where it all got close, and that's where it all ran out again in favour of the leading Porsche. The 2 Beamers were within a second, and then the KTM intervened, and I don't mean that in a bad way. It's just what happens here, and all of a sudden Picariello is back out in nearly 3 seconds.
Yeah, I mean the KTM can't disappear. No. That's the problem in that part of the racetrack.
Beam me up,
There's
Scotty.
nowhere else you can go. It's single file through that part of the track. So luckily we got away with it. As Adrian Dietz awaiting the arrival of the Lamborghini as the KTM comes to the lane, and
I love the fighter jet canopy on that car.
We're not watching Thunderbirds. This is a pit stop for that.
Oh, that shows your age there, mate.
I noticed that moment happened and Crampton pitted immediately. No, I'm out. This can be Trent Harrison's problem. You're putting up the timing screen because Jules Counon is going very quickly as well in car 75. They're dragging themselves back towards the front of this race.
The 2 cars in 11th and 12th. I know we're looking at the leader right now, but they're the fastest cars on the racetrack, and they're both trying to set the fastest lap of the race between each other. So they're keeping themselves occupied down there whilst the front bunch battle out. Here comes Brendan Leach to the lane. He'll hand over to car owner, team owner, and all-round good guy Adrian Dietz for his turn behind the wheel of the Lamborghini.
So just a little stint there for Brendan, just to whet the appetite for later in the race. You could bet that he'll be the closer. In fact, it's a good battle going on between that team and the Aston Martin squad, with Jay Robotham behind the wheel for top of the silver class.
Just keep an eye on that Jules Counon and Lauren Heinrich battle. It's about 10 seconds that those guys are apart from each other, but this is one of those lovely times in an endurance race where they are actually racing each other. Yeah. They're not door mirror to door mirror, Rich, but they are going at it hammer and tongs, fractions of a second between their lap times, even through traffic.
Well, we saw at the end of the 2022 race here, Jules Counon leading and Maro Engel second, and they were split by anywhere between 6 and 10 seconds for about 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it was just brutal motorsport without even really, there were parts of the racetrack where they couldn't see each other, but it was brutally intense, and that will be the back half of this race. I think they settle down into some more green flag running as this race wears on towards the second half of the day.
So the Wall Racing team continuing to service the 93 Lamborghini Huracan. There's the remaining McLaren GT4 car in the lane. It spent some time in the lane, that car, already this race, as Adrian Dietz leaves the box and heads out for his first run of the race. Those laps that Counon and Heinrich are doing right now, they're a lap down, but they are super important laps in the strategy that those 2 teams will use to get themselves back on the lead lap. Pick up a replay of the Ferrari just getting through on the GT4 AMG of Daniel Bilski. So we're on board here with the 36 of
Rovanpera, and Bilski thought he was going around the outside, so he stayed narrow, and Rovanpera went narrow again. A bit of a miscommunication, but ultimately both cars got away with it. And that often happens in these races. When you're the slower car, you feel like you're doing the right thing and you're getting out of the way, but the faster car gets to you so much quicker that they just end up in an awkward spot. And often that can end up in contact. Thankfully, it didn't that time.
And here as well, you often can be, as in comes the leader, already dropped down to 4th position. Often, actually, you're trying to do the right thing and it ends up being the wrong thing. You go offline, it causes more trouble for you and the cars behind you. In the driver's briefing, they always say, stay on the line.
Stay on the line, and that's the thing. As long as there's consistency, the faster cars then work out what they need to do, and that's the job. They have to complete the path. So ultimately, you know, if the slower car just stays online and does the normal, natural thing, it's easier to read. Absolute Racing going to work. A complete stop for this one. 4 tyres, fuel, driver change.
So 32 laps in the car for Alessio Picciarello. 3 of those laps are under safety car.
Okay.
So like we touched on earlier, they're starting to get a better read on fuel economy now. So flat out 29, 30 laps on that tank of fuel with a little bit of safety car in there as well.
Yes, usually 2 for the price of 1 safety car lap. So 2 safety car laps.
So that, I mean, that adds up, doesn't it?
Fuel.
It adds up from a fuel point of view. So it's 30 laps. It's generally an hour and 5, somewhere around that window. If you're fuel saving, you can go an hour and 15 minutes. If you're pressing on, probably slightly less. But all this will matter at the back half of the race. And the charge of the Brock Feeney brigade continues because he's got to the back of Kelvin van der Linde, who's very familiar with an Audi R8. And usually he's the one hassling people, but now it's Brock Feeney doing that. And van der Linde's defending in the WRT BMW.
And that BMW's got some pretty good straight line handling. It came off the elbow and just went up the road. So Kelvin van der Linde used to the Audi, not quite having the straight line speed. So he'll be enjoying that straight line performance from the BMW, but he very much knows the strengths that Brock Feeney will have across the top of the mountain. So he won't fall foul of that trick of getting a pass done up the inside of Forest Elbow, will van der Linde.
But here's the BMWs again, Garth, going longer, back at the front of the field.
Yeah.
Now, our great colleague from Radio Le Mans and pretty much a full-time team strategist now, Paul Truswell. Paul, I hope you're feeling a bit better. When I ask him about this stuff, he says if everything remains equal, which it seldom does in motor racing and particularly
in motorsport.
Yes, absolutely. But they still have the advantage because they're opening up this fuel window and they're cycling to the front at the end of their fuel stints.
And where that works best, as both Maxime Martin and Daniel Serra come to the lane in the Mercedes and Ferrari, where that works best when you continually to do 1 or 2 laps more is when you have large chunks of green flag racing and you get 2 or 3 or 4 stints in one green flag chunk, and then ultimately you end up with a window that's 8 or 10 laps bigger than those that have to stop earlier than you. So that's what teams are always doing in these long endurance races, is trying to open up the pit windows as much as you can. So it might be 1 lap here, might be 2 laps there, but you continually try and open the window and get a strategic advantage on the other manufacturers and the other teams.
With an 80-second fuel stop minimum, it squeezes that advantage a little bit, but track position-wise, you're still getting it. Close call at the top of the mountain. Oh, too close.
That wasn't close. That was big damage. So that was, I think, Luke Youlden in the Superbarn AMG Mercedes. Yes, it was. You can see significant damage out of the front splitter of the 47 car with Luke Youlden aboard and Adrian Dietz in the Lamborghini, who just jumped aboard that car and getting up to speed. So we talked earlier about that misunderstanding of cars and where they place themselves, particularly across the top of the mountain. And that caught those 2 out. So here we go. Youlden trying to get to the inside and just gets the timing wrong and clobbers the back of the Lamborghini. It looks to me like the Lamborghini may have got off that better than the Mercedes of Youlden, but ultimately contact that neither car needed. And the Ferrari in behind just gets away with that one. And now look, also something we need to be mindful of is the debris on the racetrack, because if someone comes over there and cuts a tyre, that will play certainly a part.
And Luke Youlden lost a position there. That was Alessio Rivera going through in the Ferrari. Jed Nogeda in the pit lane.
So he gets that opportunity, assuming he jumps out of the car, to change the undies after the big moment at the top of the hill, because...
Right on
so there we go.
Line.
We're dodging it. Actually, Yilden gets some of that damage there as he goes through. So hard, you can't dodge
Hit his own car.
Yeah, that's right. So
I've just run over the back of my car.
That's right on line as they exit Reed Park for the run to McPhillamy.
And the juice out of this car, so...
Safety car.
Oh, they've got safety car. Yeah, for the debris.
Absolutely for the
BMW
debris.
again.
And BMW, by staying out those couple of laps, opening up that window, has fallen for them again nicely. It's fallen nicely for Craft Bamboo. They're already in the lane. They'll get a half benefit from that, as does the Spirit Racing team. And we can see on our timing screen, the Aston Martin of Jalen Robotham is in out of 6th place as well. Oh, no, the KTM is going into the garage.
And the telltale sign of fluid on the ground indicates perhaps some overheating for the 5-cylinder turbocharged car. We'll follow that story up. The BMW is at the top of the mountain, so they're in the middle sector now, heading down towards the elbow, but the whole field will slow to 80 k's an hour, so the gaps remain relative to each other.
Got to take it.
Oh, yeah, you pit. They were right on the window anyway. This is their 35th lap.
Brilliant.
So cars that didn't take it, because they've already stopped, is the 88 and the 911. So they're doing 80 k an hour. They're effectively 2/3 of a lap behind the 46 that we're on now. Where the big advantage comes is they are actually going to safety car. It's not a full course yellow, so it's going to be a much longer procedure than just a full course yellow. So the BMWs know we can get it. We've got time to get around at 80 k an hour, get into the lane, do our 80-second pit stop, and get back out. And usually it's around a 45-second benefit green flag stop to a safety car stop for if you manage to time it nicely. So not only will they maintain track position, they've got a massive kick time-wise as well.
And the reason that they're going to full safety car is they want a big gap so that the corner workers can get out there safely and have a couple of 3 minutes between when the BMW M safety car comes through and then the rest of the field comes through again.
So this is just confirming why we're under the control of the BMW safety car for the 4th time in today's race. Debris at the top of the mountain, of course, you want that removed, because if a tyre goes halfway down Conrod
particularly
Straight,
there,
when you're doing warp 6, you're in a world of pain.
Well, you could pick up a shard of carbon fibre there, and it doesn't happen. It doesn't do anything to the tyre immediately. It's, you know, further down the road. You're coming down towards the elbow. You come down at the end of Conrod.
Here they go, and Brock Feeney as well. So basically 35-lap stint for these cars.
Wow.
By the time they hit the lane, 3 laps of safety car in that. So bang on the fuel and stint number we'd expect from these leading cars. But once again, this is just time to perfection for WRT. And that ability to extend their stint just a little bit longer every time has come up trumps for them.
Yeah, they've got the 46 car ahead, and they've confused us with this all week. Shit.
Cars are changing out the air filters in the front. By the way, you might have seen that the hoods have come off the bonnet for both. They sprayed down both new air filters with some extra spray, trying to make sure that the cars do not overheat during this stint so the turbos can breathe cleanly. The fueling is still going on for both cars. They've done driver changes for both. We've now got Charles Wirtz out of the 46, Raffaele Marciello in. And in the sister car, it was Kelvin Van der Linde who brought it in, and Sheldon who takes it back out. Done service for the 46. It's outgoing. A little bit of issue trying to put the new filter in for the sister car, the 32, but the black one has its hood back on now too, and it should get going. Good opportunity to do this little bit of service while they can behind the safety car and lose less time.
The 1%ers. It's the 1%ers. Let's do that. Quick release cassette, if you like, on the air intake for that air filter. It gets done. There's plenty of time in that 80 seconds, Garth, to do that. Let's do some planned maintenance. That's thinking ahead.
Well, it's no coincidence that they've done it when they're under safety car, and they know that they've engineered a strategic advantage over the opposition. So even if it did go a little bit long like it did for one of them, they had time up their sleeve to not lose any track position. So WRT again showing they're well ahead of the game with their strategy and their cars.
And speaking of strategy, Audi Sport Team MPC, JMAC Racing have put Liam Talbot back aboard the 183 Audi, and they've got track position out of that, so they've jumped the sister Sheldon van der Linde driven now BMW. But they're also going to get some more valuable drive time in, Chad, for Liam Talbot, the bronze, back behind the wheel of that car.
Whew, sorry, I was standing right next to a Porsche doing a burnout in pit lane when you threw to me then. So, yeah, it was super cool. I was watching the pit stop at 183. Yeah, putting Liam back in. So opening up that strategy at the end of the race for Feeney and Feller. That just shows you how much they trust Liam Talbot's ability at that team to keep the speed up. But they also put old tyres or used tyres back on that car as well. So he's not out there on a fresh set of rubber. So he's going to be playing this video game on hard for the next part of the race. They also did some minor repairs on the right-hand side of the bodywork on that car as well. Just some aero stuff that they've patched back up.
Also, Krillsy, I'm just thinking here, we could get Gilles Gounon back on the lead lap here, couldn't we? And Luke Yielden.
Well, so they've stayed out, John. And
as you'd expect.
So that's worked really well. So either way, they get the wave by, but actually this is better because the wave by gets you 40 seconds in front of the pack. This gets them right on the trail of the back of the safety car.
Correct.
So, no, they're in a pretty good position. And they're out of sync from a pit stop strategy. So Gounon only got into that car 18 or 19 laps ago. So when this all speeds up and they rejoin the queue and they allow the field to all pack up, they'll go at a much quicker speed and link up with the back of the safety car queue, and then that's going to work really well for 75. It also works well for
recovery personnel proceeding down Conrod. Please advise caution around that car, please. Race control all teams, disengage.
So that's what we're waiting for, the call to disengage the pit limiter, and they can now get themselves to the back of the safety car queue. But race control just letting them know that they should take a little bit of care, making sure that they pull into position with the recovery cars.
Getting everybody back around then, as we've just got over 8 hours and 7 minutes or thereabouts to go. We are still under the safety car at the moment. I promise you the cars weren't going quite that quickly as they go through.
Not an Aussie racing car race. So we're working towards hour 4 being completed in this race. And once again, we just get a little reset as we're getting with regularity today, which is keeping a whole bunch of cars in the game. And just to finish that point on what's going to happen at the end of this safety car is we're going to get car 91 back on the lead lap, which is the Bend Porsche with Maurice Schuring behind the wheel, his first visit to Mount Panorama. We'll get the silver class Luke Yielden car, Superbone back on the lead lap. The Lambo will be on the lead lap as well, as will Alessio Rovera in the Pro-Am entered Arise car. So at the end of this, we should have 14 cars still on the lead lap of this race, working our way into the second third of the 12-hour. This is Bathurst Town. What a place to come it is for car racing, but also just pop in for a weekend getaway. If you're in Sydney, pop up over the Blue Mountains. It's only 3.5, 4 hours down to Canberra, Goulburn, all of the area. Get up here and check it out. It's a beautiful part of the world any time of year. There's great cafes, great restaurants, a really good brewery, Reckless, that are part of this event, and lots of great things to see and do. The train museum, the railway museum in this part of the world is really good. The Fossil Museum, they've got a T-Rex up there as well, and of course the National Motor Racing Museum. And lots of people have come and joined us to be part of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this weekend. So a dramatic race, and it's being led by the number 46 BMW. We are under control of the BMW safety car at the moment. And while we love getting driver guests up here in the commentary box, this is a sad story because we loved what this team were doing on and off the track. Thomas Randall's joined us up here. Mate, I don't know what to say. I'm sorry. You got an opening stint. Lounsey jumped in. Unfortunately, it all ended. But what a shame. What a disappointing way to end your weekend.
Well, not only that, when I sat here in the comm box, I saw a latte here and I thought it was for me and it was empty. So just to add insult to injury there.
But never leaves any scraps.
I know.
You should know that. You should know that. When we saw that your car going slowly and Lounsey there with the problem on the, it looked like a left rear puncture to us. And we just thought, oh, what's happened there? Is somebody giving him a bang or something? We never even came into the conversation or our thought process that Lounsey had made a mistake. He put his hands up to it straight away.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an easy mistake to make in these cars. Yeah, he was going around the right-hander before the dipper, and he's just clipped the right front on that inside wall on the right, and it's put him to the left wall into the dipper, and he thought he got away with it, and unfortunately the left rear made contact with the concrete, and then he made it as far as he could, and then the drive shaft was plucked out. But such an easy mistake to make, and obviously we had a pretty fast car actually. That first stint we were trucking along really well. I was just behind Lucas Stoltz and really happy there, and we pitted. Lowndesy was doing an awesome job, and obviously it's a shame for everyone at Scotty Taylor Motorsport, the whole team at Ash Seawood Motorsport that prepare the car, but that's this place, right? All it takes is one little thing that can ruin your day.
No thought of getting that car repaired and getting back out again, or is it just too much work?
Well, because it went on the tow truck, the rule is as soon as it gets brought back on the flatbed, that's it. So but by the time you brought it back, you're 5 or 6 or 8 laps down, and it would be nice to be circulating for sure, for not only for the team but for Prostate Cancer Foundation Australia, which has actually raised over $50,000 online, which is absolutely cracking. And there's been a heap of donations over the weekend as well. So we have to thank everyone who's donated to that. And I think we've raised plenty of awareness.
Awareness is as much a part of this as raising the money, and STM have always been part of this, and now we've upgraded, if you like, because the Prostate Cancer Foundation is now the official charity of this event.
Which is fantastic, and I think you see in so many other sporting codes, guys, that there's some sort of charity that's linked with a sporting event, and I think it's so great that's being done here for the Bathurst 12-hour, and hopefully that can be a thing for supercars and other sporting or other motorsport events around the world as well. I know IndyCar are really good in that side of things as well, leading up to different events that they do. So I think we have such a great platform here to do that.
Your opening stint was great, and at the end of it, I think you were running 7th when you peeled off into pit lane and had really good pace. I mean, the car looked good, but what was that opening hour stanza like as the sun was popping up over the hills?
Well, firstly, I'm glad we got 2 warm-up laps because it's pretty cold out there, and you got the tyre pressure low warnings, and there's not a lot of grip, and it's obviously quite dark. But some of those, like the Audi and the Lambos, their headlights are so bright, so it makes it very tricky to sort of spot apexes when these high beams are beaming through your mirrors. But the car was awesome. I mean, we made it better and better over the weekend, and it was hanging onto its tyres really well. I was on the back of Lucas Stoltz, and Engel was coming towards us, and I thought, we've got a really good package here. So we were pretty excited for the rest of the day, and I think we're still the fastest Merc, which is cool. But
bragging rights.
We'll see. It is what it is. That's what happens at this place. We won't stop giving up, but that's just the way it is for 2025.
Thomas Randall joining us here in the commentary box. The BMWs are going well, though, Shay, Adam, and you found a driver who's enjoyed his first stint on the mountain.
Yeah, because for Kelvin Van der Linde, anytime you get to do laps around the mountain, it's a cool thing. But anytime you get out of the car and hand over to your baby brother, that's another experience. Talk about this beginning of the race.
Yeah, it's, I mean, to touch on your first question, I think it's really special to hand over to Sheldon for the first time. It was still goosebumps in that moment. But at this moment, we're still very much laser focused for the race, so not really thinking about too much about the family affair. I think the race is pretty chaotic. I didn't expect with the reduced number of cars that we have so many full course yellows. That's a bit strange. A bit frustrated. I think we had the opportunity maybe to overcut in that run. So it just got us short at the end there, the wrong timing for us. So now we're going to try and fight back and try again the next stint.
Yeah, but we still have 8 hours to go. So if there's an opportunity for you to overcut, it's still yet to happen. I mean, there's a lot of strategy left to play. And with Team WRT, you've got one of the best in the business calling strategy for you.
Yeah, they're amazing. Honestly, shout out to these guys. You can see they are on top of the game. The first couple of stints, seeing the Ferrari, how hard they pushed. And they very quickly realized that it's a different race to the one they were running. So good to see we're setting trends, but still a long race to go.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And from the 3rd place BMW down to our class leaders in silver, which this weekend is the Aston Martin. As we are just getting some comms from our BMW safety car. Quick update on the Aston Martin. Jamie Day at the wheel. They had a slow pit stop during that last round of stops. It was thankfully under the safety car. So they had a stop that was 3 seconds too quick. This one was 30 seconds too long. And it came because of a venting issue with that tank as well. So a little fuel rig problem costing them 30 seconds. Now that's 2 drive-throughs plus a loss of 30 seconds in a pit stop, and they're still leading their class on the lead lap.
such as the day we've had, Chad, that you can have all those dramas and still be very much in contention and very much be on the lead lap of the race. We're not far away from a resumption of play Sunday here at Mount Panorama.
I was going to throw this out to the audience. We've traded Garth Tander at the moment for Thomas Randall. Is that a performance upgrade in a bit? I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying one thing or the other because I know Garth's just around the corner.
Well, we're all about the future. So you need to build towards the younger talent, both in race car driving and commentary box talent, John. So
Thomas is part of our listeners collective on Radio Show Limited. Avid listener, first-time caller.
Yeah, it's great to be here. I can't believe I'm in the com box with you, John. It's such a privilege. Oh, and obviously you, Crails.
Okay,
but
no,
we have.
I know where I stand.
We've commentated before.
We have.
So to be able to commentate with both of you, it's pretty cool.
Got some good news if you've been following the 44 Audi that had that unfortunate incident at the top of the mountain early on. Not the fault of that car at all. Got picked up in the accident that took the McLaren out of the race. Well, the guys have done a cracking job down there, Krilsey. Replaced that end. The brightly coloured car is out and running around again. I'm very impressed, Sergio Perez behind the wheel of the number 44 Audi.
Yeah, you said off air, it's back out, it's back out. I was like, are you sure? Really? No, that's a huge effort. And they'll have enough time if they can get to the end of the day to be classified. So that will be a huge result if they can link that car home.
Spirit of the race there.
Yeah, there they are. And I tell you what, bit of damage, bit of bodywork hanging off the right rear corner. But that's not unusual in this race. So outside of that, you'd have no idea it was involved in a massive crash at a 160, 170 k/h approach to Brock Skyline at the top of Mount Panorama. So at least that's one feel-good story so far. We are just trying to get to the bottom as well behind the KTM, which has now been in pit lane for 16.5 minutes. And that's another squad just looking to get themselves to the checkered flag. Here's the wave by.
And that Audi's going to get one of its many laps down. They're shooting for 75% of the race here, Krilsey, in terms of their lap content by the time we get to 5:45 this afternoon, so that they can be...
Safety car lights out.
They can be in the results and therefore stand on the third step of the boxing class.
Would be okay, but we'll chart that as the day goes on. Right, lights out, BMW safety car, and we'll go back to green flag racing. We've got Thomas Randall from Scott Taylor Motorsport, the 222 Mercedes, with us in the box to call this restart. And Thomas, they have been feisty.
They have, and it's been a pretty thrilling race to watch so far. Unfortunately, there's been a few crashes, but yeah, the restarts are so critical here. With the rule this year, you can be weaving when the lights go out, and he's gone. Marcello's taken off, so...
That's much earlier than the restarts that we've seen so far. Most of them have been down by the spares box bridge. But Rafa Marciello in the BMW then goes through, and there's a bit of a gap opening up, but no matter what happens, remember, you can't pass before the start-finish line just through the final corner. That's a copy-boot start by the BMW number 46.
Now the story here will be Liam Talbot as we watch the Porsche of Picciarello get up the inside of Mick Grenier, who then gets the over-under, and did they almost touch? I think they got very close.
Ferrari's in a great position here, getting the two-car tour going up Mountain Straight. Already defence to the inside by the leader in that little group. The BMW, though, drafts through.
Well, that was the story I was going to pick up on, was Liam Talbot in the mix of all this. And Grenier gets up the inside of the Porsche, who's going to be offline. And Tyres picking up all the dirt and marbles offline, and hip and shoulder as Sarah gets through in the Ferrari. Picciarello drops 2 spots. Just needs to gather himself now on the run up to the cutting and the top of the mountain. We told you it was going to be feisty, and it sure was.
It looks chaotic to us from the outside, Thomas. Is it like a million times more than that when you're behind the wheel?
I can tell you, John, it is. It's fallen out there, and trying to hold it around the outside of turn 2 is so tricky, because once you get on that offline and the dirt and the dust, you lose all the momentum. And if you've walked this track, if you've been here before, it's quite a steep climb to the cutting. So you lose that momentum. It's so easy for someone to pass you up the inside all the way to the cutting, and that's exactly what's happening. He's lost out 2 spots there.
Just thinking about walking this track, and my calf muscles are burning already. The 2 BMWs then back to first and second, using the fact that they've been able to go a couple or 3 or 4 laps longer in the green flag stints to open that pit window. They've taken advantage. The 2 WRT cars then have cycled back to the front and lead here at the 2025 Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours as we're back to green flag racing.
So Liam Talbot gobbled up reasonably quickly in that little exchange, but he's driving a slightly different race at the moment. They're trying to build a little bit more driver time for Liam so that Ricardo Feller and Brock Feeney can do the remainder of the race. Lucas Auer, pole sitter yesterday, 30 years of age from Austria, whose uncle is Gerhard Berger. So he comes from a very, very good little bit of racing heritage there in that part of the world. He's got up to third place. Remember, the Craft Bamboo car spent time buried backwards in the gravel trap at the start.
Temperature coming up on the track as well, Creelsey, because we've had sunshine all the way through this. Temperature rising in the racing as well as the battle for 7 and 8. Shilgun goes around the left-hand side of the Ben Motorsport Porsche as they're scrapping just outside the top 6, but this one is not over. Going on to the middle of the road, going to visit New South Wales, Griffin's Bend, turn number 2. Now they climb up towards the cutting, and the Volante Rosso, Gulf Aston Martin sitting in behind that, getting a grandstand view past the GT4 AMG, which rather smartly pulls out of the way through the cutting there and rides the berm on the outside.
And Talbot here, he's got Grenier and Sarah right behind him with Gounon, who's just made that move on the 911 Porsche. He'll be seeing what's happening up ahead, and this is going to allow him to catch these two in front of him because, as you said, Crailsey, Talbot's in a different race here, so Grenier's going to want to try and get past that 183 Audi as soon as possible, but there's really nowhere to pass until you get to Forest Elbow or the chase.
Yeah, this is a huge battle too. So all the 8 pro cars line astern at the moment, and Jamie Day at the back of the queue. He's leading the silver class, but they want more than just that today based on the speed that they've had. And then the next car back is Ian James in the heart of racing, Mercedes AMG. This is on board with Daniel Serra, but I think we're looking at what Mick Grenier is doing with Liam Talbot in front. So we know the AMG punches out of the slow corners well. The Audi's got a straight line speed advantage, but there's a Ferrari trying to catch them both. And if the Ferraris have been one thing, it's quick in a straight line all weekend. Here goes Grenier down the inside. The Canadian will get that spot. So Talbot back one, but that's smart racing, clean driving, and Jill Gounon gets himself in as well.
Jill Gounon, the fourth of those 4 cars in the copper chrome machine. Right in the middle of the road for the Audi, blocking everybody out. That's brought the Porsche back into it as well. Alicia Picardiello, we've got a battle pack Royale par excellence here, Thomas.
You've got to be careful here. It's easy as a driver to get frustrated when you know you're behind, you know, I guess a bronze driver, thinking I need to make this pass as soon as possible.
GT3 cars, aero-dependent car. The guys behind there, they're going to feel that on the turn-in, even on the slower corners?
Absolutely. The biggest place that you feel the aero wash is over the top. It's so easy to lose that front-end balance, especially under the tree, and then when you go through the Great and McPhillamy Park. So I think it's pretty critical that Sarah can get this move done, but you've got to be smart about it. 7 hours and 50 minutes to go in this race, so even if you lose a couple seconds here, losing some time, there's a high chance that there'll be another safety car and you'll gain it back. But unfortunately, us race drivers, myself included, we normally don't think that smart.
Mission coming here, audience, stand by, press record.
Oh, wow.
Now you've got a GD4 in the mix as well, so it's all going on for sheep stations here at the moment. What was interesting on the last lap, Sarah actually went down to first gear at the elbow, really trying to get the car turned to punch it off the elbow, and we've got another, that's the Lamborghini that's gone through the cut through, just to get out of the way.
So the leader's called Adrian Dietz at Visit New South Wales Griffin's Bend at the top of Mountain Straight, and he lifted out and let them go by, but it did compress Van der Linde into the back of Marcello and Lucas Auer in the Craft Bamboo car. So then he bailed on the runoff area, the short stuff across the top at Brock Skyline, so and the shortcut up there. So smart driving from Adrian. He's in another race as well. Here are the leaders going past Sergio Perez, still feeling his way out in the Valmont, Gaia Valmont Racing Audi.
Now, if you rewind the clock, guys, about at the 11th hour mark or the 10.5 hour mark, that Lucas Auer car was beached in the gravel.
Yeah.
And it's now in the top 3, only 3/10 behind the lead.
Which is why you keep going if you can keep going. I mean, that's the simple part of it. Daniel Surratt down the inside the final corner. That would have been a low percentage lunge there. I want to finish that. There's 7 hours and 50 minutes to go, says Thomas Randall, so you've got to be a bit patient, but you never are as race drivers. It's go time all the time.
It is. It is. We're very short-sighted, so that's probably the best way to sum it up. I mean, we don't have the countdown in the car. We just think every lap is You got to drive as fast as you can, no mistakes, all that sort of stuff. But yeah, it's easy to try and gain a little bit of time. As I tell you what, Talbot's putting up one hell of a defence here, and like you said, the Audi does have a bit of a straight line speed advantage, probably over the Mercedes, but to the Ferrari, it's quite similar. So yeah, I mean, Sarah's probably stuck here now for this middle sector, and Talbot's got the clear air, so he's a little bit loose, actually.
Well, you've been in the comms box before. You know you've then just cursed this by saying he's stuck there. He's moving around, Sarah moving around left and right, trying just to influence, perhaps, where Liam Talbot puts the car as they're coming up over the top, down towards the grate and through. Love that noise as they go through.
Well, diversity wasn't just an old wooden ship, was it? How's the variety in that battle pack with an Audi, a Ferrari, a Mercedes AMG, a Porsche and an Aston Martin, all lockstep line astern.
And look how much Grenny has checked out. 2 laps ago he'd overtaken Talbot, and now 3.5 seconds he's put on Talbot, and that's only going to help once Sarah gets past Talbot, if he can. But Talbot's putting up a fight here, and all he's got to do is just eyes forward, make no mistakes, and place the car in the right spot, and he could maintain that position.
That's the voice of Thomas Randall, sadly not able to be competing right now. At Thomas Randall 49, Sam Collinson saying it's great to have you in the booth, but he'd rather have you in the car.
Appreciate that.
As would we all. Down again to the bottom of the hill.
And pass done, so Sarah gets that spot. That's P5 for the Ferrari. We'll give you a lap time check as they cross the line as well. The leaders through 3.8. Oh, there's no room there, Jewel.
1, 2, 3 times is the charm. He'll do the over and under and get the position. Surely as they go into the first corner, he's being squeezed towards the pit wall. Don't like to see that. Well, there was a little bit more room given, and here comes Picariello as well, and Liam Talbot's got to give up 2 positions.
Thoughts, feelings, emotions on that one?
Yeah, I mean, I guess you could say that coming. So, but like I said before, now 3.7 seconds Grenny has put on Sarah because it's taken that long. So
bump drafting going on there.
Yeah, now we've got Day. In fact, I'll tell you what, Talbot's was trying to bang his way back through, but I guess he's let the Aston Martin through, and now it's probably all resumed normal programming.
When you're in a battle pack like that, you've got to have like a head like an owl, don't you? Because you're attacking at one, you're defending from the other. You make an offensive move, it costs you a tiny little bit of momentum. You're gonna absolutely lose positions.
This is just how all of that unfolded over the last 6 and a bit Ks. So just a lap or two ago, Shulgunon was right at the back of this battle pack, and then Picariello going down the inside of the GMR car. He did the over-under at turn 1, and then the drag race up, and in all of that, Daniel Serra was going, well, I'll have me some of this. The 3 leaders all locked together in front. So at that point, Liam Talbot was still in second, and that's the hip and shoulder, and actually quite a decent whack to the Porsche there.
Yeah, it was. And to follow on with what John was saying, from these external shots, it looks like there's heaps of vision in the car, but when you're actually sitting in one of these cars, or a Mercedes, whether it be that, a Porsche, a Ferrari, there's not a lot of vision out of these cars. You're quite limited, and by the mirrors as well. Some cars have a reverse camera, as we can see the replay of the move that Sarah put on Talbot. I think Talbot just relinquishing that spot. But yeah, some cars, more of the current cars, have actual cameras that look out the back. Our car doesn't. This Mercedes clearly doesn't have a rear vision camera, and that's what really set off the over-under pass for Gounon.
For a little while now, the Corvette. 1, 2, and we'll go back to the inside in a second. There we go, Gilles. Thank you very much. He's so in control of that car. Those are quite dynamic moves that he's making there. The Corvettes have had rear cameras for a long time, and they've got the radar on the back that put the little arrows to tell you which side the cars are coming, which in the dark actually is tremendously helpful to us.
Well, when I was in the dark, obviously we don't have any of that in our car, but you just see headlights. You don't know who it is, and if they go for a pass and they go past your mirror, you no longer see headlights, you can't see a car, so you have to give a bit of wiggle room assuming someone's there. But I mean, it's probably not a bad thing whether you have them or not.
Daniel Serra cannot see anything out of his right-hand door mirror. The cowling's there, and I'm pretty certain the glass has gone. (7 3/4 of an hour gone.
John, not many of them are using the mirrors at this point, so I don't
No,
think
there's
he
definitely
cares.
no glass.
No.
There's no glass in that. Now, the reason I mentioned that is that's the opposite side to where the driver's sitting. And that's where the biggest blind spot is on the car, isn't it, Thomas?
Yeah, and in a Mercedes, the front end is quite a way forward of the cockpit. And I mean, as a supercar driver, we're used to right-hand drive, so moving to the left side of the car, when we drive this track, the first few laps of practice, it's like, okay, where's the limits? I can't put myself as a driver that close to the wall because I'll wipe the right-hand side off the car. So it's a few laps getting used to that. And this morning in the dark, it was pretty full on. So, but yeah, the bonnet sticks out a fair way in front of a Mercedes, whereas an Audi, it's obviously a lot closer. That's rear-engine car, so that's something that you have to get used to as well. And these splitters on these cars being so important to the aerodynamics, the floor, like these are full floor cars, so if you damage that splitter, it could be game over for your aerodynamics.
You haven't worked out. We've got Thomas Randall with us now. Should have been in the Triple Two car. That car out with a drive shaft issue early on in the race after hitting the wall at the top of the mountain. We know you've got a pretty full schedule down here. Are we going to see you doing any GT3 elsewhere, coming across the Nürburgring, something like that?
I'd love to, John. I mean, it's definitely on the bucket list.
Nürburgring this year, you know.
What do you think, Rosie?
Well, should you go and do something?
Up a drive? What do you think?
I think you should, absolutely.
I was actually talking to Jack Aiken before he watched the start of the race, and I said to him, come on, mate, like, help me out here, mate. Give me a few drives. So, anyway, look, we'll see. I'd love to...
You and Aitken together, I would pay money to see that team, because that would be a fun team.
That would be cool. We've been teammates once before, actually. S5000 in Melbourne at the Australian Grand Prix, but yeah, would love to do some races overseas.
Eagle-Eye John noticed that the mirror was missing on the right-hand side of the Ferrari, and well, there's no door in the garage ready to replace it for Daniel Serra. Now, why do I say the door? Because that's how you have to replace the glass in the mirror. You would actually have to take the entire door off and put a new one on. So it's a little bit more expensive than just that €1,700 door mirror as it hangs off, because, well, it doesn't just bolt on and off that easily.
It's just the glass. I'm telling you, it's not even the cowling. It is literally just the glass on the right-hand side. He's obviously been driving by Brill. I'm pretty certain it's the right-hand side rather than the left-hand side. So the one that's on the, not the driver's side.
In that battle pack, he was driving by bump drafting the way they were all crashing doors and mirrors in that fight for the minors.
I think if there's a mirror that you don't need, if you're going to lose one, you'd want to lose the outside one, because this track being anti-clockwise, it's got a lot more left-handers. So if you want a mirror, you'd want the one on the left, because that's where people are going to overtake you. But hopefully, if he's lost one, it's the right-hand one.
So if anybody comes in who's behind, so when somebody comes in who's been behind, so is it do him up the right-hand side there, because he's got no mirror. He won't be able to see you coming.
BMW's line astern at the front of the field, and they're being chased by Lucas Auer, Trail, John Hindhoff and Tom Randall, guest commentator at the moment. Unfortunately out of the race, but we're enjoying his company. His real job, the day job, starts in just a couple of weeks at the Sydney 500 at Sydney Motorsport Park, and you took the wraps off the brand new livery on the Castrol Mustang, the Tickford Racing entry that you will steer this year. Is it nice? Now, you don't get to drive with Cam in the Enduros because you've got to have your own co-driver. It's actually nice to pair up with your teammate.
It is. I mean, it's great to work with him throughout the season in supercars, but to actually share a car together is super special. We have so much fun, and obviously with Lounsey as well. And you know, Scotty, he's such a good guy to be around. They all are. We have a ball, we have a laugh. I mean, you know, if you don't enjoy it, why are you doing it, right? So yeah, but obviously we've got a big year together. I've known Cam for 20 years, so I mean, he'll probably tell you that that's 20 years too long. So yeah, I probably annoy him a bit, but look, yeah, we have fun, and I'm excited for
Stewards
the
have
2025
imposed a 15-second time penalty for a breach of wave-by procedure to car 36.
So that's Alessio Rivera in the Pro-Am Arise Racing GT Ferrari. A little bit of a theme today.
Can't have been massively egregious, because they would have got a huge penalty.
They didn't get the full Murph.
No.
They just got the 15. don't know if you saw the 5-minute penalty that was applied to the McLaren for breach of the wave by regulations early on, in that they went too early, and the first person to message about it was G. Murphy, who was saying, oh, is that a thing now? Is it? Do they do that?
Overtaking before the green flag is what we're hearing.
We actually had Chaz walk in the garage and tell us that's what happens.
Really?
So
yeah, right.
He's got 2 hats on this weekend. Team boss, team manager, and then race driver in that beautiful Ferrari as well. So
there was a point he was leading both races.
Yeah.
Method were leading the GT4 class, and Chaz was in front in the Arise GT Ferrari, leading the race. He raced his way to the front in that first stint.
If you weren't up with the Larks this morning, you missed an absolutely cracking start. Crailsey calls it the best 45 minutes of racing anywhere in the world as we started before dawn. And my goodness, we lit it straight up to 11, 3 wide, going up Mountain Straight. The Audi was the meat in the sandwich and got hit both sides. And then I'm afraid Thomas Randall's car coming back after a little clip on the wall at the top of the mountain. It went no further. McLaren into the wall on the top of the hill and taking out the Audi as well. Incredibly, the Audi is already back in the race, but you wouldn't have thought it. That should have been day over, and the frustration boiling over. And then the big one, Kenny Bull down the inside of the Grove AMG. Air Grove for a moment, and the fan cam makes it look even more spectacular. Then another safety car for debris on the circuit. Slight misjudgments. And that put the field back under yellow. Great racing on the restarts. And all of the AMGs going well. It's Picariello making life difficult. But it's the BMWs with their better fuel mileage, effectively, that's given them a wider window to play their strategic cards, Rich.
Yeah, they've been
Race
really
control,
strong.
Attention all teams. Stewards have imposed a 15-second time penalty to car 9. Breach of wave by procedure. Overtaking prior to receiving green flag.
James Taylor about to send an invoice with commentary this weekend. They've been busy in race control, so 15 seconds, car 9. That's Lee Holdsworth behind the wheel of the Hallmark Property Group car. Class leaders on screen. So silver class, the Aston Martin still on top. They're 8th outright. Ian James leads bronze, and Morris Schuring behind the wheel of the Pro-Am leading class car. And they're having a battle with that Arise Racing Ferrari, 11th and 12th on the road, and locked together basically on track. Though 15 seconds for Rivera won't help the cause. Mark Griffith doing an outstanding job leading the GT4 car, 16th outright at the moment, and quite a handy margin over Jake Santalucia, who's 2nd in class with the Method Motorsport car.
Now, we were just talking about the KTM still leading the Invitational class. It's a class of 1. They're not bothered about where they're finishing class. They want to finish this race. They had fluid coming out of that car earlier on, and they're working underneath the Audi engine, which is transversely mounted amidships in that car. But there's a driver in the car, and the driver in the car is suited and booted. I think we might see this car coming out again. They've had horrible, horrible luck. We've been calling it the KTM curse at Mount Panorama. I think they're going to break that today. We're going to get this car home if this team have to put it on their backs and carry it. And you know what? I am not knocking them for that, Crailsey.
I was just wondering, I did message Garth Walden, team boss, about what was going on, but he's actually on the tools, so I'm not surprised we haven't found out yet. They are working extremely hard. In the background was JP Messenger, the engineer down there. They've got really experienced people, and that car has been strong all weekend. It's amazing, isn't it, Tommy? They ran 5 hours through practice and qualifying without a hiccup, and they got 2 minutes into the race and had an electrical problem. And it's incredible, isn't it? You can build up all the weekend long, and the moment it gets really competitive in racing conditions, something trips up.
And just to reiterate, that's unfortunately this place, and really throughout all of practice, we didn't really see that much carnage. And I mean, I think the only red flag was for did we even get a red flag for the Kangaroo?
Yes, yeah. No, we didn't.
We went full course yellow, I think, didn't we?
One red flag in practice 5, and that was the lot of it, the entire lead up to the weekend. It's got to be some kind of record for this event. Meguiar's 12-hour at Mount Panorama. But yeah, you're right. And they clearly were saving it all up for the first 4.5 hours of Sunday, because They burnt it all this morning.
But Thomas Randall, sitting in the middle of a team, he hadn't seen that until that point, and you were like, wow, that's what was happening up front.
I didn't know there were 3 wide at the top. I was just trying to survive the first few laps. They're probably the trickiest, not just because, well, A, it's dark, and what's unique about the Bathurst 12-hour, I'm sure you guys have said this across the weekend, is there is no night practice. So the first time that you get to experience it is for the race, and it's it's an experience, I'll tell you that much. And in our car, and a lot of these cars, apart from the dash, it's pitch black in the car. So if you change a dial, you kind of have to remember exactly where it is, muscle memory. So when you change your ABS setting or your traction, well, in the Merc anyway, ABS traction control, it's all dark, that whole center console. So you've just got to kind of do that blind. And but you know what? It's such an incredible first stint. And these top 3, they're just trading lap times at the moment. So whether it sounds like the 46 is actually doing a bit of fuel saving, a lot of lifting and coasting going on there. I'm sure the 32 of Sheldon Vanderlyn would be doing the same thing, and Lucas Hauer as well.
Yeah, it's a really good shout, and we've been seeing this all day for these 2 cars. Big lift. They call it lift and coast for a reason, and that's what's going on. The BMW is just circulating at the moment, just cruising. Right, we're going to get down to the Pirelli pit bunker, where we find Chad Nailon and Shea Adam, and this is the start of something really cool. We're going to play out over the remainder of this race, Chad, because we want to find the GOAT, the greatest of all time. Take it away.
Yeah, now you teased this in the coverage yesterday that this would be coming up at some point throughout the course of the weekend. Shay, I don't know exactly how to even start with this discussion. We had to draw a line in the sand, though, and say it's just from the GT3 era.
Yeah, and we had to narrow it down even more, saying, I know that you want to pick this guy, but so do I. So ladies go first, maybe? I mean, I think that's how we came to it.
I think that's fair. So let's take Shay's nomination on who she thinks should be in the discussion for top 5 greatest GT3 drivers to visit Mount Panorama. Why did you pick this guy?
Pretty simple. Bottom of the timing screen at all times lists the fastest lap of the mountain in a GT3 era car. It's Mauro Angel. He got 2 pole positions here before, almost made it 3 yesterday. He pushed really, really hard. Now, he's won every great race that he's participated in, except for a couple of 12 hours.
Yes.
Sebring and this one.
And this one. So you're not worried that that doesn't take him out of the discussion for maybe being the GOAT?
He's P4 right now. His car is. It's a long race yet to go. And I think that Mauro Angel, with that lap record, with what we've seen from him over the course of the years here, it has been magic.
And Krause, I think it's also worth noticing, or noting as well with Mauro, that he's been a part of some famous moments here as well. That amazing interview with Mark Bretter all those years ago when he was a fired-up Mauro. You've got to put all that stuff in the discussion as well.
Yeah, I agree, though I'm not sure showing the vision of him fencing Jules Gounon in 2023 adds to the conversation.
Hey, I don't know. It shows, doesn't it, the passion that he has, and he doesn't want to leave anything out there.
Exactly, and he keeps coming back to this race time and time again, even though it hasn't been nice to him. He's had the celebrity moments in qualifying, but the celebrity moments for the wrong reasons during the race. I really think that if he could set it right, that would put him at top of the list.
All right, we do have more choices still to come. I'm just going to tease who it might be next. You're just going to have to wait. It's either me or Krause. I'll let you know that much. A little bit later on, we'll get into our second pick.
Thanks, guys. Nice work. We've got Thomas Randall with us up here in the commentary box. That's the Pirelli pit bunker. So before we let you go, who would your greatest of all time be from a Bathurst 12-hour, GT3 era 12-hour point of view? And I know for a fact you've watched every one of these races, so give me your nomination.
Has it just got to be one?
See, that's exactly what I said.
Put me under pressure here.
Yeah, we went through this in the lead-up. This is what you got to do if you want to be in the big boy box up here.
You haven't given me much time, no.
Yeah.
I'd say, I mean, you can't discount Gounon.
Yep.
Winning this race in multiple manufacturers.
Yep. I can tell you he's in it.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. Matt Campbell, that famous manoeuvre that he put on Jake Dennis at the elbow with about 18 minutes to go.
Pretty confident he's going to be in it.
Yeah. Lowney's won a couple. Yeah.
Good chat.
I think that's up
I think
there.
all of those might be in there.
He's a broadcaster, isn't he? Because he sat firmly on the fence without giving a straight answer, and I like it. Hey, Thomas, thanks for being up here. We really appreciate it. We're really sorry you're out of the race, mate, because we were really excited about what that's done. But well done for your part in it with this team in raising money for the Prostate Cancer Foundation of Australia. And I'm sure we'll see you later in the day. But if we don't, good luck in the Repco Supercars Championship in the Castrol car later on this year.
Thank you, gentlemen. It's been a pleasure. And I hope everyone enjoys the remaining 7 hours and 29 minutes of what has so far been a very exciting and thrilling 2025 Bathurst 12 Hour.
Who wins?
From here?
Yep. No fence sitting in this one, please. And thank you.
Yes, you can only have one, right? You can't give us half the field.
I mean, what Shea and Chad just said in the comm box or in the pit bunker, it'd be nice to see the 888 with Engel get the win. It would be nice. It would be great for Mercedes to get the win, but these BMWs are strong.
No, you've
whether
committed to
they'll
one.
be strong,
No,
whether
you can't
it's
commit to
degrees.
one.
Stop.
That's it.
Stop. Get
That's
out.
it.
Turn
You're
this mic
done.
off.
Thomas Randall joining us up here.
Thanks, guys.
For
Thank
Scott
you.
Taylor Motorsport. Irritatingly good at TV commentary as well as race car driving. Top 5 finish in the Supercars Championship last year. Who knows what the finals will bring in 2025.
Can I just mention the WRT cars? They are unbeaten in endurance racing in 2024. And you might say, oh, hang on a minute. We're only, in January, end of January, beginning of February, but they've won a 24, they've won a 6. They weren't at Daytona, but they are here.
KTM is back out of the garage. This is the team that will not quit. It was a drive belt that came off, so they had to pull off the old one, put on a new one. They somehow got it done, was the exact quote that I got from them, and the car has returned to the racing surface. So this little team has to be a fan favorite at this point because they do not know the meaning of quit.
And I meant to say they are WRT are unbeaten in 2025.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry.
Mind
they did pretty well in 2024 as well. But
what a big cheer went up here as well. We're not supposed to have favourites, but they're in a class of 1, the KTM today. So we are stoked that they're back on the racetrack. Really good stuff for Dave Crampton. He's thrown everything under kitchen sink at this program to the point when the KTM broke early in the weekend. One year it was crashed quite heavily. They went and borrowed an Audi for the race and went out and won their class, but they really want to get there in the end in the KTM. So Trent Harrison's behind the wheel. That's good stuff. Gartander's back alongside us now. Had a little morning refreshment, and Thomas Randall's jumped out GT. So the race playing out. The BMWs, the one thing we noticed, and you were picking up on it earlier before, big lift and coast going on at the moment for the 2 M4s at the front of the field. And you would imagine, because he's certainly not passing them, Lucas Auer is doing exactly the same thing in the Craft Bamboo AMG.
Well, as we now pass the 4.5 hour mark of the race, it's time to get into the grunt work of the race. So we've had a fair bit going on in the early part of this one, in the first quarter of the race. And now it's settling into that grind part of the day where you just go out and log laps. And that's where the drivers will have practiced their fuel-saving techniques. And you mentioned lift and coast, and Thomas Randall, when he was in here doing the race car driver thing, listening to what other race drivers are doing while they're on the racetrack and trying to learn from them. And that's what you do, is you, in all of the big heavy braking zones, whether it's here at the end of Mountain Straight, before you touch the brake pedal at Griffiths Bend, you lift off 50, 75 metres earlier, and then you might brake 25 to 30 metres later than what you normally would, because you want to carry the same mid-corner speed. It's just how you decelerate the car. And by lifting earlier, you save so much fuel. You're maximising the amount of off-throttle time.
But what does that do to your tyre wear? Because there's a trade-off.
It's actually better.
Really?
It's because you de-pitch the car. So a lot of the tyre temperature comes from the car's braking. So when you pitch the car, so the weight transfers. When you're full throttle, the weight's pitched back. And then when you jump on the brake pedal, all that weight transfers to the front. So when you lift, that weight transfers much more slowly. So then the energy is slower transferred to the front of the car. And then inevitably, when you get back on the throttle, when you're saving fuel, you're far more gentle with your throttle application. So it's actually better for tyre wear as well as saving fuel.
So the question becomes, why don't you just drive like that all the time then?
Well, it's a very good question, and for the Sandown 500 in the supercar race many moons ago, Shane van Gisbergen and I in practice had a fuel-saving competition. Who could save the most fuel without losing the same lap time?
Exactly.
And we actually went faster when we started saving fuel in the first sector. So we actually learnt about driving the race car by changing our technique,
and
by
that's just rhythm and flow.
Just finding this way of driving the race car. So it's like here at the end of Mountain Straight, you might lift off, depending on how much fuel you want to save, determines how early you lift off, and then that determines how late you brake. The earlier you lift off, the later you brake,
And the challenge is maintaining the same mid-corner
speed.
speed.
Stewards have imposed a 10-second time penalty to car 888 for a breach of pit stop procedure.
So that's the GMR Mercedes AMG on screen now. Meguiar behind the wheel, and this is it.
Oh, the earth strap is
strap.
actually still fastened onto the diffuser.
So they earth the car at the stop from a static electricity point of view, but when the car leaves, when it drops to the ground, everyone has to be over that line. Nothing else can be attached, and that's a massive faux pas.
The critical part you said right there was the personnel have to be behind the line, and they were, but all equipment has to be behind the line. You can actually, it depends if you have a tennis interpretation or not on the lines out on, but he was on the line. But I think it was more about the equipment wasn't behind the line as well. So equipment includes rattle guns, tyres, fuel rig, and earth strap.
And you might think, hang on, earth strap, that's electricity. It's on a bit of carbon fibre. Carbon fibre conducts electricity.
Well, it was I think it was on the rim. So
was it?
Static. And that's the reason they have an earth, is to minimise the static electricity.
Top of skyline and playing by inches again.
Welcome back. Nothing's changed, by the way.
I thought we just said they were settling down out there.
Meguiar giving the GT4 AMG and Mark Griffin actually no room at all there. He did have a bit more forward momentum, thank goodness, as he went through. As that was very, very tight.
Already seen one AMG Mercedes wiped out across the wall at Skyline. Didn't need another one. Here's a little battle that's raging on. Jules Gounon continuing to get the 75 Express car back in the game, ranging up on the rear bar of Daniel Serra in the 296 Arise Racing Ferrari.
And remember, that car had some damage to the right front that they've fixed with race tape, and bits of that are just starting to peel away and flap away on the right front of that car. It won't be bothering Jules at all. He'll be focused well down the road, but the fact that they had to put something on there earlier on means that they felt that that was affecting the aerodynamics on the right front of that car, which are crucial here, and they will not want that to peel off.
Yeah, I think they took that opportunity under safety car while they had time to make it a bit nicer. Now it's starting to pull apart, but it certainly won't affect the performance of the 75 car. Just be a little bit annoying for the drivers, but you tend to put that out of your vision and out of your mind as you drive on.
This is the first year in a multi-year partnership with one of the most famous global brands in lubrication. Elf Lubricants are on board with the event this year, and from Formula One down, they are massive in the industry, and they have been great supporters of Australian motorsport for a long, long time. And it's great to have them on board. And actually was catching up with Craig Rundle, who looks after some stuff in SA for Elf Lubricants, and they're all really engaged with this race. There's a big bunch of people upstairs in the corporate box enjoying it. They've got a great activation down in the Harris Park area as well. Great products, and great to have them on board as part of a multi-year agreement alongside our new title sponsor in Meguiar's for Australia's International Enduro. So international brands jumping on board as well. So if you just catching up to speed, this car will add another 10 seconds to its 80-second minimum pit stop time. And the reason is, watch, bottom right-hand corner, that moment there has cost them 10 seconds. So the earth connector attached to the car was forgotten through that pit stop sequence. It was yanked off as the car was driving away. And all equipment must be over the red line when the car departs the pit bay. Cannot go unless that is all clear, and the penalty is 10 seconds. So that will be served at their next round of pit stops. It stays green somewhere in the vicinity of 10 laps away.
Very un-GMR.
It really is.
That was, wasn't it? Because that's not a local rule. That's a global GT racing rule. They do that. That's their bread and butter type stuff, part of their pit stop procedure. So just the intensity of this event, and it's not just the drivers that are under pressure, all the crew as well. And something simple as that can cost you. It's not going to cost them in the scheme of the day significantly. It's just one of those frustrating things that they'll give up a bit of track position at the next round of pit stops.
Now, you were talking about the fuel-saving process and how much you decide to save, and sometimes that could be dictated by a lap time. And I get a feeling that WRT have plugged a lap time into their drivers, because they have been relentlessly consistent in and around traffic, like we're seeing here with Sheldon van der Linde. Relentlessly consistent around the very low 204. So peak speed in this stint for race leader Rafa Macchiello is at 203.4. The average lap speed's at 204.3. So they've been punching out 4-0, 4-1, 4-0, maybe 4.5 if they get a bit of traffic. So they're driving to a number about 8 or 9 tenths of a second away from the potential lap speed of that car at the moment. So that's the fuel saving effect. So they're trying to save as much as they can while still keeping that lap time as quick as it possibly can be from a race point of view. But everyone's in that mode right now, Garth, because the gaps are all pretty consistent all the way through. There's 25 seconds down to Jamie Day in 8th place. All those cars on the lead lap. They're all doing very similar lap time at the moment.
Yeah, and it depends on how much fuel you want to save. So, say in Lucas Hour's position right now, if they're in max fuel save position, they're probably not even interested in getting past Sheldon van der Linde because you're in the tow. So even down Conrod, you can lift to half throttle and maintain the same gap to the car in front, then do a nice big lift and coast, brake nice and late and range back up to the rear bumper of the BMW. So it's advantageous sometimes to have a couple of cars in front of you and use them to push the air out of the way, and you can save even more fuel. So, you know, it's not about having a quicker pit stop than the next pit stop window. It's all about making sure you've got the best opportunity as far as opening up your stint lengths and creating a bigger pit stop window.
They're all thinking about the end of the race. Even now, as crazy as it seems, 7 hours and 17 minutes to go, they're all thinking about giving themselves the most flexibility late in the day. And the number they'll all have circled is 10 hours and 45 minutes, because that gives you an hour and 15 to the checkered flag. And that is about a flat-out stint length with a bit of fuel saving involved as well. So if you can get to that mark of the race and pit, you should be good to get to the end of the race. But you want to get there. You need to get to that point first. You don't want to be short. If you're pitting in an hour, if you're pitting 90 minutes before the end, you're stopping again. You have to stop again.
And that has
run out of fuel.
And remember, that has to be an 80-second stop.
Yeah, correct. If you're putting,
it doesn't matter if you're only putting half a tank in. So you need to get those calculations right, because there's no splash and dash here. There's no splash and go. They can be Pirelli and go, but they can't be fuel and go. Right? I tried to think of something that was alliterative with the P of Pirelli, but I reversed out of that pretty quickly.
But what they are doing...
Pirelli and push-off. There you go.
Okay.
Phew.
What the teams are doing is it's information gathering, because you don't get the opportunity to do a stint in practice. You don't get to go out and do 30-odd laps in practice in the lead-up to the event. So they have a pretty reasonable understanding of what their fuel economy is. But as the drivers practice and get into this rhythm of saving fuel, you get better at it. So you can start to save more fuel. So they're just gathering information, to your point, Rich, to that last window, that last stop of the race. Can they stop at 10 hours and 45, or can they stop at 10 hours and 40? The earlier that they know they can stop, the better it is for them. So it's all about information gathering right now.
So BMW team WRT just thinking ahead. They're probably 7 or 8 laps away from a stop, if not a little bit quicker, and Valentino Rossi set to jump in for his second lap. I tell you what, we're on board the 46 car. I'd suggest you crank up your audio, have a listen, enjoy the sights and sounds especially of Mount Panorama aboard the turbocharged BMW.
right, then hands up with your eyes closed, or if you're listening on the audio portion of our broadcast, could you tell where the car was? Big lift and coast from Raffaele Marciello as he was coming down in the chassis. Teammate couldn't do that. Sheldon Fondelinde were slightly held up coming out of the BMW M Elbow. Ian James in the Heart of Racing SPS Mercedes got out the way pretty well, and Lucas Auer was pushing Sheldon Fondelinde, so he actually closed in on his teammate there because he couldn't lift and coast as he came down through the kink and to the end of the chase.
We saw Mr. V. Rossi a few minutes ago getting ready for his next stint, and I'm happy to inform Australian fans and Porsche fans all around the world, one Mr. M. Campbell has just put his lid on as well. So with almost 5 hours gone to this race, we're about to see the king of the mountain, at least for the last couple of years, get his first go behind the wheel of the Porsche.
Thank you, Shay. There's a lot of Aussie fans going, just about time. Haven't seen the bloke that's won the race twice. Pole position and a whole lot of other cool things.
Has he been doing a paper round or something this morning before he came in? Had the Sunday supplements to deliver.
Doesn't get home that often, so a bit of time to catch up with the family.
He went out for breakfast this morning.
Yeah, he's been down to the hub, why not?
He spends a lot of time in the US. He's still on that time zone, is he?
He's enjoying his Porsche Macan Electric in that lovely Provence purpley colour that I've seen him driving around in. We've been monitoring the top of the mountain and who's been close. There's been a few, Garth, that have got pretty close.
Well, Jules Gagnon, we know he's pretty good around here, and he's pretty good with his car placement too, because just, what was it, 10 mil air gap. So that's race spec for him. He would be closer than that in qualifying. So Gagnon continues to fight back. That car up to 6th. Just over 13 seconds from the race lead. Here's the car that Matt Campbell will eventually climb aboard. Picciarello leading that one, driving that one right now, down in 7th. They're off sequence a little bit with the BMWs, so that's why they find themselves, and that'll swing backwards and forwards between the BMWs. And there is often a point in these races where the strategies diverge and they go in different directions, and it might take 4, 5, 6 hours before you know which strategy was worked. And a lot of time, those that find themselves on the wrong strategy, when they work that out, quickly pivot and find their way back to the winning strategy, and that's where the track position becomes key.
And if there's a team that might decide to go slightly off-piste with their strategy, it could be Absolute Racing in the Porsche.
Yeah.
The knowledge that if Porsche's had a strength here in the past, it's fuel economy. And they have traditionally been one of the more efficient cars from a stint length. We referenced the 2018 race earlier in the broadcast, and had it not been caught early, the car that was leading was out of fuel, the car that was second was out of fuel, the cars that were 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment were all Porsches, and they were all going to get to the line, maybe. So fuel economy could be a thing. Now, that was Daniel Serra in the lane. So 26 laps in, he's on basically the same strategy as the Porsche. So that's why we're expecting a stop from them somewhere soon. So Arise Racing GT going to work on the Ferrari. Brazilian out. And 114 laps into the race. They got down to 9th, but remain on the lead lap.
Another thing that the Porsche seems to be quite good at again this year is having its peak speed late in the stint. So as the fuel load comes off and the tyres wear, they're not wearing the tyre as much as they're burning the fuel, so they've got plenty of life in the tyre to take advantage of a lighter car. And the 911 set its fastest lap of the race so far on lap 27 of the race, but that's very close to the end of the very first stint of the race. So that deep into the stint gives you confidence that you know if it's a battle and you're going deep into the race, you're going to have a strong car.
Fundamentally, that car has a different balance, not just because the engine's
in the wrong spot.
Yeah, well, not Porsche would argue vehemently against you there, GT, but also it's got the fuel tank in the front.
Yeah.
So the balance of that car as the fuel burns off probably changes the most of any cars in the race.
Stewards have imposed a 10-second time penalty to car 47 for a breach of pit stop procedure.
It's a Superbarn AMG Mercedes, and what happens here? Do we launch?
Oh, he's got back over the line.
Yeah, so we launch before all the personnel and or equipment are behind the line.
There's no excuse for that with a 80-second time.
It's the 1%ers like that that could make or break your day.
So that crew member was in the passenger door, and you see that big long tube they had, that was full of dry ice, so they were recharging the dry ice system that provides coolness for the driver, cooling system, which is important because today all the cars have to run their driver cooling system based on the temperature forecast for today. So it didn't matter if it was 5:45 this morning or 5:45 tonight, you have to have the aircon on, regardless of what the ambient temperature was at the day at that time.
Fifth position car, Gilles Coulon over the top and down into the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. And right behind him, Ian James. A little bit further down, but leading the bronze category. 12th overall for Harter Racing. SPS running that car, that AMG for them. Harter Racing inextricably linked with Aston Martin. They've been developing the Valkyrie, funding and developing the Valkyrie. Ray Newell and the Harter Racing team. And that car will be out at Sebring before it goes to the WEC in Qatar. Big slide for the 17th position. That's the second place McLaren Artura GT4. Second in its class to Mark Griffith, who's still aboard the Mercedes AMG number 90. It's the red car. Looks a bit more straight and stock, the GT4 version of the AMG. Particularly, it's almost just plain red and a much smaller rear spoiler on those GT4 cars, Rich.
Everything that Porsche has done has done the list pit stops of basically everybody in the race. They've only been through the lane 3 times. They just stayed out and pitted when they had to.
Well, they had to do one of them because, don't forget, they were off sequence and they were getting a lap back.
Absolutely. But they've gone the most ultimate of anyone so far. So while the lap they come in will be similar to everyone around them, there's still a few pit stops to the good of those. And I wonder if that plays out later in the day.
Well, as Garth was saying earlier, we talk about the fuel mileage that those Porsches get with that flat six, almost 4.2 engine. It sounds a weird thing to say. It's all part of the equation here. You hear Matt Campbell talk about the Porsche. It's not #1 in the rankings in getting up the hill, coming down the hill, or even maybe on the twisty bits, but it does everything very well, and you've got to add that in to your strategic thinking.
They're that sort of middle of the top 4 team in footy, aren't they? But when it comes to finals, bang, they're good at the big games.
Well, you've got to keep yourself in it, Garth, by any means possible. If that means stretching, as WRT have done with the BMWs, as the guys in Porsche are doing, if you've got to stretch it, you've got to stretch it to keep yourself there. Whoops, that's a bit long. That's biggest for the team.
So, one, that's awkward because you're in the wrong spot, but second,
I don't think
really awkward because the
on.
fuel hose doesn't reach.
Yeah.
So they have to actually, they had the car jacked up, they have to put it back down again, roll it, and put it up. There we go again, and now connect the fuel ring. So that's going to take a little longer than the 80-second minimum pit stop time, given the repositioning of the car.
I think we're having a look at the rear brake pads as well there, interestingly.
I think they'll be having a good look over the rear of that car every time it comes to pit lane, given the damage that it's sustained at the top of the mountain.
Yeah, good point.
Can I just put a full stop on, we've been following the KTM story, right? And we heard from Shea Adam that it was a drive belt that went on that car. In endurance racing, sometimes necessity is the mother of all invention.
Oh, what have they used?
Well, no, I understand that usually to do that drive belt, it's engine out.
Yeah.
But it's amazing how you could find a way to do it without pulling the engine out when you need to do it quickly to stay in the race. Right, here's the Porsche. So Alessio Picciarello will jump out of car 911. Absolute Racing will go to work. Vastly experienced Chinese-based team who've had a huge amount of success, in particular in the region, in GT World Challenge Asia and endurance racing in this part of the world. They're massive in Thailand in the Thai Super Series as well. And they've been here before. They've been on pole position, yet to get a podium finish here. And they've plugged a Matt Campbell into this car for the first time today. 4 hours and 55 minutes into the race, we get to see Matthew go to work.
And they're blowing out all of the ducts around the front end of that GT3 car. The engine might be at the back, but obviously the best place to put all the cooling is around the front. Now they're not, the radiators and the oil coolers aren't as exposed as they would be in a cup car. They're actually underneath the front of there, and the airflow goes up almost through an S-duct, and that's what the slot in the hood is for. But they still want to keep all the air intakes clean as possible.
So the minimum pit stop time in to out, 80 seconds.
Yeah.
80.6 for Absolute Racing.
Too tight.
They've got half a second up their sleeve there,
Too
John.
tight, that.
And the way that you can do that is that drivers have a little counter. So the team knows the number from when the car turns the pit limiter on to when it stops. They know how long it's got to sit still. And then the driver manages, when they launch, they manage the time from their pit box to turning the pit limiter off at the end of pit lane. And there's a little counter with a light on it, and you get a green light or a red light. Green is good, red is bad, and all you do is manage your speed until you just have the green light flashing, and then you can turn the pit limiter off at pit exit, and away you go.
It's just making sure that the Audi pit crew were over the wall.
Guy Valmont Racing heading out. Don't forget, just a couple of weeks' time, it's really not that far away, the opening round of the brand new Repco Supercars Championship, start of the Sprint Cup, kicks off at the Sydney 500. February 21 to 23. It's a pit lane party and everything going on. Tickets available now from supercars.com. Straight party going on, actually, at Sydney. Timmy Trumpet.
You'll be there, won't you, Mark
I'll be there front and centre.
With your whistle and your glow stick?
Right alongside you for that one.
Yeah, well, I'll get on your shoulders.
I don't think that's the way it works. You've got the loftiness. Looking forward to it. Brand new season. The Supercars Championship coming your way soon. And borderline revolution in the way we go racing in Supercars this year. So it's going to be awesome.
It's real mix. I like what's the little shake-up. I like the idea of the playoffs, if you like, at the end of the season, getting down to the final four by the time you get to the last race of the season.
A 500k enduro at the racetrack that the gentleman behind this car own and operate at Ben Motorsport Park. Be the traditional Bathurst 1000 warm-up. Of course, the great race, and then, the run home. Wowee. All the way to the Velo Adelaide Grand Finale on the streets of Adelaide at the end of the year.
4 drivers that can take the championship going into Adelaide.
Something insane will happen. It's going to be cool.
If you were to pick the final four now, who would it be?
Brown Feeney, Mostert, Waters, but that's only because it was what it was last year. So, but that's the joy of it. You just don't know. You can have a bad Gold Coast 500 and could completely change the game.
Correct.
Or Sandown could completely change the game in sprint race mode. So,
Because it's effectively a knockout when it comes to the playoffs. You have one bad race, and you're in the bottom 3, you're out of it.
Well, it's a knockout. It's the name of the game.
Good, Rich. Yeah, I like what you did there.
Is anybody playing their joke of it? So 7 hours, 1 minute. Coming down to another hour of racing having been completed since we kicked off at 5:45 this morning. Gee, that seems like 5 minutes ago when we first kicked things off. It's still the 2 BMWs from WRT who have played the strategy perfectly and have extended their fuel runs to be able to take advantage. Now, look, you might say that they've had a little bit of good fortune in the fact that the safety cars have popped out. The BMW safety cars have popped out. No, I'm only having fun. But, got to be in it to win it. SPS Heart of Racing back in the lane. And the choreography of a pit stop going on. One side first, then the other side. Check the front. Keep that fuel going in. Driver helping the incoming driver. Ian James steps away. Zachary Robichon, part of that team. He did Dubai 24. Daytona 24 now here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hours. The only driver here who's done 3 of the first 4 races of the season. Is the Lollipop Man allowed still to be over there?
I think they are because they're car controllers, but they can check the traffic as they leave.
That's sensible. I like that. So 12th position, and that's Ross Gunn who's taken over that car as it heads up Mountain Street, still with the right-hand indicator on, but I'm pretty certain he's not turning right until he gets to Griffin's Bend.
Porsche continuing to press on a little bit further down the field. BMW continued to lead. We're not far away from pit stops for our race-leading Team WRT BMWs. This is the Heart of Racing by SPS Performance. So SPS Performance are the team, Heart of Racing, well, the heart of the program, I suppose, and this incredible outfit that Ian James has put together. They do incredible work raising funds for hospitals in the United States of America, and it's sort of, John, and you know the program better than anyone, went well beyond its original remit, didn't it really? And it's become something quite extraordinary in the world of motorsport. And external to that, they're second in their class. We should emphasise there's a race within a race in GT3 at the front of this field. So they're battling at the moment with the Hallmark Property Group Audi, which has been driven by Lee Holdsworth, and Ross Gunny second in class. And Ross was super speedy all the way through practice and qualifying, especially yesterday, and had that car within half a second of the outright pace. So they're in good shape. Ian loves coming here. It's his second visit to the place, and hopefully it's the first of many. And we've already started the sign the petition to bring a Valkyrie here for some demo laps at some point. We very much like that.
We want all the Aston V cars here.
Absolutely.
Tony Quinn's had his Vulcan out. We need the Valkyrie. We could do with the 177 as well, not with a V in that, but into the pit lane for the Ferrari of Alessio Rovera.
They've got a 15-second time penalty as well, denoted next to their name on the timing board. So
serve that now.
When serve that now.
Yeah.
Yep. So I would imagine the car will sit still as it does there for 15 seconds. The driver, if he is getting out, he or she's getting out, they can undo their belts, they can disconnect their radio, they can do all that one, but sit there and wait. And then you wait, and then ultimately the team goes to work, and then you do the driver change after you're taking that time penalty.
Matt Campbell, 10th position. One position higher up than from whence they started. Remember, they were outside the Pirelli pole battle. They've worked their way through, out of sequence now because they made their pit stop first in this round of pit stops. But what even now they'll be doing with just under 7 hours to do, everybody is counting back from 5:45.
And what's the international sign that a pit stop's about to happen? Cars tend to start going a little bit quicker just to get some pace aboard. And Mick Grenier behind the wheel of the GMR Mercedes is in 4th place at the moment, has on lap 121 set the car's quickest lap of the race at a 2:03.1. So they now, I would imagine, have a number when they're going to get to pit lane, and all of a sudden fuel saving becomes less of a concern, and going speedy to play the track position game does become a concern. Bearing in mind that that team has 10 seconds hanging over them for a little penalty from their last pit stop too.
Ben coming in, the Manny Watcott coming in, Martin Shearing into the race. That's a great looking car in that Porsche 962 livery, Le Mans livery from down through the years, with the shell livery for that Ben Motorsport Park machine. And that looks fairly standard. Right, coming up towards midnight in the UK, 1 o'clock in Central European time. Are you still awake? What are you doing to crack Krellsy's overnight challenge? Hashtag B12HR. And it's a Score studio. Come on, we want to know who's still with us. Who's doing the all-nighter? Who's pulling the full 12?
This has been great. How could you turn it off? This is bang on schedule for the Ben car as well. So that's 2 planned. So Maurice Shearing will jump out of that car, having done a really nice job, and they pitted out of the top 6. So they got their lap back early with that last safety car. Lucas Auer in the lane as well, and Mick Grenier pulls in. So GMR and the number 888 car. It's weird calling it the 888 car, because it's not 888 that we know here in this part of the world. It's number 888, correct. But with the Bagno-based team not running a car this year, GMR have stolen the lucky number back. So they've got 888 on the side of their AMG, and on schedule they're in pit lane. And this is their 10-second penalty. So left of screen in the box, that's them serving the 10 seconds. Now they can go about and do their driver change. Jamie Day in the lane as well from Valente Rosso. The Aston Martin Lucas Auer has pitted the Craft Bamboo car from 1 position further ahead up the road of GMR.
We're about to get some more stops too, gentlemen, because the 75 Express Mercedes is coming in. Lucas Stoltz will be jumping back aboard that. There was no driver change for Craft 2. There was the driver change for the 888. That's Maro Engel back in. But the BMWs is where I'm kind of interested, because they are continuing to single stint all of their drivers. When they come in for their pit stops in a few minutes' time, it's going to be Valentino Rossi jumping back aboard the number 46. And in the 32, the sister car, it's Augusto Farfus who's taking back over. So BMW in a fuel save mode, continuing to single stint their drivers. They're saving the drivers as well as saving fuel.
Well, I think if you can safely do your driver change within that 45-second standing still, which all the pro drivers can, then there's no need right at this stage to double stint your driver. So Gunon up the inside of Mark Griffith in the GT4 version of the AMG GT. In comes Liam Talbot in the 183 JMEC Racing Audi. He jumps out. Just see who's jumping in. Get their helmet. I think it's Ricardo Fella climbing aboard. Yes, it is. And up back aboard that 183. I caught up with Ricardo when I was out of the box and Thomas Randall was in having a chat with you guys, and I asked him about the start of the race, and he was like, man, that was crazy. and he said, we were going up Mount Straight, I heard Mercs on each side. I couldn't do anything. I could basically go straight and stay full throttle, and that's all I could do, and they kept crashing into me. So he goes, in the end, I just backed out of it. It was safer to back out than to get a puncture, so heads up drive, Vincent Ricardo there. But it does have a little bit of damage to the steering of that car, but nothing, he said, it's going to hold him up speed-wise for the rest of the day.
So 75 Express go to work on, predictably, the 75 car. So Gunon about on schedule, and we heard from Shay that Lucas Stoltz will jump in. We've been talking over the weekend about Lucas' impact on this race, that he's never been in the car in the hero moments, but he does all the real heavy lifting in the middle of the day. And that looks like they're playing again today. And why would you change a formula that's delivered you victory second in the last 3 years? So keep Gunon clear for the end with lots of flexibility from his driving point of view, as the Mercedes gets gang tackled by a couple of Ferraris at the moment, and then gets down the inside of the Pro-Am car at the chase.
Elliot Shute aboard the 36 Arise Racing Ferrari.
Will Brown in behind in the pro car, so he's got back behind that after the stop from Daniel Serra. The Lambo in the mix as well, so that's still busy 5th and 6th on the road, but this all needs to shake out, and we're still waiting for the Porsches to, the BMWs, I should say, to peel off into the lane for their next scheduled stop.
So we heard Shay speaking about BMW only single stinting their drivers. That's their strategy, and the 888 Group AMG Mercedes, Mikel Grenier, stayed aboard the 888 car. So they took tyres and fuel, but kept Grenier in there. Brown's only just jumped in the Arise Racing Ferrari, so now we're starting to see these strategies diverge, and they're going about it, they're cutting the cake in a different way.
So it's a great race, it's playing out, but Chad, this race doesn't happen without some cool stuff going on behind the scenes as well.
You're not wrong, Rich. I'm actually up in the XPEL 12-hour club right now, and I found a good buddy of the race. I know, I sneak into all the good places. I just needed to take a little break out of the sunshine. Christoph from Borzell Watches. Borzell is the official timekeeper of the race. We're going to chat very soon about the amazing timepiece alongside you, but I know how much you love this race, Christoph, and you've been busy checking out the action today.
Yeah, Chad, and first a big shout out to Shane and the whole team. They're doing an amazing job to bring up a world-class event, so well organized here, and the action, spectacular today. I was, I don't know, lucky, unlucky, but I was just in front on the top of the mountain of both accidents. Mad.
Absolutely, mate. Got your attention. Now, we have this beautiful timepiece alongside you, and the drivers who are lucky enough to win in Pro and Pro-Am are going to be getting to take these home. That is a cool prize. Tell us about this watch, please.
Yeah, look, we've been the partner of the race for the last 3 years, and this watch is the first time that we bring this watch along. So as you said, the winner are getting this watch. It's the watch actually that we designed with the Royal Australian Air Force for their centenary in 2021. So it's a very sturdy, very strong watch, anti-magnetic plate in the back, the bezel with the 2 crowns, which are, anyway, you imagine, I'm not going to go into every detail, but it's to the standard of the Air Force, so you can imagine. And the dial this year are hand-painted in Sydney by George. So every watch is unique, and they're very limited. We only sell them for 2 weeks, and when they're gone, they're gone.
Very, very cool. I know with your Swiss background, there's a bit of Swiss engineering in it, but you've always endeavoured to have Australian design cues in your watches.
all the time. That's I'm feeling very lucky to be calling Australia home. Northern Beaches in Sydney. I swim in the ocean every day. So the watches need to be really resistant to the water, but also the outback. So the screw-down crown, no dust go inside. So it's sturdy watch.
Christophe, fantastic to catch up with you. Glad you got to see a bit of action this weekend, and thanks for bringing some beautiful watches, mate.
Thanks, Chad.
Nalon rolls back into the commentary box. There'll be some questions
I was
asked.
just going to say, Christophe better make sure he checks his wrist with Chad Nalon leaving that corporate box. He's still got his watch on.
36 lap stint for the car number 46, which peels into the pit lane. Driver change coming up. Valentino Rossi getting into the car, just plugging in his communications. Oh, I like the little sort of
guide
to get that in. That's
where you're going
really great. Yeah, I was trying to think funnel I was going to say,
Well,
but
that's what it looks like.
Yeah, it does. But it's little things. You talked about the 1%ers early on. It's one less thing to get wrong. You get it somewhere nearly close, it's going to slot straight in.
There you go. There's a great shot of it there. So the drink hose and the radio hose in a 3D printed manifold that then goes up into that guide with a dry brake system on the drink hose. Traditional connector on the radio. All the teams and manufacturers have variations on that theme. So Valentino hasn't plugged the helmet air in yet, so you can see where the drink hose goes to his helmet. So that just sits right in front of your mouth, and there's a button on the steering wheel that says drink. So you don't even have to suck the drink up the drink straw. It just push a button and it pushes in the mouth for you.
Or squirts it all over your face.
If it's really hot, you close your mouth and you squirt all over your face, and it runs down your chin and down your neck, and it cools you down beautifully.
Right, Krillsy, you've set Europe alight now. We've got a whole host of people doing it.
What have I done now?
Thomas Reicher, waving hands from Germany. He's up all night. What is it there? Coming on to 1 in the morning in Germany, midnight in the UK, where Alex Ball is. He stayed up for Dubai and Daytona. He's definitely going to do the full 12. Spiros Kotsonis in Greece, nearly 2 o'clock in the morning there in Greece. Jack Van Chalice halfway through. He's pulling an all-nighter from the States, but it's not just Europe as well. Actually mentioned Scotland, Jamie McEwen, who's got a chocolate biscuit to keep him going. So has Lonesome Cowboy, who's got one of his mates here who he's tweeting backwards and forwards with as well, one of his Aussie mates here trackside. But also further afield, out into the United States, they're tuned in as well. Tom Marshallek in Ohio. Randy Brown is in Seattle. That's on the left coast, which he'll say is the best coast. Brief food and juice nap earlier on. Oh, I'm not sure that counts then for going all the way through. And if you want to add to the conversation how you're making it through the night, if you're on a different time zone, Europe or further to the west, hashtag B12HR.
So Sheldon van der Linde pitted car number 32, so they went a lap longer than their teammates. Let's just see how this plays out on the rejoin with Valentino Rossi with hot Pirellis, and it's going to be quite a close rejoin, but he's got some traffic he's dealing with on the run-up Mountain Straight. The black versus white could be in the favour of 32 when they resume hostilities.
Well, and importantly also, guys, they did not do the driver change. They left Augusto Farfus on the sidelines because Sheldon van der Linde said, no, I'm good, I'll go again. So we not only have a guy who's been in the car for a second stint, who just went a lap longer. He knows the track and the conditions a lot better than Valle does, although Valle is a lot fresher than Sheldon.
You know, they would have asked Sheldon, I mean, they would have had a couple of options probably at this point of the race. And if they felt, they would have asked Sheldon, do you feel comfortable? Do you want to press on? And if Sheldon said yes, then they go, okay, then we move to this strategy. And that's about the driver time later in the day. So Sheldon will use up now another hour and 10 or so of his driver time.
It seemed like 5 minutes ago, it's probably 2.5 hours ago to be honest, but time is elastic here at the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hours, that the Mercedes were in a battalion, as Cruelty now has made that edict, 6th on down, half a dozen of them, 3rd, 4th and 5th now for 3 of the Mercedes as we're working through this pit stop cycle. It's not where you start, it's where you finish, says the old saying, and the song. Nick Damon was here, he'd be singing that now, of course. even if no one else could hear him.
Even with Lucas Auer having pitted a couple of laps earlier than the BMWs, it's gone back to exactly how it was before. And almost the margins are exactly the same. So Auer now putting the pressure on Valentino Rossi. So he's got the advantage of 3 laps to the good on this set of tyres. To get to this part of the central western New South Wales, you need to cross the Blue Mountains. There's really no other way, and what a place to do it. Stop by Katoomba, see the Three Sisters, swing by Catalina Park Raceway and have a wander around there for a little bit of motorsport history. But there's waterfalls, amazing hiking trails as well. It is a stunning part of the world. And why not make your trip up to Bathurst to day one? So take a little bit more time and get up here to see it. So the race, Sheldon van der Linde leads 2.3 seconds to the good, with the pit stops now all shuffled out. So Valentino Rossi has jumped behind the wheel of car 46. Van der Linde has remained behind the wheel of 32, and they're a lap apart on fuel now as well. So it's the first time all day that the 2 BMWs have started to split themselves in terms of strategy. Only tiny little differences, but they're still starting to do different things. Lucas Auer stopped earlier than the 2 BMWs. He's third and back within 3/10, as you can see out the back of car 46. So they're the top 3. Lucas Stoles, who did stop earlier there in the Sun Energy 1 car, has climbed up to 4th. Maro Engel is 5th. Will Brown 6th for Ferrari. Matt Campbell behind the wheel of the Porsche is 7th. Matteo Villagomez leads the silver class. He's 8th for Aston Martin. Lauren Heinrich, all these cars still on the lead lap, by the way, all still going well, is 9th. And Ricky Feller rounding out the top 10 in the Audi, still on that lead lap as well. So that's how things stand. 127 laps in the books, 5 hours and 17 minutes in this year's Meguiar's 12 hour.
Beautifully summarised there, Rich. I've just got a question for you, given that you're just moonlighting as the Minister for Tourism for Destination New South Wales. Why are the Blue Mountains called the Blue Mountains?
That's a very good question.
Because that's what they look like when the explorers got here and saw them, and they had this lovely blue hue. Hue is a colour. You pick these things up, Garth, as your commentary career progresses. And that's how they look like. But when you fly into Mascot, you fly in, you look across to the left, and you go, well, they look blue.
Do you know what causes that blue
Go on.
hue? No, I'm curious. Do you
Go on. I know you know, because you were just told down the back mic. Go on. I'll let you do it.
It's the eucalyptus.
There you go. Excellent.
Okay.
Oh, very good.
Next promo that you do for Destination New South Wales.
Informing
You can
and
add that in.
entertaining and informing as well.
And when you talk about the Three Sisters, you're not just saying to people to drop in and have a word with 3 ladies. That is actually
3 randoms.
Yes, exactly. You know, let's be absolutely clear here. That is a well-known place to go climbing. And many, 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 many years ago, the responsible adults did that trip long before I knew she was around in the world. Although, of course, I was hoping that I would meet somebody like her.
Anyway, the car race. It's Sheldon van der Linde.
I think Rich is a bit uncomfortable.
I didn't start it. There's a second has been pulled by Sheldon van der Linde last lap alone, so he's got good speed aboard car 32. Let's go back and find Matteo Villagomez, who's behind the wheel of the Aston Martin, the Golf car, who's had some trials and tribulations today, it must be said, but with the way the early stages of this race played out, they've managed to keep themselves in the mix. And Matteo is 22 years of age and paired up with Jamie Day in GT4 European competition last year, driving for Aston Martin. It's his first GT3 race.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, first ever GT3 race.
What a place to do it.
What a place to do it. And also has the honour of becoming the first Ecuadorian driver to race in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And by that extent, I would suggest at Mount Panorama full stop, because I certainly don't recall many from that part of the world, from Ecuador, competing here at Bathurst. So 22 years of age, it's one of the youngest ever combinations we've seen from a driving point of view, with Jamie Day and Jay Robotham driving this Aston Martin. And so far, they've put a really good foot forward. They're inside the top 10 as they look away from the monitor while saying that as they give the fence a brush at the top of the hill.
I actually sat back there as they were coming across the top of the mountain, scraping the bottom of the car as well, down through the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. That's the number 27, Ross Gunn. And with the SPS AMG from the heart of racing, getting on for $13 million raised by that team for the heart of racing refers to the Seattle Children's Hospital, the cardiac unit there. And as I say, getting on for over 13 million. A couple of the team during the long yellow flag and the lockdown got stuck down in New Zealand and decided whilst they were there, they would take up some motor racing, win a championship down there, as well as pairing up with a charity down there to make some money as well. BMW leading at the moment, had the flashing #1 for Sheldon von der Linde. And it was a wild old start when we turned the clock back to 5:45 this morning, Rich.
Approaching half race distance in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and the start, as always, spectacular, as always, frenetic as Mercedes, AMG and Audi boxed on, as they have been doing at this place for more than a decade now in this race. Disappointment for Scott Taylor Motorsport with Indigo and Maddox up the side. Scotty's dogs, unfortunately, they only lasted a couple of hours. So too Ryan Sorensen, who crashed heavily at the top. He's been taken to Bathurst Hospital just for precautionary checks after that impact. And the Belmont racing car, unfortunately, an innocent victim in there, but fortunately, they're back on the road. This car knocked Stephen Grove, an enormous impact at Brock Skyline. And Leo Baird's vision shot from the outside of the S's captured the Grove car up in the air and landed, and Stephen has been taken to Orange again for precautionary checks to make sure he is okay. It's been a BMW show at the front though. It's been a really impressive performance by these two cars who have been lockstep for a lot of the day's proceedings so far as we creep towards the half-hour point of this race. Pit stop strategy has been good. They've been saving fuel, and most recently they rejoined line astern with black number 32 leading the white number 46. Mercedes AMG's Craft Bamboo Racing currently sitting in third position. It's Sheldon van der Linde, the South African, behind the wheel of the number 32 car.
Not saving fuel right at the moment is Sheldon van der Linde. Peak speed for the number 32 BMW was a 2:03.30 back on lap 20. His last two laps were 2:03.3, 2:03.5. Valentino Rossi's in second place, the second of the BMWs, doing 2:04.5. So we know Valentino is more capable of going fast around here, and I just wonder now whether they're actually changing tacks with their two cars, because van der Linde in the previous stint wasn't going this fast. He was saving fuel, and now he stayed in the car. He's double stinting, and he's dropped the hammer, and he's disappearing up the road now, 5.7 seconds over Rossi. Lucas Auer still in third in the Craft Bamboo AMG Mercedes, so he too is double stinting in this phase of the race. But it looks to me like the focus or the strategy's changed on the two WRT BMWs.
Could it just be, and this is no criticism, although it is both of them, actually, I was just going to say, could it be that Valentino just, he doesn't do fuel saving?
No, well, I think Valley is, as is Lucas Auer. I think van der Linde's just decided it's time to go. Okay. Because it's not like Valentino's going slow, because Lucas Auer hasn't just rounded him up and driven up the road. So there's been, I feel like there's been a strategy change for the 32 BMW in this phase of the race. So we'll just keep an eye on that. And generally this sort of stuff takes a stint or two to play out. That's the beauty of 12-hour racing. But there's Lucas Auer in third, started from pole position after what was a mega qualifying lap yesterday. Never seen the joint before, would have prepped on the sim, would have watched a lot of vision. And to turn up and in qualifying, do the second fastest qualifying lap in the history of the race is not a bad effort, Richard Crowell.
And on that note, let's go to Chad Naylor.
Yeah, down in the Pirelli pit bunker, guys. I just want to update you as to how this race is tracking. A little bit of a slow start to this race with the 2 formation laps and then a ton of BMW safety cars to kick things off. So where are we projecting to see the checkered flag at the moment? Well, we're averaging 24 laps per hour and a projected 288 laps in the race. Now, that's going to leave us somewhere down the bottom of the list, but we're expecting this race to get faster towards the end, expecting fewer BMW safety cars toward the ends of this race as well, so we should see that number creep up somewhere around the 300 mark, depending on how long these green flag sessions are. Now, we heard earlier, we had our discussion about the greatest of the GT3 era, and I invited Shay down to tell us that she thought that Maro should be in that discussion. Now, Krause, since I know how much you adore the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 Hour, I figured I'd give you the next pick, mate.
Thank you, Chad. Well, it's appropriate because he's behind the wheel of the Porsche now. So my nomination, of course, it's Matt Campbell. How predictable am I? But there is no surer thing, Chad Nailon, than this guy winning today in terms of the Bathurst 12-hour GOAT. And there's a couple of reasons. His form here since 2017, have a listen to this. Second, fourth, second, first. How good is that? His strike rate is remarkable, but let's talk impact. Porsche had never won a Bathurst Enduro before 2019. Out of everything, the most iconic brand in international endurance racing had never won at Bathurst. And they wouldn't have had Matt Campbell not done what Matt Campbell did at the end of the 2019 race. They'd never scored a pole position, just wait your turn, until 2020. They never scored a pole position.
He's up in the seat at the moment.
He's brought a dossier to the discussion.
He has. I've literally got notes on this. I'm the only one that's prepped for this.
Well, you've prepped.
I'm making my argument firm. So from impact...
We've got a time limit on this.
From everything, there is no doubt he should be the GOAT, Chad Nolan, in this competition today. There's only one guy that I'm going to struggle to disagree with in this one.
Does the defence rest?
Well, I mean, man, he's still got 3 pages to go on his sales pitch here.
I feel like I'm the prosecution, but I'll roll with it.
It's a fair pick, Rich. It is a fair pick.
Let's just mark down that Rich picked a Porsche driver, and we'll let John have a pick now.
Strongly picked a Porsche driver.
All right, John, over to you. Who you got?
This was really tough, but they were all actually from this area of the world. I had John Bowe in there as well, but one of his wins actually wasn't here because he's got 3 wins, but it was one of the Eastern Creek races. Look, Lounsey, he's done everything. He's won here a couple of times. He's been on the podium. He's stretched across eras. That's why I think this has got to be the top of the tree, because he just keeps on coming and doing it back. Now, he's done himself no favours today, and I'm going to have a word with Craig about this, but it just proves that once in a while, even the best are human. But that win on screen right now in the Alan Simonson car as he came home, oh my goodness me, that was just goosebumps. John was with him. JP was with him on that. That was JP's 3rd win here. But Lounsey, come on, guys. Yeah. It's got to be Lounsey at the mountain.
It's a fair point. Shay, your thoughts on Krause and John's picks?
But gentlemen, whose name is at the bottom of the timing screens for every session we've seen so far? Morrow Angle, thank you. The defense rests.
I'm just going to go do some prep work for mine.
Yeah, you need to put about 12 pages of notes together.
Don't worry. I see you, Crail, and raise you when it's my turn.
Hey,
don't worry.
Shay, it's SVG in the race. It's the race lap record, so Engel's not on there, so I'm just going to throw that in.
Not for the race lap record yet, but that time is a 2.5 slower than Morrow's time from qualifying.
I'm sorry, I don't think you played the googly very well there.
Yeah. That was like an episode out of the West Wing, listening to Krause just tee off.
I've got more. Can I go over both?
I told you he's got 3 more pages here.
We need a 24-hour to get through the rest of it.
I'd love to talk about the class wins in his debut with the Fiat Abarth.
I'm sorry, there's no time.
2014, if you don't mind.
Still no time.
Chad.
Fire up the orchestra. Fire up the orchestra.
6.5 hours to go. Please get us back to reality. Sheldon Fontalinta by 7 seconds out of his teammate Valentino Rossi. Sorry, Valentino Rossi. And Liqui-Moly just sitting in there, keeping the BMWs honest at the moment. In the number 77, that's the Craft Bamboo racing machine. Then there's a bit of a gap after that top 4, but nothing that is insurmountable in this race as the 888 Mercedes GMR car is there.
Check this out. This was recorded earlier in the weekend for a little alternative look at Mount Panorama, bolted onto the rear wing of this car, and it gives you an idea of how close you run the fence. You're up on the cushion at the top. How close you're doing it with that rear wing of the GMR Mercedes.
TWR vibes on this. I remember Seven doing this a long time ago. Fantastic stuff.
Just brushing the fence across the top, and then how far out? I mean, the rear wing's hanging out over the back of the curb there at Brock Skyline, and you're aiming at the Coates Hire fence before the Tour de Gazoo Racing Dipper. And on the exit, This is about as narrow as the place feels when you actually drive around it. It gives a really good perspective of how close it is. And had there not been an Audi R8 parked on the exit of the BMW elbow, this car would have slid right out to the exit of the corner there and grazed Dick Johnson's fence on the run down the hill at Conrod Straight. So this is just a really cool, different perspective of Mount Panorama.
What I'm very impressed with is how Rich, our cameraman, held on to the back of that wing all the way around there.
He's nothing if not versatile, Richie Rowley. Very nicely done. Very cool. Just a different look at the mountain, one we don't often get. So this car currently sits with Maro Engel behind the wheel, one of our nominations, Shay's nom for the GOAT. The worry is, John, I know who Garth Tander's nomination is. And right now, he's sitting in the middle of us prepping madly with the benchmark having been set. I'll just throw it out there.
I actually don't feel like I have to prep that hard. I just say the name and it speaks for itself.
The worry is I agree with you. So BMW continue to lead, and Sheldon van der Linde, the South African, has dragged the margin out to 7.4 seconds as we race towards halfway.
I could quite easily have had 3 drivers in that. Chaz Mostert was my other consideration in the greatest of all time. And again, for him, it's as much as what he's done away from here as it has been for here. But the requisite was greatest of all time here in the GT3 era.
Well, Chazzy could have added to the argument after the performance this morning.
Yeah, that was
impressive.
7 laps to get to the lead.
Impressive. Yeah. Anyway, he might be my pick.
He's not. I don't want to spoil it, but he's not.
Spoiler alert.
We haven't had Chad yet either, have we?
No, that's true.
I'm looking forward to that one. I feel like Chad will make a reasonably passionate argument for his pick. Well, tell us yours. Hashtag B12HR. We'd love to know who you think. And it can be, there's no requirements for judging. It could be impact, it could be excitement, it could be something you get out of bed to watch or buy a ticket for.
And if we haven't mentioned someone, like you said, get it. It's not going to make any difference now. I'd say you're not going to get anybody into the top 5, but agree or disagree, we want to know.
Did you ever consider, what's the bloke's name? Nominate Garth Tander, that guy. Did you consider nominating him potentially?
Not for this race, he didn't. No.
Not for this race, he says. Happy to put himself in for contention for the October one, though.
Yeah.
So we'll roll around again, and we'll do this in October. And interesting self-nomination there. But to be fair, he's won it 5 times.
I did not make any self-nomination.
I like it.
Actually, your name could get a mention as the 12-hour GOAT,
well,
given how passionate you are.
You
know what?
I have never driven a lap at this joint in the Bathurst 12-hour.
Hello,
or any other.
It was suggested earlier on that given the fondness in this part of the world for adding super to stuff, should you just not be Super Krill?
No, we don't need that.
Hard to listen to you. Sorry, John, while Chaz Mostert's being Chaz Mostert, eating in random ways.
It was the eye contact for me.
Yeah, I know.
I looked away.
Yes,
I found
you
that,
didn't see it.
I found it vaguely uncomfortable, to be honest.
Unfortunately, Chaz has looked into my eyes many times.
It is just
you do not want to remember them.
It's good seeing. That's good seeing. We'll leave that right there.
Tracy Walters is in Leicestershire, staying awake at the moment at just after midnight in the UK, as are many of you. Hello to Alan Prosser in Wales, and Joffrey as well. I tell you what, we've stirred up a hornet's nest with this 5 noms for the greatest of all time. They're all coming in now. SVG's been mentioned a couple of times, race lap record holder.
Oh, it was definitely in the consideration, there's no doubt about it.
Has to be in the conversation.
It's been a big morning for Tony Levitt, right of screen. He's in the Method Motorsport McLaren, Artura GT4 car. So he's just catching up on 40 winks at the top of the race, getting himself ready to jump back in the car as Will Brown continues to work and running in 6th place for Arise Racing in Ferrari. So we're racing our way towards half race distance in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, and there are a bunch of cars still very much in the conversation. Will Brown hard at work on the mountain, pulling gears as he heads up Mountain Straight. This car currently runs in 6th position in both the outright running order and the professional class, the pro drivers and entries. But here's how the class leaderboards stand. I'll give a little shout out to Adam Christodoulou, who after trailing early has got the 19 Corp Mercedes AMG GT4 car to the lead of that class in their battle with McLaren today. Lauren Heinrich still leading the way in Pro-Am in the Bend entry in the Porsche, and they're running 9th outright and still very much on the lead lap. And that Aston Martin that we've talked about so much still leads the way in the silver class, and one position outright up the road with Mateo Villagomez in 8th position and just lapping in the 5s at the moment. Having said that, he is being reeled in by Heinrich at the moment, who's in the low 3s at the moment in the Porsche.
What's interesting to me about that Pro-Am Porsche, the number 91 car, is it's been towards the bottom of the top 10. It cycles through, but it just shows, Garth Tander, how difficult it actually is to make up ground if you qualify down the field or fall down the field.
And don't forget, though, they're running a different strategy to most, given they've got 2 bronze drivers in the car with Yasser and Sam Shaheen. So they had a few regulatory requirements as far as driving time to tick off in the early part of the race. So they're effectively going to have a bit of a snakes and ladders type strategy throughout the day as they make their way up and down the top 10. But Lauren Heinrich is more than fast enough in that race car. Should they find themselves inside the top 5 in the last couple of hours of this race through strategy, then they are absolutely capable of winning this race.
Ian James, I know how much you love racing at Mount Panorama, but it was chaotic out there for your first couple of stints. Are you excited about getting back in the car, or a little bit nervous now that it looks like maybe a class win is on tap for you today?
Well, yeah, I mean, it was really chaotic there. I mean, I think the 75 car hit half the field there in the first couple of hours, so spun us around, and that was a bit chaotic. But no, I'm really looking forward to going back out there, you know, so class win, we won't worry about that right now. We'll just keep it off the walls, hopefully, so it's easier said than done.
It's the second year being at Mount Panorama with the Mercedes. Do you feel like you have a good understanding of the car and the way that it works around this track now?
Yeah, I mean, I think the Merc does a really good job around here, and, you know, with the heart of racing, you know, we travel around the world driving all different cars and circuits and supporting Seattle Children's Hospital, so it's good to see the logo on the Merc as well as the Aston, as it normally is. So Merc's a great car around here, having a blast, and let's see if we can get it to the end.
Good luck, my friend.
Thank you.
I'm actually down at the Aston Martin pit, as chance would have it, with Jay Robotham, who's having his first taste of GT3 racing with the team here this weekend. You've raced a lot of different cars in your very young career. How much fun are you having with this team at the moment and your new young teammates that you've befriended this weekend?
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, this place is incredible, and doing a GT3 car, it's, I'm pretty grateful. Yeah, these cars are pretty cool, a lot of grip, and yeah, Jamie and Mateo have been awesome to work with. You know, we're all working together to try and move forward, and yeah, we're staying consistent, we're keeping in there, so yeah, hopefully we can pluck a good result at the end.
What a cool experience for you to get to work with an engineer of Romy Meyer's experience as well. We've seen so much of her in her time, not just in sports car racing in Germany, but then obviously in Australia with Red Bull and Triple Eight, and now at Premier. What have you learnt from Romy this weekend?
Oh yeah, she's really experienced with all types of cars, so yeah, really grateful to be working with her. Yeah, it's been awesome. You know, she's very easy to get along with and very knowledgeable, so yeah, it's been good for all of us to work with her, and yeah, just really look forward to the rest of the race.
All right, mate, looking forward to seeing how this pans out. Looking pretty good in the silver class at the moment.
Thank you, cheers.
Just going back to our greatest of all time, got a penalty to tell you about in a moment as well. Cantamasa Chio is getting a lot of love.
Oh, yes.
Getting a lot of love from the audience listening in.
We might have to do a separate sub-1 cult hero.
Yeah, I like that.
I think he falls more into the cult hero status, doesn't he, Chio?
Let me get back to that penalty. GT4, and it's the second of the second place, rather, the better place of the McLarens. The other car has had a serious accident earlier on. Jake Santolucia will be getting pinged for a 10-second penalty when he comes in next time around. Again, it's too many people, or in fact anybody, over the line when the car was pulling out. So just a little bit of a timing issue there.
I was so enjoying our timing on it, being clear of any yellow highlighted penalties, but now there's a couple. Yeah. So the Honduras car yet to serve theirs. That'll be the next pit stop. They've been going longer than anybody in their stints so far.
Also, a lot of people saying, now that he's done the big 4 24s, when is Nick Tandy coming here to start
to add a 12. Wow.
Yeah, to add the 12. Incredible. Nick Tandy from Bedfordshire has won Le Mans, Daytona, Spa and the Nürburgring.
This is for position. It's for third position in the race. And it's Lucas Stoll doing what he has traditionally done in this race, which is good things, and that's a position gained. So 75 Express now expressly to the front. This is the highest they've been all day around the GT4 car. So the GT4 car and 2 GT3 Mercedes, that's still a battalion of AMGs all locked together, and they're chasing down this. So, Garth, there hasn't been, we're talking about the fact that Van der Linde's disappeared up the road and is clearly pressing on. But Lucas Stoll, or Lucas Auer, who was tucked in behind Valentino Rossi, probably had the pace to pass him, but still chose not to. So they're still running their let's just conserve, let's play the game strategy. There wasn't a huge amount of emphasis for the Craft Bamboo car to get past. I wonder if Lucas Stoll might be doing things differently. I wonder if he might get to the back of the 46 and then go, see you later, Valley, I'm going past.
I think that's the test, and just by the body language of this car and the way that they've fought back over the last couple of hours with Gunon and Stoltz starting to do some lengthy stints in this car, that I think they won't want Van der Linde to go too far up the road. So potentially get Rossi if they can, and then don't go chasing 11 seconds up the road, but just not let Van der Linde disappear and turn 11 seconds into 20 seconds, if you like.
2 AMGs chasing 2 BMWs, but the 2 BMWs are the same team. The 2 AMGs aren't. So we're not talking about splitting the strategy and having a hair disappearing off. My goodness me. At the top of the mountain again, the KTM. Look, again, can't get beamed up. There's no Starship Enterprise to get that one out of the way. Just has to stick to the line.
And to your point, we saw a replay of it earlier in the race from 2023. 75 versus what is now the 888 car. At the chase in the closing stages of the race, made bodily contact between the two. So they will box on if they need to. I can guarantee you those 2 BMWs are much less likely to do that in the end.
Absolutely.
Vincent Voss will be on the radio to their 2 drivers if they're 1 and 2 fighting for a victory at the end, and there will be some form of management involved. So you're right, it's while the brand is keen to win from Mercedes AMG, so too are these individual teams, especially GMR and Craft Bamboo Racing, who have been coming here from years but haven't quite been able to trouble it for the major win just yet.
So there's a pretty graphic example of just how traffic can influence the gaps for these leaders. Stoltz started the lap on the rear bumper of Valentino Rossi. He'll end the lap 2.5 seconds adrift, and that was Glenn Wood driving the KTM, who can hustle a race car. So he wasn't doing anything wrong, just couldn't get himself out of the way in that part of the racetrack, and that's how traffic does influence these gaps. So every time you check the gap, you've always got to wait a lap or two for it to settle when there's things like that, because the traffic does pollute those numbers.
But early in the race, Glenn Wood in that car, the Invitational class has a benchmark lap time. They're not allowed to go quicker than about 2:06.00. And to be fair, it was 5/100ths quicker, but Glenn Wood's 2:05.95. I think everyone at that point was like, just doesn't matter. Just don't even look at it. It's fine. Just get to the finish. It's all good.
Yeah.
It's great to see them back out on the racetrack. 114 laps complete for the KTM. 140 for the leader. So there's 2 milestones approaching, gents, very, very quickly. One of them is the 6-hour mark, which is 16 minutes away. The next one's that iconic 161 lap mark, which is 1,000 Ks, and we'll tick those boxes off within the next, well, one of them in 16 minutes and the other one within the next half an hour.
You talk about ticking off boxes. Well, right now it's about ticking off laps for Mark Griffith. You guys are back again to defend the class win. Right now it's looking, okay, just go out there, put your head down. Do you pull back at all, or are you guys still giving that Mercedes 100% throttle?
No, my job's just to bring it back in one piece. So I'm happy to go slow and let the others. We're 3 laps up. We're still a lap up. My job's just to bring it home safely and let Adam and the boys do what they do best. Yeah. So it's damn hot out there, and those GT3s are an angry pack of people.
Very well put. I was going to ask about that, because it's a bit like you're being attacked at all times from the GT3 cars. How difficult is it to keep your head on a swivel?
You just got to keep looking in your mirror, and you only have to glance. You can see the whole track in your left mirror, and then the flaggies are pretty good. They're giving us a blue flag. Once you see a blue flag, you sort of become more alert and make sure. So most of them are pretty good. Some are a bit wild. They forget when they pass you that you've still, they've got to give you room, but it's all good so far.
Now, you were telling Crailsy and myself about a special team member and a car that you have wrapped in a similar livery. Tell us a little bit about all that.
So our team manager, Julia's from Italy, and she came, they were in Dubai with us, and then she came out and stayed with my wife and I at home, and we gave her a little car to drive around in. So we wanted her to feel the spirit. So we gave her a smart car, which is actually wrapped identical to the race car we're in today. And she was driving it around, and the kids would stop her and ask her if it was a Hot Wheels or what it was. But she loved it. She thought it was great.
I love that it's Mercedes powered too. That just wraps it up together.
And it's even a Brabus. It's got an exhaust on system.
That is proper. And Julia's dad is a team owner, so she's very well aware of this whole racing thing.
Yeah, correct. He's my brother from another mother that we met in Dubai, and we didn't realize how many things we have in common. So it was nice to meet Julia's father over there. It was fantastic.
Good luck the rest of the way, Mark. Just keeping it out of the wall. That's the goal. Get that first place trophy.
Yeah, that's what we want. We want to go back to back. Then they can talk about us. Thank you.
He's one of the great characters of the sport is Mark Griffith, and hello to his long-suffering wife Sandy at home, and he was very keen for me to point out that the cats will be watching this race. And Garth, this tells you a bit about Mark Griffo. His cats are named R2 and Obi-Wan.
Nice.
And he's got two remote control lawnmowers, two that he can track on an app, and he's called them Briggs. The other one's called Stratton. So Griffo's got it all going on. I've seen a picture of the little smart car too. Very impressive thing.
Briggs and Stratton are a big sponsor at Road America. And there's the Briggs and Stratton multiplex kart track there, which I've raced on. And talking about the US, we keep talking about the international audience, and out in San Diego, it's about as far as you can get without getting your feet wet. Hello to Randy and Lindy, pulling the all-nighter to get to the finish in just over 6 hours' time. That number 50, KTM, going to get a drive-through penalty for a pit stop infringement when that car gets to the finish. When that car gets to the finish, those of you who are here on the mountain, I want a standing ovation. I want so much. I want it like your team's won the grand final. Okay, I just want noise when that car comes through, and we are going to give them the best send-off when that KTM gets home at 5:45 today.
Oh, I love your optimism, I really do.
I'm positive vibes, mate.
That's all it needs. They've had everything else thrown at them, so... So this is Lucas Stoles down to the Toyota Gazoo Racing Dipper. And while he's got to the back of Rossi, he hasn't made an enormous impact on the back of the 46 BMW.
Just listening just then, the run down to Forest Elbow, massive lift and coast. So if we stay on board the 75 AMG Mercedes as he makes his way down Conrod Straight, I would hedge a bet that we will lift very early before we hit the brake pedal, and you'll be able to hear it. So, oh no, Super Barn, AMG Mercedes, that's in the gravel trap at the exit of turn 1. James Koundouris is aboard that car right now.
That's the silver class second position car, 13th overall.
That, if he can't get out there, we go.
Safety car boards and flags.
BMW's in the leading
car. But I would imagine everyone will now come to the lane. We're far enough into the stint. So how did Koundouris end up there? He just lost the rear on entry. And we saw Maxi Goetz right back on lap 1 at the start of this race. Near on 6 hours ago, have the same moment. He was able to catch it, but it's caught Koundouris out.
This is actually going to disadvantage a little bit the WRT cars, because it'll put everybody else on the same pit stop sequence. They're, at the moment, quite a few laps better off on fuel than those around them. They've been going longer.
Oh, they weren't far away from stopping either, because there's David Russell in the Tagani Motorsport garage waiting, helmet on, suited and booted.
So to John's point, the BMWs were 3 laps to the good of the cars around them, which at this point of the race isn't make or break.
No.
If you're 3 laps to the good at the end, it might be a different story. The way the safety car was timed, the lead BMW had already crossed the line. The second one wasn't far away, so it was too early for them to commit. Those that have committed immediately, Maro Engel has peeled the GMR car off with the colour bars on it, and the Porsche's in as well. And Matt Campbell just saw the shot, so he was unplugging himself. So his first little cameo in the race will be pretty short-lived by the looks of it.
He waited. Oh no, he's
staying in. There was some unplugging going on, but he's decided to stay in the car. So it'll be a longer-lived cameo for one on our nominees for the GOAT.
Well, you did nothing for 5 hours.
No, exactly.
You stay in there and do some work. So brand new set of Pirelli
unused
tyres going on, unused sticker tyres, or green tyres as we call them in Australia for some reason. I don't know why, but brand new tyre going on.
81 second stop for Engel, so he's out. And there was some last-minute busyness trying to get into the lane. So the safety car's called, and watch car 77. So Lucas Auer for Craft Racing.
Yeah.
So the team went pit, and he was at the point of going, no.
Well, because you can't cross the solid line.
Exactly.
If he could do that before that floppy cone and before the solid line, it would have been an all-time move. But he was beyond that, and you can't cross that line, so that's why he's gone around. They're not actually at a disadvantage because the cars are they're effectively like on a Scar Electrics track now. They're all doing 80k an hour. They're all going the same speed. So it didn't matter where you are. So the 888 car and the 911 car, they were before pit entry, so they could dive in. But as the leaders were just past pit entry, they'll come in next time by.
And this is actually a nightmare scenario for race control because the BMW safety car's sitting there to pick up the leader, but I'd put money on the fact that the leaders are all about to swing down into pit lane at the moment.
There for a while.
Yeah, so they're going to be waiting for a while to pick up car 32.
So here's the question. Can they get in and out and hold on to the lead with the 80 seconds? They should be able to, shouldn't they?
I think so.
Yeah, well, it's the same for everyone. As long as everyone pits, they'll retain the lead. If someone decides... So if 75 Express stay out with Lucas Stoles, which I don't think they'll do, they could assume...
Not at this stage of the race.
No, well,
I like the idea of track position. This is quite often a track position race, but...
They were longer into it than anyone else.
Yeah,
so.
exactly so. Exactly so.
What also tends to happen when we go effectively full course yellow now before we go to safety car is any gap that you had effectively doubles. So any gap that you had at race speed doubles effectively at 80 kilometres an hour. So Sheldon van der Linde had a gap of around 16 seconds over Valentino Rossi before we went yellow. That gap is now out at 30 seconds, and that's as a result of the 80k an hour.
And no sooner had Shea Adam got out of car 19's GT4 Mercedes garage, I just saw that car getting pushed into the garage. And at the same time, the second place GT4 car is leaving pit lane. Now, they had that 5-minute penalty. They're a couple laps behind the class-leading GT4. I'm going to dive in and find out what that problem is down there for the Griffith Mercedes AMG GT4. But this is a critical part of the race for them. The fight for that class honours is on right now.
Yeah, thanks, Chad. Good point you make. So even in GT4, there's some drama hanging on. Leaders are in the lane. We're under the control of the BMW safety car. And Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. So this is the leader, Sheldon van der Linde.
Brand new tyres as well, so
and a driver
unscrubbed tyre. And all through practice and qualifying, we were keeping an eye on the Mercedes teams, particularly 75 Express and GMR. They were all roading tyres very, very lightly, whereas BMW did not, Porsche did not. And we've seen those two cars put on a brand new green tyre or a sticker tyre at this round of pit stops.
They looked like scrubs perhaps going on 46. With Rossi staying behind the wheel. Stoles in from third, Auer in from fourth, and Will Brown in from fifth in the Ferrari.
This is a different stop to the 77. The Mercedes-AMG Team Craft Bamboo is going to do a brake change by the look of it on the fronts only. Lucas Auer has gotten out, and yep, they're going to work on the right front brake, changing that out. They did have a tray ready for the left front as well. Now, this is interesting because it's a 12-hour race, and normally with GT3 cars, they'll do a brake change in a 24-hour race around the 12-hour mark. There are more difficult slowing down parts around Mount Panorama than most circuits, so this could come into play in a more evident capacity toward the end of the race. If all of a sudden the 77 is involved in a fight for the win and they have better stopping power, that could give them the advantage that they need. 4 sticker Pirelli tires going on this car. They've changed the right front. They did not change the left front, so that's very interesting to see if maybe they're going to come back in and change the left front brake as well. It's Jaden Ojeda who took over that car, by the way.
And down at BMW, identical pit stops for both the 32 and the 46 car. On that occasion, it was 4 new tyres, both getting a big drink of fuel, both doing a driver change. And just making a note for those who weren't watching the coverage earlier, that car 32, a few pit stops ago, that car would not turn back on with an electrical gremlin. They've had 2 pit stops since then where the car has turned on successfully first time. So whatever that little problem was earlier has, for now, rectified itself.
Yeah, that was why they were a little bit longer. Brand new Brembo brake pads going into the Craft Bamboo car on both sides.
Yeah, they would have done both sides. So that's something we see regularly here at Mount Panorama in supercar racing. They absolutely do pad changes and in some instances do a rotor change as well.
Halfway through the race, Garth, so you're under safety car. So
the same is happening at Heart of Racing as well. And the pads that came out of the Craft Bamboo were well worn. They were beyond half wear. If you saw the pad that came out, and you'll see it similar here on the Heart of Racing car, look at the width of the pad that comes out when they ultimately get it out. Is significantly less than the pad that goes in. So what they're doing there is pushing the pistons back, and now they'll pull the pads out by hand, and when they put their hand with their foot on the brake and come into the pit lane, those brakes are north of 800 degrees. So spare a moment for the mechanics that are changing pads right now, and a much thicker pad going in. So I would hazard a guess that they were running a softer brake pad compound than they would traditionally do, say for Spa 24 or Nürburgring, because they knew they were going to do a stop. So they would not have got through 12 hours based on the wear that I saw coming out of the Craft Bamboo car.
The City of Sydney and Sydney Harbour Barangaroo on the right of screen. And there's the Harbour Bridge. Circular Quay in there as well. You catch the ferry up to Manly and pop up to Bondi as well. I know my international friends are going to do a little bit of touristing around this state after the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this week. We are behind the control of the safety car. The bananas are in force at the top of the mountain, getting themselves good. A bit of health food action for them. There's been a lot going on in pit lane as well during this safety car period, and teams looking to take advantage of a slowed pace to execute a brake pad change. So two of the Mercedes AMGs changing brake pads.
And doing it in a slightly different way, because the Heart of Racing SPS car, they had to take a bolt out. It was a split pin on the other AMG, so a slightly different brake caliper on those two, at least keeping the brake pads in.
That's called the bridge at the back of the caliper. In the supercar racing, we have a quick release one.
Yeah.
You can get out quite quickly, whereas in the GT cars, traditionally they have a bolted bridge, so that's why you saw them with the air rattle gun effectively taking that bolt out. Whereas when you have the bolt in, you have a much better brake quality. The caliper's much stiffer, it's got more structural rigidity. But when you have just the clip like Craft Bamboo, the brake pedal quality is not as good. Doesn't matter how good of the brake pad you have in, the caliper doesn't have that same structural rigidity.
But that's the same make and model of car. That's a team preference.
That's a preference, absolutely. So the drivers will have to put up with a less, the brake pedal quality won't be as good for 12 hours, but you'll have better stopping power for the 12 hours because we're going to change the brakes in the middle of the race.
And we've seen it in the past in this race before, that new brakes at the end can make a difference. I revert back to that vision we saw of Craig Lowndes in the Ferrari being chased by the Merc, which had new brakes, and it almost won them the race. We've got some great partners in the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour this year, and one of them is BP Pulse. It's a relationship stretching all the way back to 2018. This year they've returned as the consumer fuel partner of the event. The BP Pulse safety car, in fact, is a Porsche, and it can be seen on the Repco Supercars Championship schedule all the way through the year. And this great area has been set up in Harris Park, which is behind the pit straight grandstand, food and beverage and all stuff going on there, lots of entertainment. And we thank BP Pulse for their ongoing support of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. Race Control sending messages that the wave by is in effect, and Guy Valmont Racing continues to be ready in pit lane.
Just a quick note for our international viewers that we will be shifting over to the second part link on the YouTubes at the moment in about a couple of minutes. So you can get on there now. It is actually active, but make sure you head over there fairly shortly as we head into the second part of the race.
Chad had the great idea to show you what the used brake pads look like, but since those are still at about 750 degrees, I'm not going to grab a set of those to show. So I'll just give you an example of what new brake pads look like, and this tool that they use to actually pry the pistons off to try and do that brake change. These are the thickness of the new pads, and the ones that we saw came off were at about there. So it was a significant wear rate. As Garth pointed out, almost 50% probably would not have made it very well at the end of the race. And when do you need new brakes best? That's when you're going for the win of the Bathurst 12 hours. So very good decision. And it looks like all the Mercedes teams will be changing their brake pads at some point. The 75 Express crew, they've got the tools ready to go. And we happen to be in the Grupa M garage. So you know that the 888 is also going to be getting fresh brakes at some point soon.
Thank you, Shay Adam, for that update. That gives you a really good indicator of how that's working. And this was very tight getting into pit lane, and Ricardo Feller not happy with the way that Marcel Zalua, come on, the guy's been in the fence today, and gobbles him up too around. So past the Audi, the Swiss driver not wasting any time. Bit of friendly Audi fire there between the two of them. But that was a little bit of a hairy moment as they got down into pit lane for that round of pit stops. So we're not far away from a restart in this. The weigh-by procedure is in effect, and we'll be back to racing very, very soon.
Into the second half of the race, and everyone in behind the safety car right now, the BMW M. Just a little behind the race lap record, 3:23, and we've just dropped 2 or 3 laps an hour behind that because of this. It will pick up again as we're heading towards the end of the race if we get long green flag runs. We've got some props that have just been brought in here, which I'm highly worried about.
See, the reason Garth hasn't said much in the last hour is because he's been madly diving into Wikipedia and all the various record books and for his nomination for the greatest of all time. If you've just joined our coverage, we're going through to find the greatest of all time, the GOAT of the GT3 era of the Meguiar's Bathurst 12 hour. And there's been some passionate nominations made. Right now we've had Maro Engel, nominated by Shay Adam. Craig Lowndes by John was a very good nomination. And that 2014 one tugged at the heartstrings a little bit there. That was a pretty significant moment for this little car race.
Thank you.
And then I made a very moderate, restrained, I thought, campaign for Matthew Campbell. So there's 2 to come. One of them from C. Nailon in the Pirelli pit bunker, the other from my colleague to my left, G. Tandale, 5 times going to make a nomination. I'm looking forward to it too, because I think it's a pretty good one.
Do I have to say something here? No, my one doesn't. I actually didn't need to do any research for my one. It speaks all for itself. My nomination. So looking forward to.
You've got your microphone in front of you, about to drop it as well. So
oh no! So tie it down for the number 9 under safety car. Strangely, so it's going to work for them. They'll come to the lane.
There's a time to do it.
And now is it.
Control to safety car, reduce speed to 80 kph when you reach turn 10.
And out the back of the Tigani Autosport team, or Tigani Motorsport, the Superbarn supermarket car. So it's been recovered from the gravel trap at Hell Corner, and it will be pushed into the garage. Gee, these guys have worked today, haven't they? Yeah. So they run the Gaia Valmont Racing Audi, so they put a new rear corner on that car to get it back in the race. And it looks like they're going to have to work pretty hard to get the Superbarn Supermarkets number 47 car in. So they're 3rd in class in silver at the moment. So they're fighting for a trophy.
Team Fiore's only been out for the safety car laps out of the pit lane. So I presume they banged a new set of Pirellis on when he came out. That was 4 laps ago. So something's gone awry there.
Something, I mean, either the tyre hasn't beat it onto the rim properly, and when he's driven around it's popped off, or run over some debris, or maybe even the wheel came off. So we'll send Chad or Shay down to Melbourne Performance Centre garage to understand what randomly happened to the 9 car under safety car.
Yeah, question from Adam Wareham. That overtake we just saw into the pit lane, was that an overtaking under safety car? Was that before the yellows came on? It's part of the racetrack.
Actually, there's
an exception for
an exception where it says if the car is experiencing difficulties or is going abnormally slow.
You could probably apply both in an argument to the 44.
You could, and clearly it's going slower than the usual entry speed into pit lane is the 44. So
it's a good spot though.
Yeah, that's a
well
great
done,
spot.
Adam Warren.
Really good spot.
So there's the offending tyre and rim going out the back of the Melbourne Performance Centre garage.
And this is not because they never want to see it again, by the way, although they might feel like that at the moment. The Pirelli engineers will want to have a look at that.
Yeah.
To see if there's anything that they can learn, whether it was some kind of foreign object.
Well, the problem is you do so much damage to the tyre getting back to pit lane after the fact that it's very hard to diagnose what caused the effect unless it's something obvious that the driver can report. So, yeah, if you're ever going to have a tyre go down on you, you either want to have it happen at pit entry or under safety car.
On way by to pass by drivers left upon reaching turn 18.
There's James Taylor from Motorsport Australia Race Control, just letting the wave-by cars know that they are able to do that. And here they come as we look out the back of the BP safety car.
So cars we get back on the lead lap, Garth, in this time around will be the 36 Arise Racing Ferrari. There it goes. Elliot Shute, Young West Aussie behind the wheel. We get Ian James and Heart of Racing back on the lead lap as well. The Wall Racing Lamborghini gets a lap back, but they'll still be one behind the leading lap with Brendan Leach behind the wheel. So they'll go very quickly to try and find the rest of that time. So they get one of their 2 laps down back.
What was actually really good being in the safety car effectively is once the last wave-by car went, the safety car took off, and then the leader of the race assumes control of the field. So that's actually was a really nice shot of how that whole procedure plays out. So once the safety car leaves, Augusto Farfus assumes control, must maintain 80 kilometres an hour until the green flags are waved. He doesn't have to go right then. That just means he is able to go anytime once the green flag is waved, and he's gone early, straight out of the chase, and that's exactly what I would do too, and gone up the road as quickly as he can.
And it's almost split the field in half. So almost half the remaining field have been waved by, and then we've got this group of cars all on their own, some being released from the safety car. So Brazilian Augusto Farfus leads the way. Valentino Rossi from Italy in 2nd place. Lucas Stoll, the German, in 3rd place for Mercedes-AMG. And the young bloke from Sydney, Jaden Ojeda from Craft Bamboo, is next. Then it's Maro Engel, the German who's so good ran here in 5th. Daniel Serra in the first of the Ferraris is in 6th position. Team 19 go to work on the GT4 car. Matt Campbell in the Porsche, just on the back of this queue, 7th outright. Yasser Shakin leads the Pro-Am battle and is fending off the Aston Martin on the run-up to Visit New South Wales corner. Almost changed in on the Aston Martin at Visit New South Wales corner, and has now got an Audi with Ricardo Feller, former teammate, behind the wheel, trying to get past on the run-up to the cutting.
And that's not over yet either, disputing the same piece of tarmac. The Audi goes a little bit wide, cuts to the inside. Not sure they'll get any more traction up the hill than the Porsche, but he's giving it a go, and my goodness, he is up the inside. This is not a normal overtaking spot. Garth Tander looks away and hides his eyes, and Richard Crail was swivelling away on his chair as that got very, very tight indeed. And still, it's been disputed as Ricardo Feller. Well, he doesn't know what he doesn't know here in a GT3 car, does he? He's only driven it in a GT4. But that certainly is not a place to go too wide, Garth, up the shelf towards the tree.
Crail and I literally jumped back from the screens there.
The stewards have imposed a drive-through pit lane penalty to car 9 for breach of pit stop procedure.
Yeah, I almost left the commentary box on that one because it's just not an overtaking point, is it, on the run-up into Reid Park? Ricky Fella's good in that GT3 car around this venue, but oh man, that was hairy.
These are the wave-by cars, and they're racing now. So here's Dean Fiore aboard the number 9 Hallmark Audi, who's just received a pit lane penalty for a pit stop procedure. So they actually have to do a drive-by as the 36 Ferrari of Elliot Shute just runs wide with a little bit of marbles on his tyres, wasn't able to get the car to the apex at turn 1. So it feels like a lot of the wave-by cars are falling foul, and I think it's because they're passing on the wave-by lap. You're actually not allowed to pass then, so you're allowed to get the hammer down, but you can't pass until the green flags wave. So it's a little bit of fine print in that regulation that I think that's where the teams are falling foul.
Here we go. Ricky Feller So remember, came here in 2022 as Yasser Shahin's teammate. Was his first visit in what was then the factory Audi. And that's the pass down into the chase at 280 clicks. And that was for track position 9th and 10th on the road. Yasser racing in the Pro-Am battle. And not far away from ticking off driver time there as well. Now, he needs to do an hour in the car in this second half of the race. So we're on the downhill run now, by the way. We're past the 6-hour mark. It happened while we were behind the safety car trying to unpick everything that was going on. So 5 hours and 49 to go. And Yasser, and what that safety car did as well, Garth, was it brought the Pro-Am Ferrari onto the same lap as the Shahin Porsche Pro-Am battle. So that race within a race.
But they are
your totem.
They are a good half a lap behind because they were one of the ways by cars.
So they're on the lead lap. They just don't have track position. And there goes Farfus working his way past the GT4 car with Tony Levitt. We saw him catching up on some Z's earlier. So he's had a nap and now he's all fired up and ready to go.
So Farfus over Rossi, over Stoltz, over Ojeda, over Engel. So the Mercedes are starting to line up again, 3rd, 4th and 5th behind the two BMWs. There's now Stoltz. You've got to be so careful there when you leave the chase. And there, Ojeda's popped through because the marbles, and here comes Engel as well. So while Stoltz was trying to get around the McLaren, he drifted wide into the marbles, and you could hear he had no grip. He was way out of the throttle. Ojeda and Engel stayed online and popped up the inside. Stoltz from 3rd back to 5th in a heartbeat as they made their way through some of that lap traffic.
Matt Campbell at the back of Daniel Serra for 6th and 7th position. So Porsche versus Ferrari. And Matt's got a very good run out of the corner. The Ferrari's pretty slippery in a straight line. So this is going to be a battle up here.
Stewards have imposed 15-second time penalties to cars 36 and car 9. Breach of the way-by procedure.
Breach of the way-by. It's exactly what Garth was just talking about on that restart. So more little 1% of rule breaches that are being applied, and some more penalties will take place the next round of stops.
So this is here. Stoltz behind the McLaren. Anthony Levitt tries to go around the outside, coming out of the chase, and you can see the dust and the marbles, and Junk has to get way out of it. Almost drops 2 wheels in the dirt. And then Ojeda and Engel did not need a second invitation. They were coming through whether Lucas Stoltz liked it or not. And then ultimately Stoltz has to pull in behind Engel.
How quick does the Lumi rank update on the top of the windscreen there? That happened as it was pretty much in real time.
Just watching those 3 Mercedes all lined up behind Ojeda, Engel and Stoltz. What an audition this is now on the global stage for Jayden Ojeda. He's from Penrith on the other side of the Blue Mountains. He's been a bit of a journeyman for Australia's junior ranks here. Never quite landed in the supercars. Now he's got an opportunity to prove to Mercedes why they should be giving him this opportunity to become a Merc driver all around the world. This is a great chance for Jayden Ojeda in front of possibly the best Mercedes AMG GT3 driver of all time, Murrow Engel, to show what he's made of.
That's a great point, Chad, but our leaders now have caught the back of the wave-by cars, and Elliott Shute in the Ferrari. He's got to come to pit lane for a penalty. They are lined up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 are all there. After 6 hours and 15 minutes of racing, they are all in the same shot, and there's still more lap traffic to come. Glenwood in the KTM, and the heart of racing Mercedes of Ian James just up the road, and they will not clear them. The leaders will not clear them before they get to the top of the mountain.
So 2 BMWs, 3 Mercedes AMGs, a Ferrari and a Porsche, and just behind them an Aston Martin. All on the lead lap, all fighting for the lead. The Audi's still in the mix as well. The KTM is right in the thick of the action. It's Glenwood. He's vastly experienced and very fast, and does the right thing and gets out of the way before the kick up towards the Worth cutting, and that 1 in 6 climb, the gradient up to the top of the hill. And more traffic now.
So Ian James, the heart of racing, AMG Mercedes. This is a tricky part of the racetrack. We've seen dramas with lap traffic already today as they make their way across the top of the mountain. And James is not going to be able to get out of the way before Skyline. They're going to have to queue up all the way down past the dipper. Patience, patience,
patience.
Frustration, frustration, frustration. I'm telling you that now. This is, what have we got here? How many cars is in that line now?
Oh, no.
And that was a GT4 car as well that's just come out of the pit lane.
They basically stopped at the turning point.
So now it's a drag race. Now it's a drag
to
race.
put the handbrake on to get his thing stopped. They're all so checked up. Poor old Daniel Bielski in the GT4 car, absolutely mugged.
It's Ian James in the SPS Heart of Racing car. He knows which way is up. He'll try and stay out the way, but at some stage he's got to turn in. Now he'll try and stay out to the right-hand side, which he does. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 gone through. But now he's just got to stay on line. There's nothing that Ian can do right now.
Stoltz got caught behind James. Remember last lap he tried to go around the outside of the cutting. He wasn't doing that twice.
Yeah.
So he pulled in behind. It's left him vulnerable to Daniel Serra in the Ferrari. James is now being cleared by Matt Campbell. We're on board with him. Behind him is Jalen Robotham. Behind him is Ricardo Fella. The top 9 are all in the same shot. They've been condensed immensely.
Super bit of driving by Ian James coming in the final corner. He left a good car and a bit's width for the Porsche of Matt Campbell to go through. He didn't want to be involved in that just as much as the guys who were going through, because you could almost see Ian working out, how can I let these guys through without looking like I'm playing favourites? Did a good job.
That was mega.
I love this car race. It's extraordinary, isn't it? What a group of cars and teams and brands and drivers at the pointy end of this 6 hours and 16 minutes into a race. It's extraordinary. Got to the good bit yet. So now Ricardo Fella, who's been trying to pass people in obscure places today, or being caught in between a couple of Megs. There's no room there, Ricky. Just wait, just breathe. He's got Jay Robotham behind him in the Volante Rosso Aston Martin. Remember, that's not the upgraded car either. It's not the same spec as the car that won the 24 Hours of Spa last year. It's a previous gen spec car. They'll upgrade it as the year goes on. They just wanted to get a 12-hour under their belt with a platform that Volante Rosso team needed and understood, and it's paid off handsomely so far.
Here's Ricky Fella now with the same challenge. Seeing James in the heart of racing ahead of him.
Might be in Ian James' best interest to maybe just sidestep this one and maybe let Ricky Fella through, given the trials and tribulations that car's had. I imagine the patience level is quite low in the cockpit of the 183 Audi. So there you go. And then there's one for your trouble. As Fella went by, he gave Ian James absolutely nothing as they turned into the chase. Degree of frustration. That's cost Fella 5 seconds. He was on the rear bumper of Matt Campbell.
Look at the back of this. Glenn Wood's gone, what are you, GT3 boys? My KTM's running, it's running good, I'm fired up. I'm going to have a little play with you guys.
Have you seen how fast it is down the tube track, KTM? That's a pretty quick little car. Pulling, what was it last time around? 278 Ks?
The quickest of all of them down the chute.
There you go.
He's getting a toll of about 10 cars, but it helps. So finally, Ricky Fella's through. He lost 6 seconds in that exchange.
Yeah, so you could just tell from the car movement there was a lot of frustration going on. So here we go. He's going to send it down the inside. Thank you very much. And then just moves the car up. Bang, there you go. Next time I see you, do not hold me up.
It'll be a harder hit. He'll be deposited somewhere. Farfus leads the race. The margin 1.2, 5.6 seconds from the leader to Matt Campbell in 7th. That's how close it is at the top. BMW continue to lead the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour. We're into the second half of an absolutely cracking motor race.
What a month of endurance racing we've had. The last 4 weeks have been incredible. And we're only halfway through, just over halfway through the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour, which is kicking off the Australian motorsport season. Gordon Duguid on the socials, hashtag B12HR. Last weekend's Daytona was great, but this has been incredible. Can't argue with that, Gordon. Still, the European audience are staying up. What's not to like about this? Well, you're not going to doze off in this one, in all honesty. And by the way, I've checked, we do not have a replay of the Comcam when you guys just about left, which is a shame. Which is absolutely a shame, because I wanted to show the world what I could see in my peripheral vision.
Well, it was the opposite of, you watch the Big Bash and the cricket commentators when Glenn Maxwell does something insane. It was the opposite of that. it was us diving for cover. What a cool thing.
I think that's not going to be the last time we dive for cover this afternoon.
I think not.
I'd say it'll happen quite a lot in the final hour, the way this race is playing out so far. 153 laps ticked off, 154 underway. The race punctuated by more safety cars already than I think anyone expected would happen today.
Absolutely.
Everyone came into this expecting it to be a fast, clean race, a smaller field than we've seen the last couple of years. On paper, at least, a lower risk of drama, but paper at Bathurst and reality in one thing is two clearly different things, and as a result we've had this show, and now it's Jay Robotham who's got to deal with Ian James in front of him in the heart of racing car, and Glenn Wood still just enjoying his time in the limelight in the Vantage Freight KTM.
I'll tell you what though, the 6 times that we have seen the BMW M safety car, it spiced things up on the restart. And still our little KTM is hanging on to the back of the GT3 cars. Come on! Everybody's favourite here. They have gone through trial, tribulation. It's been a Herculean effort down through the years. And that car running again after a drive belt failure, which should, well, there was a bit of overheating and it should have necessitated an engine out. I suspect they loosened the engine mounts and twisted it a little bit in the midsection of that car. The good news is you can get to the engine relatively easily in that car, being a derivation of the road car, yes, but it is a race car. Now, the chance for the Aston Martin to go past the heart of racing, AMG. Ian James,
here we go.
Inextricably linked. Yeah, he let him go there, didn't he, Goff?
Yeah, well, I sort of had that feeling that I don't think Ian James was going to have a choice. I think Jalen Robotham had used up all the patience he had, and he was coming through, and Robotham a little bit more circumspect than the factory pros, given he's in a very different type of race. They're currently leading silver class, so they do not want to have any dramas making their way through lap traffic. So nice job, Jalen Robotham, and he now finds himself in a nice little bit of clear traffic, a clear track.
BMWs 1 and 2, Mercedes AMGs 3, 4 and 5, Ferrari 6, Porsche 7, Audi 8, Aston Martin 9. So remarkably, all the brands still in the mix in this one, despite some early dramas for some. This is the Meguiar's Bathurst 12-hour for 2025, the traditional opener for the Aussie motorsport landscape. For some, it's a continuation of an endurance racing odyssey around the world, through the Middle East to the United States. 22 drivers jumped on the plane from Daytona to get here, some earlier than others. I spoke to Mauro Engel earlier in the week, and he took advantage of the fact that the car that he was sharing at the time with Kenny Bull was out of the race quite early, and said, I got myself on an earlier flight, bought myself an extra 24 hours in Australia to move on from and get the jet lag out of the system and get himself into the local time zone and ready to go, and to enjoy Oz, which is the place he adores.
Absolutely, 13 of them had a flight leave before they got to it, and therefore were 24 hours later than they expected to be. So it doesn't always work well on the logistics side.
Perfect chance, finally, with this race dying down for a second, to dive into the Pirelli pit bunker and break apart some of the strategies that we've seen on track so far. I can see the field are catching Brad Schumacher's Ferrari, so I'll keep one eye on that, and I'm going to keep one eye on how this race is panning in terms of strategy. And this is one thing we love about this race, is breaking this down for our viewers. And the first car I brought up is the race-leading BMW. I'll work through this one, and I'm going to throw it to the commentary box. You pick the car, I'll show you the strategy. And for these guys, it's been almost identical in terms of the pit stop pattern to their teammate, the 46, so they're following each other strategically through the race, but they've just been a little bit different where they've used Valentino Rossi. So Rossi and that second stint, and again now, I think that's the last time we'll see Valley in the car. But when you've got Farfus, Sheldon and Kelvin